I will have someone clean up 2 side rooms for now, please stay at the academy, he said. Mr. Shi did not linger long. After exchanging pleasantries, he quickly departed. Upon reaching a secluded corner, he opened the long box given by Chu Jing and paused as he saw the object inside. It was an aged ginseng, radiating spiritual light and pulsating as if breathing, nearly achieving spiritual awakening. A tremor passed through Shi Jian's hand. He had never seen spiritual ginseng of such quality in his life, not even in the renowned Yujing Divine Palace. This aged ginseng was close to transforming into a spirit. If only the roots were harvested for medicine, it could slowly regenerate, truly an inexhaustible resource. This single item was enough for him to maneuver relationships and gain a position in the imperial court, no need to remain a countryside teacher toiling for reputation. However, the gift was excessively generous. For a moment, Shi Jian's expression grew solemn as he closed and stored the long box. To casually offer such a spiritual object, this Chu Jing, was far more fearsome than imagined. Qi cultivators were always elusive, rarely mingling with common folk and shrouded in mystery. The sudden appearance of such a person, bringing along a newly initiated disciple of the Confucian school, seemed suspicious. Recalling various rumors about Qi cultivators, Shi Jian's expression turned even graver. At best, Qi cultivators avoided the secular world, but once involved, they stirred great turmoil, reportedly linked to baffling calamities, often planning for centuries to the surprise of all. To his knowledge, it had been 1,000 years since a Qi cultivator had openly walked the earth. Was this Qi cultivator positioning a disciple of the Confucian school now in preparation for future deployment? Certainly, the stakes were high. Given that Bai Nian had caught the eye of a Qi cultivator, he must be far from ordinary, and mere introductory texts wouldn't baffle him. Shi Jian found himself in a dilemma. Entangled with the whirlwind of a Qi cultivator, his modest cultivation was hardly even enough to be collateral damage. Yet returning the aged ginseng and outright refusing could provoke Chu Jing, potentially leading to significant troubles. Moreover, such a rare spiritual object was hard to part with. Shi Jian paced under the porch for a long time before conjuring an imperfect solution. If Bai Nian were indeed a gifted candidate, he could use his connections to recommend him directly to an old acquaintance in the imperial court. Should Bai Nian enter the imperial service, it should detach him enough from the matter, and if worst came to worst, he might even shut down the academy and start afresh elsewhere. The side rooms were quickly tidied, and Chu Jing settled down in Huanhua Academy temporarily with Bai Nian. To Chu Jing as he was now, a fifth-order spirit ginseng was merely trivial, even lesser-valued items on him were rare. Some low-grade spiritual materials he didn't need were all left behind in the Taishan Holy Land, carrying them would be a waste. Bai Nian entered the side room and closed his door, delving into the study of the Confucian texts, while Chu Jing began examining books about this realm. He knew but fragments about the myriad realms from Niaolonghu, far from an understanding. Now, ignorant of his location, he could only see how things would unfold. Basic information was clearly recorded in these books. Compared to the territories of the Immortal Alliance, this place's information barriers were relatively open. The diversity brought about by numerous Daoist orthodoxy meant casually mentioning several predecessors could connect one with outside realms, something the Immortal Alliance couldn't match. Within the myriad realms were also divided. Though many Daoist orthodoxy persisted, there was a clear strength hierarchy. Few weak Daoist orthodoxy survived, some with barely 2 or 3 disciples remaining, many had become extinct, with their cultivation methods remembered but no longer pursued. Should a more potent Daoist orthodoxy be available, ordinary ones would naturally see diminished interest, unless there was no other recourse. Among the myriad, the strongest orthodoxy included Taoism and Buddhism at the very top, followed by the Confucian school and Incense Fire Divine Path, with prominent figures from the various schools contesting their supremacy. Below them were Qi Collection, Demon Control, Ghost Refining, Rashomon Sect, Heavenly Mechanism, and Yin-Yang Union Dao among the ancient star-like major factions. Regarding these orthodoxy, the recorded information was quite vague. The few classics Chu Jing obtained just briefly touched upon them, without much insight. The 33 heavens of Taoism and the Pure Land of Buddhism were the most deeply rooted in the myriad realms, existing since the ancient times. Even after great wars, their foundations remained notably deeper than many other orthodoxy, comparable to the great immortal realm of the Immortal Alliance. Only now did Chu Jing realize that Taoism was not solely comprised of qi cultivators. They were relatively few within Taoism, with many others achieving immortality in different ways. He was now in a great realm called Qin Yun, defined by the sun and moon, marking the 8 desolates and 4 seas. Within the Qin Yun realm, Taoism was scarcely renowned, with some sects in the southeast long withdrawn from the world. On the northwest lay a vast Buddha country, home to countless Buddhists venerating the ancestral Buddha golden body, their incense offerings flourishing. Confucian school revered an imperial dynasty as supreme, called Dali, widely spreading moral teachings and dominating the southwest. Chu Jing's current location fell under the rule of the Dali dynasty. Within the Dali dynasty, the Confucian path was exclusively honored, but there were also many military cultivators. The god of warriors resided within the Dali dynasty. It was rumored that his cultivation was mediocre, but if he led a myriad of armored troops, defeating gods and subduing immortals was like slashing grass beside the road, effortlessly reaching into a bag for objects. Northeast of this land lay a collection of feudal states, where the foundations of various Taoist orthodoxies remained, coexisting rather harmoniously while often producing spiritual and fantastical stories that circulated widely and endured through time. However, this division of regions was merely superficial as many Taoist paths had already developed intricate connections. In every family, one could always find a few who worshipped Buddha though they did not follow the Taoist path, but countless more worshipped the ancestral Tao golden body. Among the various Taoist paths, it seemed like each followed its course, but in reality, they were already entangled with each other, inseparable. It was very common to see people cultivating multiple Taoist paths. Humans are not plants, they are not divided by species or categories, nor divided clearly by the different paths they follow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Jian found Chu Jing and brought a questionnaire for Bai Nian. Bai Nian glanced at the questions and without the slightest hesitation, he picked up his pen and began writing vigorously, completing over 10,000 words in less than an hour. As the final stroke was placed, a momentary pause of the pen tip caused a layer of lustrous white light to emanate from the questionnaire, followed by an outburst of vast righteous qi. Seeing this, Shi Jian's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, picked up the questionnaire, and carefully scanned it over. Good, good. After a moment, he repeatedly praised it and looked up at Bai Nian, shaking his head slightly and sighing, "Stay tuned for updates on freewebnovel.com, what a pity." Seeing this, Bai Nian became a bit anxious. "May I ask, Mr. Shi, what is lacking?" "The answers are very good, forming vast righteous qi on their own, worthy of being model answers." Shi Jian put the questionnaire away and shook his head. "If we had met 20 years earlier, you would have already excelled and soared to great heights by now." Hearing this, Bai Nian breathed a sigh of relief and responded with a smile. "A sage once said, there is no limit to learning, and it is never too late to study. It is merely 20 years. Hearing this, Shi Jian turned his head toward Chu Jing and said gravely, "Daoist Chu, I shall temporarily take this student under my wing. However, with my limited knowledge, I am afraid I can't teach him for long. Once he shows some progress, I will recommend a better teacher for him. What do you think?" Chu Jing didn't reply directly and looked at Bai Nian. "Decide for yourself." Without hesitation, Bai Nian bowed deeply. "Student, greets Mr. Shi." After completing the initiation ceremony, Bai Nian formally entered Huanhua Academy, becoming an indoor disciple of Shi Jian. Chu Jing, having nowhere else to go for the time being, stayed in the academy to quietly cultivate, and began extracting immortal qi from within immortal jade, then with the technique of returning to the origin, converted it into primordial qi. He was now in the myriad realms, where using immortal treasures was inconvenient as it was easy to be tracked and posed high risks. He needed to repair another 8th Order Supreme Treasure for protection. In the past, on the battlefield outside the realm, he had collected many fragments, which could now be put to good use. After leaving the Immortal Alliance's domain, the incense fire willpower grew stronger day by day. A layer of spiritual light even wrapped around his divine soul, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In just 1 year, his chi refinement's cultivation had advanced further, entering the returning to void realm. Above returning to void was Dao integration. After undergoing 100 tribulations, one reaches the heavenly immortal. Compared to his chi refinement's cultivation, his progress in immortal path was even greater, reaching the peak of Tongxian. The realm of immortal tribulation's secret realm was within reach. Now residing in the Qingyun realm, with no one overseeing the heavenly Dao, undergoing tribulation might cause a significant disturbance, so Chuzheng dared not act rashly and planned to make some preparations. Most crucially, once he entered the immortal tribulation secret realm, his cultivation would have caught up with the order of repairers. Given his current 7th order repairer level, he could no longer repair his body as unrestrictedly as before, effectively losing his strongest trump card. He had had this concern long ago. As his level as a repairer increased, there wouldn't be as many treasures available for repair, and advancing in level would not be as easy as before. This was quite the same as the journey of cultivation, which starts easy but becomes increasingly difficult. The farther one went, the greater the obstacles. During this year, Bai Yan's progress had been even more remarkable. He had already made some achievements in the Confucian path, and after a year immersed in studies, his vast righteous qi had become even purer, now reaching perfection. P.S. Some content needs modification. The moonlight outside the window was thick. Standing in the hall, Bai Yan hesitated for a moment and then said softly, "I don't want to join the government, but I still wish to visit Yujing Divine Palace." That place was the pinnacle of the Dali dynasty, gathering scholars from all over, possessing true sub-saint literature and the legacy of sages. He was currently somewhat confused and unclear about the path before him and desired to see how his predecessors had walked it. "If you wish to go, then go," said Chuzheng, indifferently waving his hand, "but wait for some more days. I have some matters to deal with recently." His cultivation was about to enter the immortal tribulation secret realm. Currently, this was not territory of the Immortal Alliance, the heavenly Dao lacked a representative, and he did not know if an immortal tribulation would descend. When the time came, he needed to find a secluded place to first undergo the tribulation. After the tribulation, he did not know what might happen, there would be many uncertain risks. "This trip will not trouble the Holy Master then," Bai Yan said earnestly. "I want to go by myself this time and think about my future path." Since his birth, he had stayed in illusory spirit city and later followed Chuzheng, either in Taishan Holy Land or within a small world, never having truly measured the world on his own. Although this was not Songyun, he still wished to go out on his own and personally travel through the vast red dust. The path must always be walked by oneself. He could not always depend on Chuzheng, nor did Chuzheng have reasons to always help him. Hearing this, Chuzheng's gaze slightly condensed and, after a moment of silence, he nodded, "Do what you wish." "Thank you for the care along the way," Bai Yan said as he sighed in relief and bowed in gratitude. "Since I promised to show you a way out, I naturally will fulfill it. Now that the path is under your feet, how you wish to walk it is your own affair." Chuzheng shook his head slightly and reminded, "No matter what happens, try as much as possible not to involve me, and never mention the Immortal Alliance. It will save you a lot of trouble." He never forced his own opinions to change someone's decision. Because his opinions were not necessarily correct and the paths others need to take might not necessarily be wrong. Before an unpredictable future arrives, no one can truly grasp what is right or wrong. He himself had also walked many detours, though his cultivation had grown, he was not in a position to casually give directions to others. "Thank you for your reminder, Bai Yan will remember it. In 10 years, I will wait for you here." Chuzheng nodded, "Then tell me the path you truly wish to take." "Understood." Bai Yan bowed, turned, and left with steps as light as the wind. He was already looking forward to the days ahead. Watching Bai Yan's departing figure, Chuzheng slowly closed his eyes, his mind already making plans. He would not stay in one place for too long. Over these 10 years, he intended to travel around the Qingyun realm, gather some resources, and then prepare to leave. There was so much he needed to do. At the very least, he needed to find a way to pass Taishuan's news to Gung Yang, and then he wanted to meet Niao Longhu, paying a visit to fellow Qi cultivators, Xianxian and even golden immortals, to aid in his future path's advancement. Having cultivated for not yet 20 years, he was already about to step into the immortal Tribulation secret realm, a speed beyond the imagination of typical cultivators. Yet, for all this, Chuzheng was far from satisfied. Even if he surpassed the 9 levels of immortal tribulation and became a true immortal, in the face of powerhouses like Zhao Tingxian or even Shang Tsungyun, he was still like an ant. If he wanted to visit Song Lingshui in the martial hall in an open and proper way, even reaching a cultivation like Shang Tsungyun's was far from enough. Chuzheng could not wait for that step, he had to find another path through the battlefield of all heavens. That place bordered the martial hall, offering a chance to make contact. The next day, the morning light penetrated the window lattice, casting patches of mottled gold across the room. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Chuzheng slowly ended his cultivation and exhaled a breath of fresh air. After entering the returning to void stage, his primordial spirit underwent a subtle transformation, the yin-yang divine infant gradually transforming towards the primordial spirit. The immortal path and qi refining technique began the real fusion inside his body. With each passing day, his sensations varied, cold at times and hot at others as the yin-yang dual qi continuously circulated, intertwining strands of chaotic primordial qi, ceaselessly strengthening his primordial spirit. Knock, knock, the knocking sound came, followed by Shi Jian's soft inquiry, Daoist Chu, may I visit at this moment? Chuzheng raised his hand to beckon, opened the door, and rose from his bed to greet him. Mr. Shi, what brings you? Bai Yan left this morning, do you know? Bai Yan had left in a hurry, packing all night and then directly heading out with his book box. I know. Chuzheng definitely knew, even without actively releasing his divine sense to probe, every shift in the wind and grass of this small town reached his ears. Daoist Chu, I have a favor to ask. Shi Jian seemed hesitant, pausing for a moment before taking out a long box from his sleeve and handing it to Chuzheng. Explore more at Freeweb. This item, I wish to return it to its original owner. Inside the box, naturally, was the spirit ginseng. Seeing this, Chuzheng did not reach out to take it, puzzled. Mr. Shi, what do you mean? Has Bai Yan done something wrong? No, no, Shi Jian waved his hands repeatedly and then clenched his teeth. I would like to ask you, Daoist Chu, to spare Bai Yan. Spare him? Where does this come from? Chuzheng grew more puzzled. What had he done to Bai Yan? He had no recollection of any wrongdoing. Bai Yan is a good kid, Shi Jian sighed softly and got straight to the point. This child, with a heart pure and uninvolved in the court, unwilling to join the government, will probably not be able to help you much. I ask you, do not spend too much thought on him. After all, he had a heart that cherished talent and thus came to plea for leniency today. In his eyes, since Chuzheng had gifted such a spirit ginseng and spent a year accompanying Bai Yan in this desolate small city, investing so much time and effort, he presumably held considerable expectations for Bai Yan. Had he known of Bai Yan's lack of ambition, this Qi cultivator would have likely been infuriated, possibly even turning hostile on the spot. Hearing of the Qi cultivator's unpredictability and unhesitating wrath, he was concerned that he might not be able to manage the situation, prompting his special plea. I thought it would be some significant matter. Mr. Shi has misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng shook his head. Bai Yan already spoke to me about this last night. If he doesn't wish to be an official, then he won't be. After all, there are more paths in life than just officialdom, and besides, what he wishes to do has nothing to do with me, does it? That's Bai Yan's forfeit pay. Please take it with peace of mind, Mr. Shi. After speaking, he pushed the long box back and casually took out a brocade box, tossing it over. This covers our lodging for the past year. Thank you for your care during this time, Mr. Shi. Shi Jian caught the brocade box in a daze. Chuzheng's response left him somewhat flabbergasted. Coming to his senses and his complexion changing immediately, he said, this mustn't be. I'm by no means a famous teacher, I merely helped Bai Nian with his beginnings. The spirit ginseng is already a rare treasure, too much for me to accept. How can I take anything more from you?" As he spoke, Shi Jian attempted to return the brocade box, however, his body suddenly stiffened, unable to move the slightest bit. "Mr. Shi, don't panic, the binding technique will release itself after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea," Chu Jing mentioned casually, glancing at the morning sun outside, made a quick calculation with his fingers, and shortly after, smiled faintly. "The wind is clear, and the sky is bright, it's an auspicious day for travel. With this, I take my leave." With the sound of those words, Chu Zheng's figure was no longer in the room. Quickly, Shi Jian felt his body relax, the binding spell lifted, and he hastily opened the brocade box in his hands. Inside the box lay a jade pendant, luminous and transparent, with gentle waterlight seemingly flowing within it. Capable of autonomously absorbing spirit to nourish the body, it would certainly bolster the health of scholars. Worn over a long period, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits. This. Looking at the jade pendant, Shi Jian was at a loss for words. He'd intended to return the spirit ginseng, yet he hadn't expected to receive such a generous gift in return. Could it be that all qi cultivators were so lavishly generous? What to do? Shi Jian felt uneasy, unable to settle down. After contemplating for a while, he turned back to his room, walking to his desk and began to draw. A moment later, Bai Nian's portrait appeared vividly on the paper, and then, he proceeded to write a letter. Rolling the letter and portrait together, he inserted them into a message tube. Shi Jian approached the window and beckoned to a strange bird, no longer than a foot, with 3-colored spiritual feathers and bright, intelligent eyes. After Shi Jian secured the message tube, the bird took off, heading towards the Dali royal capital, the Yujing Divine Palace. Having received 2 wondrous treasures from Chu Jing, Shi Jian wouldn't feel at ease without doing something in return. If Bai Nian truly went to Yujing, this letter should be able to help him with some minor troubles. After completing these tasks, Shi Jian finally felt a sense of relief. However, not long after, his expression changed. Bai Nian left in such a hurry. Had he taken any provisions with him? Traveling to Yujing, through high mountains and long rivers, how would he manage if his purse was as empty as a whistle? Upon reflecting on this, Shi Jian reconsidered, uncertainly telling himself, perhaps Chu Jing had already provided? Certainly, given Chu Jing's generous manner, it was unlikely he would not prepare these things for Bai Nian. Leaving Huanhua Academy, Chu Jing searched the deep mountains and old forests, heading straight for the wilderness seldom trod by humans. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm, his cultivation was gradually becoming uncontrollable, and he was about to step into the Immortal Tribulation secret realm. Remaining within the academy any longer would inevitably lead to complications and endanger innocent people. Soon, Chu Jing found a desolate area with mountains surrounding water, stretching tens of thousands of miles, all rugged and majestic peaks. He found a lofty peak and sat down cross-legged amidst the continuous snow and ice. He took a deep breath, swallowed a handful of spirit pills, his 5 elements immortal root within his dantian stirred lightly, digesting the medicinal power, and began moving towards a brand new domain. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Within 10 feet of where Chu Jing sat, the snow had melted, grass grew, and flowers bloomed, as if spring had arrived. 10 days ago, he had already half-stepped into the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, but he had not yet crossed over, and had been preparing all this time. Once he stepped into the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, it meant that his cultivation had reached the 7th order. Currently, as a repair master, his own level was also only at the 7th order, and he could not infinitely repair his body. Therefore, for the sake of crossing the tribulation, he must make thorough preparations. Chu Jing calmed his mind and spirit, adjusting himself to the ideal state before suddenly opening his eyes and looking up at the sky, his eyes filled with a cold hue. Crack, with a light sound, the last barrier within him shattered. A stream of pure white immortal qi was born from the 5 elements immortal root, climbing up along his spine, passing through the yin-yang immortal bone, before returning to the dantian, transforming into pure immortal power. The birth of immortal power meant that Chuzheng had completely stepped into the immortal tribulation secret realm. He took a deep breath and looked up at the clear sky, preparing for the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Time passed, and more than half a day went by. The night grew darker, yet there was still no sign of any response in the sky. During this half-day, Chuzheng's immortal power within his dantian had accumulated quite a bit, enough to unleash immortal techniques and divine skills, but the heavens above remained still. In an instant, the bright moon hung in the sky, and the stars adorned the night, utterly magnificent. Staring at the unchanging sky, Chuzheng became lost in thought. Where was the heavenly tribulation? On second thought, he gradually noticed something amiss. His body indeed possessed immortal power, and there was no doubt that he had stepped into the immortal tribulation secret realm, but he had not experienced the purification of the heavenly tribulation, and yet immortal power had emerged, seemingly defying normal conventions. Something was not right. In an instant, Chuzheng's expression changed, and with careful sensing, he suddenly realized that the aura of tribulation surrounding him had surged enormously, almost bursting forth, evolving into a tribulation. A flicker of enlightenment crossed his mind, and a sense of shock emerged. The immortal path and the chi refining lineage had begun to intermingle within his body, something Chuzheng had already noticed. However, he had never imagined that the two paths had already fused to such an extent. Previously, the chi refining lineage, influenced by the immortal path, saw a rapid increase in cultivation. Now, the immortal path was similarly affected by the chi refining technique, with the heavenly tribulation being erased, and instead, the tribulation chi had been accumulating. Heavenly tribulation was essentially a test given by the heavenly Tao to living creatures. In essence, it was no different from the tribulations faced by chi cultivators, merely a difference between natural disasters and man-made calamities. Now that the heavenly tribulation had disappeared, but the tribulation chi hadn't, it had accumulated, transforming into his own tribulation. Chuzheng's complexion turned solemn. Rather than facing this tribulation, he would have preferred to cross the heavenly tribulation, as at least that was controllable. As for his own tribulation, other than embodying it, he didn't know what other unexpected events it might trigger. With the amount of tribulation chi that had accumulated on him now, even if he embodied it, it would likely be too late, and it wouldn't be long before troubles came knocking. After a while, Chuzheng steadied his spirit and began searching through his accumulated possessions, looking for a new protective treasure. After a lengthy selection, Chuzheng chose a fragment of a supreme treasure he had obtained from a battlefield beyond his realm. Emperor Jade Wall, 8th Order forged from innate spirit Jade from the chaos. It includes major medical scriptures such as 4 Qi regulation scripture, Yin Yang Wan Xiang Luan, etc. It was shattered during a great battle and can be repaired. /500, medicine study of the human body had reached the peak. The theory of yin-yang harmony within it should also significantly benefit Chuzheng's cultivation. Explore more stories with FreeWeb novel. P.S. Some content needs to be revised. Staring at the myriad stars overhead, Chuzheng momentarily lost himself in thought. The 500 streams of primordial chi alone, not to mention the sheer energy required for extraction and transformation, demanded a great deal of precious resources. Luckily, Chuzheng still had a considerable cache of immortal jade and various fragments, making these 500 streams of primordial chi not overly difficult to manage, though they would take some time. The Emperor Jade Wall was an exceptionally rare supreme treasure, aiding not only in cultivation but also serving as a protective treasure. The repair master panel could no longer provide the support to Chuzheng as it had before. He now needed a powerful spiritual object for protection. Moreover, the most crucial issue was that he had to deal with the tribulation chi within him. Enveloped by tribulation chi, Chuzheng felt an impending sense of tribulation, bound to occur within several days, with natural or man-made disasters being unpredictable. With just a few days' time, transforming and passing through the tribulation was already too late. He had no choice but to self-transcend. Considering everything, except for the first time, this tribulation represented his body's first conscious preparation to face it. After some contemplation, Chuzheng pulled up his status panel and scanned it. Name, Chuzheng, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Early Stage Returning to Void, Immortal Path, Early Stage of Immortal Tribulation, First Fold, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, Superior, 5 Elements Spiritual Body, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order, Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Divine Skills, Return to the Origin, 10th Order, Qi Gathering and Heaven Repairing, 9th Order, Law of Heaven and Earth, 9th Order, Shrinking Earth into Inches, 9th Order, Heaven Returning Technique, 9th Order, Samadhi True Fire, 9th Order, Swallowing Stars, 9th Order, Move Stars Change Constellations, 9th Order, Heavenly Escaping 5 Elements Technique, 8th Order, Talent, Spiritual Eye, 7th Order, Soul Capturing, 7th Order, Sky Roaming, 7th Order, Soul Snatching, 7th Order, Repair Master, 7th Order, 132/16,000, remaining repair attempts for the day, 5, currently reparable, Emperor Jade Wall. 0/500, with his advancement in cultivation, his innate divine abilities had also strengthened. Looking at the panel, Chuzheng slightly furrowed his brow. The number of repair attempts had increased, a stabilizing factor of about 3 attempts since his arrival in this realm. Upon entering the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, the number of repair attempts had changed, increasing by 2. After a pause, Chuzheng took out the fragmented jade wall, extracted a strand of primordial qi, and used up 1 repair attempt. The next instant, his body trembled slightly. The primordial qi remained in his palm, but a substantial part of the immortal power transformed within his body was consumed. Watching this scene, Chuzheng's gaze instantly became sharp. Just as he had long hypothesized, the existence of the Repair Master panel resembled a divine skill, which he could activate with his own power though it was limited. The relationship between him and the Repair Master panel had reversed. Previously, the panel drew spiritual energy to aid him, but now, it required his own immortal power to activate the panel. The daily refreshed repair attempts were never a limitation, and should his cultivation become strong enough, he might discover even more profound uses. Calming his thoughts, Chuzheng took out the spirit communication jade scroll. Looking at the perennially empty jade pages, his brow slightly furrowed. Song Lingshui used to contact him once every 2 months without fail, but for the past half-year, Song Lingshui had not sent any messages, and the few messages he had sent were like stones sinking into the ocean, without any response. This situation inevitably worried him. The spirit communication jade scroll was made from his golden body material, and he would immediately know if it were damaged. Currently feeling nothing indicated the jade scroll was intact. If the jade scroll had simply been misplaced, that would be manageable, but he feared that something might have happened to Song Lingshui. According to previous communications, Song Lingshui should be cultivating in the martial hall, unlikely to encounter any trouble. Enjoy new tales from Freeweb novel. Perhaps she was just in closed-door cultivation and had not had the chance to reply yet. With a soft sigh, Chuzheng put away the jade scroll, and with a thought, retrieved a strand of immortal qi extracted from the ruins. Immortal qi, 8th order medium for the transformation of living beings on the immortal path, extracted from the corpse bones of a true immortal, can mildly accelerate the cultivation speed of cultivators in the Immortal Tribulation secret realm and true immortals, compensating for damage to objects of the immortal path. Now that he had entered the Immortal Tribulation, he should be able to absorb this immortal qi. Chuzheng drew a breath. The immortal qi flowed through his nostrils, circled around his mouth and tongue, and entered directly into his viscera and dantian. A surge of immense immortal power erupted within his dantian, instantly replenishing the previously depleted immortal power, then skyrocketing several times over. After a moment, Chuzheng finally opened his eyes, feeling the surging immortal power within him, his gaze becoming increasingly intense. The effect of the immortal qi was indeed astonishing. 1 strand of immortal qi, setting aside external aids like incense, fire, willpower and spirit pills, saved him at least 20 years of harsh cultivation, significantly boosting his level. It's worth noting that his innate configuration was of superior immortal bone and 5 elements immortal root, making his talents already far above ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, even without external influences and relying solely on self-cultivation, Chuzheng could enter the realm of true immortals in at most 1,000 years. Now, with at most 3 more strands of immortal chi, he could enter the second fold of immortal tribulation without any signs of shaky foundation. Chi gathering and heaven repairing, true to its status as a ninth-order divine skill, supplemented weaknesses and was gradually revealing its power. Yet, given the current situation, without resolving the tribulation, Chuzheng did not dare to step beyond the bounds of the ritual. Moreover, whether extracting immortal chi or primordial chi, both were exceedingly time-consuming for him. Chuzheng had sat atop the mountain summit for the entire night, only using one session of restoration for his bodily protection. All the remaining sessions were dedicated to the repair of the Emperor Jade Wall. As dawn approached, he rose and descended the mountain, meandering towards the northeast direction of the Dynasty. Before the tribulation began, Chi cultivators could do nothing but wait. Chuzheng was also somewhat curious. Currently in the Qingyun realm with not a trace of karma, he wondered how the world would bring down this tribulation upon him. Among the rugged mountain paths, a figure staggered along the narrow trail. Gurgle. Bai Nian's face contorted with discomfort as he tightened his belt another notch and wiped the thin sweat from his brow. Different from other paths, the Confucian path could not achieve fasting until one's cultivation reached a certain realm. Food intake was still necessary. The bookcase he carried on his back had been traded for dry rations days ago. At this moment, he was regretting his hasty departure. He was unprepared for anything. Now in this desolate wilderness, with no villages in sight, no shops behind, where could he possibly find something to eat? There was nowhere even to beg. Heaven, when about to place great responsibility on a man, must first frustrate his spirit and will, exhaust his muscles and bones. The hunger in his stomach made Bai Nian dizzy, forcing him to recite the sage's teachings to distract himself. Alas, the sage's words could not fill an empty stomach. After a moment, he stopped chanting the sage's sayings and sighed helplessly. I did not wish to shoulder great responsibilities, spare me the torment of hardship. Before he had finished speaking, several figures appeared on the narrow mountain path. Bai Nian's eyes lit up. Has the saint shown his grace? As he saw people, his mouth began to water, and his heavy pace suddenly quickened. He ran towards them. As he drew closer and saw the faces of the men, Bai Nian's smile vanished, and his face paled slightly. 5 or 6 burly cultivators loitered by the roadside, some standing, some squatting, each brandishing weapons with a menacing aura, obviously not the benevolent sort. The group quickly noticed Bai Nian and called out impatiently as they caught sight of him, "We've waited so long, only for a penniless scholar to show up, truly bad luck. He looks decent enough, tie him up, strip off his clothes and we can sell them in the city to get some drink money. What if he's a student from some academy and we provoke the Confucian school's masters by doing this? Won't we be inviting trouble? Screw it, tie him up first. With a mask and after we mute him, he'll just be an unrecognizable hairless pig." For a moment, Bai Nian's face stiffened, and he turned and bolted, lamenting his misfortune internally. It truly was like a leaky roof that found the company of continuous nighttime rain. My ancestors had indeed not lied to me. Just as he started to run, Bai Nian saw another figure coming into view, a conspicuous bald head reflecting light in the sunshine. The approaching monk looked to be in his 30s, with a noble and virile face, standing over 9 feet tall. His grey monk's robes, with broad rust-colored borders, were unable to conceal his tightly coiled muscles. Just one look at him gave one a strong sense of security. Without any hesitation, Bai Nian immediately cried out, "Master, save me!" The pursuing cultivators simultaneously stopped in their tracks, exchanged glances, and turned to leave. This suddenly emerging monk had a terrifyingly strong presence they couldn't possibly confront. Ba. The monk intoned the Buddha's name and in a flash appeared in the path of the group, hands clasped inside his sleeves, a bright Buddha's light circling his palms, and pressed the men firmly against the earth. With a resounding voice as though he were Akela himself, he pronounced judgment. The excessive greed in the donors' hearts has given rise to anger, they must calm their minds through cultivation. Follow this poor monk on his journey, perform good deeds along the way, and perhaps some portion of your sins can be alleviated. Bai Nian watched, dumbfounded. After regaining his composure, he repeatedly bowed deeply in thanks. Many thanks, Master, for your intervention. May I be so bold as to ask for your honored name? I am Fa Tan, unworthy of the title Master. Monks take compassion to heart, and when injustice is seen, we must help. Donor, you need not be so courteous. Having keen eyes, Fa Tan could see Bai Nian's difficulties. Reaching into his sleeve, he pulled out a flatbread and tossed it over. This poor monk is on his way to Delhi to engage in philosophical debate and is preparing to visit the Yujing Divine Palace. If it is convenient, the young donor is welcome to accompany me on my journey. Thank you, Master, this happens to be on my way. Bai Nian would, of course, not refuse. He took a few bites of the large pancake and he heed with a smile. Having such a Buddha by his side, he should be able to save a lot of energy on the road ahead. Leaving the mountain range where he had been in seclusion, Chuzheng headed northeast. To the northeast of Qingyun realm lay a region of principalities, inheriting various Taoist orthodoxies, creating an exceedingly complex situation. Chuzheng was very interested in the cultivation methods and legacies of each Taoist orthodoxy. At the same time, this place was also a microcosm of the myriad realms. By observing from the smaller scale, he should be able to discern the specific movements of each Taoist orthodoxy within the myriad realms. The forces of the myriad realms were interwoven, with large and small worlds numbering far beyond 10,000. It was always right to gain a general understanding first. If the incense fire divine path was not prevalent in this world, Chuzheng wouldn't even mind leaving behind some faith seeds of Daoist Venerable Xingqiu. Stay connected with Freeweb novel incense fire willpower certainly had its drawbacks, but for the moment, it was an arm aiding his rapid elevation of cultivation realm. Now that he was able to refine immortal qi, once his qi refinement's cultivation advanced further, he should be able to refine the primordial qi for his use. By then, Chuzheng might try to set aside some of the focus on the spirit path and seek a more secure path. He had grown accustomed to trial and error. Taking detours was not terrible, as long as one could turn back in time and correct them. To avoid triggering a calamity, Chuzheng bypassed all the cities and villages he could pass along the way. Crossing through endless wilderness, he soon left the Delhi territory. The tribulation qi stored beside him was like the brimful ambrosia in the bowl. Just a slight force, some shaking, and it would stir up completely. As he stepped through the spatial fissure once more, Chuzheng saw a small village nestled deep in the mountains, isolated from the world with hundreds of households and no trace of humanity for 1,000 miles. The setting sun poured golden light, casting a warm hue over heaven and earth. Wisps of cooking smoke rose from the village, and the faint sound of children's laughter could be heard. Looking at the small village before him, Chuzheng slightly furrowed his brows. He had specifically chosen a desolate wilderness, yet he still encountered people. However, given the distance, it was already within the territories of the principalities, and it was normal for there to be villages. Chuzheng shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it any longer, then turned to leave. Before he could open a spatial gateway, a pungent stench suddenly blew in the wind, so foul that it made him somewhat uncomfortable. In a snap of a finger, Chuzheng's divine sense spread, covering a radius of 100,000 miles, quickly tracing the source. A black beast resembling a mastiff, more than 20 zhang in length, its body emanating black mist and covered in dark scales, fixated its gaze on the nearby village, with blood-red eyes. It looked more like a ferocious beast possessed by a demon than a magical beast. Nearby the beast stood a middle-aged cultivator in a black robe, his facial features gaunt and his body exuding an aura of malevolence. The situation couldn't be clearer, a vile and deviant practice of feeding human flesh and blood to little demons. The pair, both beast and man, were merely 100 miles from Chuzheng and seemed to have stayed for a while, their presence now carried by the wind. This middle-aged cultivator was at the third-order middle stage, and the mastiff-like beast was just a third-order little demon. To Chuzheng, they were like roadside weeds, easily uprooted. Seeing this, Chuzheng's eyebrows slightly furrowed. What a coincidence. Magical beasts were causing trouble just as he happened to pass by. Why did it happen to be at that moment? As he pondered, the mastiff-like beast slowly approached the village. Chuzheng glanced at the distant village. There was a choice of either saving it or not. Without much need to deliberate, he already had his decision. Abnormal occurrences signaled trouble. He had every reason to suspect that this man and beast were the catalysts for igniting his tribulation chi. Since there was no avoiding it. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Jing's eyes for a moment, and, turning into the wind, he was before the duo in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A gust of wind burst from the void as Chu Jing casually delivered a palm strike, turning the mastiff into a mist of blood. In the next instant, he reached out and grabbed the middle-aged cultivator's throat, hoisting him up, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. "I'll ask you, where is your sect, and how many elders and disciples do you have?" The forest was shrouded in deathly silence, not a single bird or beast stirred. A dark glint flashed in Chu Jing's eyes as a vast wave of the power of the spirit and soul surged forth, instantly shattering the middle-aged cultivator's mental defenses. The disparity between their spirit strengths was as vast as the heavens, and the middle-aged cultivator had almost no power to resist. His expression became lost as he truthfully answered, "My sect is more than 1,000,000 miles from here, with over 1,000 disciples, and 39 elders." After carefully questioning him for a long while, Chu Jing gleaned the basic information. This man was named Hida, and his sect, known as the Three Prisons Sect, possessed strength. Its strongest member was merely a fifth order, equivalent to the Immortal divine transformation realm. The Three Prisons Sect, both high and low, practiced a branch of the demon control Dao, raising mythical beasts through evil techniques. It was indeed a side door left road that strayed from the mainstream, known for using the flesh and blood of mortals and low-grade cultivators as fodder for the beasts. It had plenty of adherents. After probing the background of the sect behind this man, Chu Jing once again fell into confusion. A sect of this level couldn't possibly pose any threat to him. He could obliterate it with a single slap. It clearly lacked the qualifications to be his calamity. For a moment, Chu Jing began to doubt his earlier suspicions. Could it really be a coincidence? But that was almost too coincidental. After a brief pondering, Chu Jing withdrew his divine sense and released his grasp. Hida came back to his senses, gasping for air, and looked at Chu Jing in front of him with terror-filled eyes. Without any hesitation, he knelt down and kowtowed. "I do not know wherein I have offended the esteemed senior. I hope you will show mercy and spare my insignificant life today." Chu Jing did not pay him any attention and spoke sternly. "Tell me, what reliance do you have that could give me a reason to spare you? If it truly were only the Three Prisons Sect, then it would be destroyed today. After all, it was just a matter of convenience." Hida looked down, his eyes darting everywhere, thoughts racing through his mind. After a few breaths, he suddenly looked up and repeatedly said, "Senior, although I am of mediocre strength, my elder brother, he is under the Star Moon Sect, which is the divine mansion of the Yin-Yang family, a lineage of the myriad realms. With relatives and old friends throughout the myriad realms, sparing me today could be beneficial for you, senior." Hearing this, a realization flickered in Chu Jing's expression, and he nodded. "I did not expect you to have such a background. If that's indeed the case, then it makes sense." To his knowledge, the Yin-Yang family was one of the hundreds of philosophies. It was said to carry the Daoist orthodoxy passed down by the ancient heavenly emperor, deeply studying the five elements and emphasizing the unity of heaven and man. It had significant ties to the Taoist school, with many cultivators in the school practicing the Yin-Yang techniques. Throughout the myriad realms, the Yin-Yang family was extremely prominent, second only to Taoist and Buddhist practitioners and not weaker than the Confucianists. If he possessed such connections, then indeed, he might have some capacity to be his calamity. Seeing a slight softening in Chu Jing's demeanor, Hida's eyes lit up. "If you can spare me this once for the sake of my brother's thin connection, I will repay you generously in the future." "There's no need for the future, let's settle our grievances today." Chu Jing came back to his senses and spoke indifferently. "Send a message to your brother now. I will wait for him here. Besides your brother, if you can call others, you may invite them as well." Hida suddenly looked bewildered, struggling to understand Chu Jing's intentions, and stammered, "What do you mean by that, senior?" "I want to see if your background is strong enough to save your life." Chu Jing cracked a smile that did not reach his eyes. "You have 1/4 of an hour." Trembling slightly, Hida dared not delay. he took out a bunch of communication tokens, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably as he sent out messages one after another. At this moment, he racked his brains, recalling all the friends and relatives he could contact, including sect elders and even distant acquaintances, to send out pleas for help. Chu Zhang's gaze shifted subtly the moment he sent the messages, and the tribulation chi by his side finally showed a ripple, on the verge of bursting forth. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Hida had sent out hundreds of communication tokens, nearly breaking under the tremendous pressure. He was simply going about his business, seeking food for his beasts, and could never have imagined encountering such an absurd situation. After the quarter hour had elapsed, Chu Zhang did not rush to kill Hida. He glanced at a nearby village, channeled divine skills, and transformed the ground into a prison, setting up an array. Clouds and mists rose in the mountains, concealing that section of the village. There might be a great battle soon, and this ordinary village could easily be affected. Enjoy exclusive content from FreeWeb Novel. Are you killing me for these mortals? Watching Chu Zhang's actions, a chill went down Hida's spine as he sensed great trouble ahead. He was not afraid of enmity born from profit disputes because so long as the price was high enough, he had a chance to save his life. What he truly feared were those self-righteous upholders of justice for whom he had no chance to beg mercy. That's not entirely the case. Chu Zhang shook his head slightly. Hida felt a small relief, but before he could speak, Chu Zhang's next words caused his heart to sink to the depths. It's just a coincidence, after all. If I encountered you somewhere else, I would slay you just the same. That stench of blood was simply too pungent, making one nauseated. He didn't particularly care for it. Senior. Hida forced a smile, his tight-lipped expression struggling to show a flicker of joy, hoping to struggle further, but Chu Zhang had already closed his eyes. Chu Zhang sat down cross-legged, silently adjusting his state. A semi-immortal treasure would not leave an immortal charm, and he was also guarded by the falling star bow, which should be sufficient to handle some trouble. The only thing to note was that the healing interface could no longer continuously replenish his mana, and in the face of a war of attrition, he no longer stood on invincible ground. But destiny has its own course, unavoidable and inescapable. It's better to provoke the tribulation actively rather than letting the tribulation chi intensify. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Boom, the air was pierced by several shrill shrieks, sound waves exploding in layers as several cultivators, controlling their magic artifacts, arrived and stopped right above the heads of Chu Zhang and another. Mr. He. Upon discerning the situation below, the group hesitated to act rashly, instinctively increasing the distance between themselves and Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang's divine sense swept over them, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. The strongest among them was merely at the early stage of fourth order, too weak. His gaze settled on one of them, enshrouded in blood fiend, and according to the information from the spiritual eye, this person also originated from the Three Prisons sect. The others had varied origins, likely having some connections with Hida. After a brief contemplation, Chu Zhang remotely unleashed a sword aura, which flew through 1,000 miles of void and instantaneously beheaded the person from the Three Prisons sect, sending a surge of blood into the sky. The remaining individuals scattered like frightened birds at once. Have you also come to save him? Chu Zhang looked up into the sky at the few cultivators left in the distance, asking indifferently. His returning to Void Realm aura was unmistakable and entirely unmasked. Not at all, we were just passing by. I have merely crossed paths with Hida, Elder, please don't misunderstand. One by one, they spoke, retreating even further without any hesitation, clearly dissociating themselves from Hida. If that's not the case, then leave. Those who remain here after 3 breaths will die. He spoke nonchalantly and then closed his eyes again, refraining from further actions as he waited for Hida's brother. The remaining figures disappeared quickly, leaving no trace behind. While the blood still floating in the air had yet to cool, ups and downs resurfaced above the void. Several dark figures squeezed out of a spatial channel, a pungent scent of blood assaulting the senses. Chu Zhang glanced upward, slightly intrigued. A 5th-order mythical beast had arrived, already transformed into a demon, with a green face and ferocious fangs resembling a massive ape, with a broad back and body covered in pitch-black mane, and strong, muscular limbs. Beside the beast stood several cultivators in black robes, all from the Three Prisons sect, with the leading figure appearing to be nearly 60 years old and at Fifth Order cultivation, holding a significant position within the Three Prisons sect. "Elder Gu, save me!" Seeing the elder, Hida's expression turned to one of excitement, as if seeing a lifeline, and he repeatedly cried out for help. Elder Gu, sensing Chu Zhang's powerful aura, became solemn and did not dare to act rashly. After contemplating for a few moments, he slowly said, "Fellow Daoist, if my disciple has offended in any way, please speak frankly. If there has been any offense, we are willing to apologize on their behalf and offer compensation." While he spoke, he already had a plan in mind. If this man demanded too much, they would have to abandon Hida. Before he could further ponder the situation, Chu Zheng, who was seated on the ground, suddenly opened his mouth to inhale sharply, concentrating his vitality, qi, and spirit into a single line within a moment. From his primordial spirit, a fierce qi surged, filling his lungs and heart. The next instant, he opened his mouth and violently exhaled a tricolored mystical light that surged from his throat. Upon contact with the air, the mystical light instantly transformed into spirit flame, igniting the void and directly targeting the group of cultivators from the Three Prisons sect. Elder Gu's complexion drastically changed, and he repeatedly emitted sharp cries, activating some command spell. The pitch-black ape demon suddenly became frenzied, grew in size, and its mane stood erect, emitting a dark metallic glow that shielded the Three Prisons sect cultivators behind it. Concurrently, Elder Gu attempted to open a spatial channel to escape, but his expression changed in an instant. The surrounding void had been completely severed, the space was thoroughly sealed, leaving no way to traverse through space. Roar! The ape demon managed only to resist for a moment before letting out an agonizing howl, its body enwrapped by the three-colored spiritual flames and turned instantly into smoke. Soul and body were incinerated thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. After devouring the ape demon, the three-colored spiritual flames blazed even fiercer. "Fellow Daoist, please show mercy." Elder Gu cried out repeatedly, but received no response. The three-colored spiritual flames spread across the sky, casting a glaze-like light, and in an instant, incinerated all the cultivators present. After a few moments, the space was filled with floating vestment robes and storage magic treasures, which Chu Jing collected with a wave of his hand. Simultaneously, he reached out and called back the Samadhi true fire from the air, swallowing it into his stomach, bringing back a pure stream of qi. The Samadhi true fire, a strange flame forged from the fusion of vitality, qi, and spirit, incinerates the primordial spirit and body without harming inanimate objects. If a magic artifact contained a true spirit, the true spirit would also be refined, reverted to a mere mortal weapon. This was a great divine power, effortlessly wielded only after achieving perfect refinement and stepping into the returning to void realm. Watching this spectacle, Hida was momentarily stunned, his heart feeling as if it had turned to ashes. Chu Jing did not consider his thoughts and continued to wait for his prey. Sunset arrived in the blink of an eye. After Elder Gu, only one group of people came, just glanced from afar, then directly avoided, not even speaking to Chu Jing. More than 100 messages were sent, and altogether 3 groups of people came, totaling merely more than 10 individuals. The extent of Hida's usual popularity was evident. "Where is your brother?" As night fell, Chu Jing grew impatient. This area was only so big, no matter how much one hurried, they should have arrived. The Tribulation chi seemed to be both present and absent, which truly made him uncomfortable. "My brother and I have severed our ties long ago and no longer contact each other. He will not come." Knowing that there was little chance of survival today, Hida snorted softly, no longer pleading, his expression indifferent. "If you want to kill, then kill." Before his words fell, a figure stealthily approached under the moonlight. "Why did you come here?" Seeing the face of the visitor, Hida's eyes showed a trace of panic. "Bloodshot, go back." Chu Jing glanced over, and it was a youth about 13 or 14 years old, bearing a slight resemblance to Hida. However, the path this youth walked was completely different from Heda's. The aura of mana in him was very clean, harmoniously aligning with the principles of the five elements, filled with the essence of yin and yang. But his cultivation was weak, only second order. Chu Zheng's eyes flickered, as if weighing options. If this youth was spared, he would be nurturing a tiger that could become troublesome in the future, possibly achieving something significant. But suddenly, he remembered what Niao Longhu had once told him, that at the appropriate time, one should leave some threads of karma, which might be useful in the future. Chu Zheng glanced at Heda not far away, covered his eyes with his hand, then knocked the youth unconscious and directly took him into the small world. When Heda's eyes opened again, the youth's figure was gone. For a moment, his heart agonized intensely, he cursed harshly, "You shall live a lonely and old life, all your relatives and friends will die before your eyes, even with the power to overturn the heavens, it would be of no use." Pfft. Chu Zheng did not wait for Heda to finish cursing, and casually pressed him to death. The instant Heda died, the tribulation chi beside Chu Zheng explosively reacted, intensely stirring, beginning to evolve into a killing tribulation. Seeing this, Chu Zheng could not help but be surprised. After a full circle, it seemed he returned to the starting point. Had he known it would be like this, he wouldn't have bothered. Continue reading stories on freewebnovel.com. The Battlefield of All Heavens. The verdant stars, quietly suspended in the array, faintly diffusing a hint of blood. Between the rugged, continuous volcanoes, at the edge of the boiling magma lake sea. Half-cooled lava suddenly bulged a large bubble, then burst fiercely, from which a figure emerged. Wearing reddish-brown scaled armor, with long hair over the shoulders, covered in blood, at a glance, appearing somewhat pitiful. Ignoring the burns on her body, Song Lingxue carefully wiped the jade book cradled in her arms, seeing it faintly glow, rows of words were moving on it, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Long ago, she passed by this place and engaged in a battle with a group of other kind living in the magma lake sea. During the skirmish, she was swallowed by another kind. Although she barely survived, the jade book she carried was lost. During this period, she stayed here, spending nearly a year, slicing open other kind after other kind. Today she finally found the jade book back. Fortunately, it was not damaged. Song Lingxue felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, her cultivation was sufficient, otherwise, had she delayed further, more accidents might have occurred. During this period, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, already reaching perfect core formation, which was inseparably linked to the heritage she received before. She obtained the entire heritage of the Xiantian martial barrier, including the complete Xiantian scripture, Xiantian seal, 9 divine abilities, and other numerous divine skills such as Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, Xianyu Slash, 7 Steps Aura, Xuanwu True Body, and Spirit Gathering Spell. The martial god who engraved the Xiantian martial barrier had extremely high talent in the martial path, reaching the realm of perfect martial god. Being trapped in this realm, it was likely more to do with the environmental conditions of the Tsangyun realm, otherwise, his achievements wouldn't have stopped here. The Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon technique alone provided immense aid to Song Lingxue, allowing her to consume other kind for nourishment. On her, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon technique had exerted its true power. Over the years, she continuously absorbed the essence of flesh and blood, cultivating a terrifying body, her divine strength capable of capturing dragons, and protected by a blood fiend. The martial path inherently requires the absorption of flesh and blood for nourishment, yet the Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon technique undoubtedly utilizes the vital essence of flesh and blood to its utmost limit. Song Lingxue's physical strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary martial cultivator. She could faintly sense that this divine skill was far from reaching its limit. With the nourishment of a great amount of vital essence from flesh and blood, her root bones seemed to be subtly transforming, making her martial path cultivation increasingly smooth. In this process, the accumulated blood fiend became her strongest means of protection and survival, transforming unpredictably and offering both offense and defense, far superior to divine weapons. With Song Lingxue's current martial Dao Third Realm perfection cultivation, ordinary fourth order other kind would not last 3 rounds against her. Once she stepped into the martial Tao fourth realm gathering spirit, stimulating the divine orifice within her body, she could even go further and attempt to contend with a fifth order other kind. Upon this star, the strongest other kind was merely at the initial stage of the sixth order. Now, with close to 10 years left, completing this blood trial and joining the martial hall was no longer an illusory dream. Having read through the letters Chu Jing had sent during this time, Song Lingshui hesitated slightly before replying with one, simply assuring her safety. The letter only mentioned that she had been in retreat recently, without referring to anything else. The ceaseless life and death battles had placed an exceedingly heavy burden on her body, especially the immense strain on the heart caused by the surging blood qi in life-threatening moments, often making her feel as though she couldn't catch her breath. But these, she did not wish to tell Chu Jing. She only knew that Chu Jing was in the myriad realms, not aware of the exact situation, just as Chu Jing did not understand her current circumstances. Separated by the starry sea, even if there were troubles, they were beyond reach. Complaining, aside from unsettling the other person, was pointless. Myriad realms. Song Lingshui caressed the jade book, muttering under her breath. The myriad realms were even more distant than the Immortal Alliance, yet very close to all heavens. Given the current identities and standings of the two, her desire to meet Chu Jing seemed the most feasible through the battlefield that connected all heavens and myriad realms. Continue your adventure at Freeweb Novel. After a long moment, Song Lingshui shook her head, no longer dwelling on it, and after securely storing the jade book, she promptly left the stretch of continuous volcanoes. She still needed to seek more powerful other kind flesh and blood to aid her in advancing to the next level. Initially, Xie Xingzhong had informed her that there were 17 years available, but she did not wish to wait that long. The sooner she completed the blood trial, the better her evaluation in the eyes of the martial hall's higher-ups would be, impacting the resources she would receive in the future. This was something she could fight for herself. The premise for receiving cultivation was to show one's potential to bear fruits. Qingyun Realm. Northeast Territory. The brilliant sun hung high in the sky, its divine radiance dazzlingly brilliant, overshadowing the stars. Between the chain of mountains, Chu Jing sat cross-legged at the summit. Not far in front of him, stood a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Chu Jing had already ascertained the identity of this boy. He was the son of Hide, named He Yunjin. Though father and son, they were not from the Three Prisons sect but instead belonged to the Star Moon sect, practicing the legitimate Yin-Yang Sutra and Five Elements technique. It was contrary to common sense that father and son shared blood relations, yet their cultivation paths were so markedly divergent. He Yunjin hung his head low, his hands clenched into fists at his side, clearly in a state of inner turmoil. You have committed no wrong, so today I will not kill you and spare your life. Chu Jing weighed his options and decided to leave this thread of karma intact. You will not kill me? He Yunjin abruptly looked up, his eyes bloodshot with incomprehension. Spare the son after killing the father, cutting the grass without removing the roots, what is the meaning? The boy's reaction left Chu Jing somewhat puzzled, wondering whether it was out of a desire to prolong his own life that he had stayed to ask such a question. I am called Chu Jing. If you wish to seek revenge, you are welcome to find me at any time. At this point, Chu Jing paused and continued, however, you only have one chance. If you come seeking revenge and your cultivation is insufficient and your skills are not refined, I will send you to join your father. After a moment of silence, Chu Jing nonchalantly waved his hand, go. Previously, he would not have let He Yunjin go to prevent future troubles, but now, it was no longer necessary. Or rather, he was somewhat looking forward to He Yunjin actually growing strong enough to become a challenge to him. The disappearance of the heavenly tribulation was not a good thing for him. As a dual-path cultivator, his burden of tribulation chi was heavier than that of ordinary chi cultivators, and he needed some trials to lighten his own tribulation chi. Burying some threads of karma could be useful in the future. The only thing he was mildly concerned about was whether He Yunjin's cultivation speed could keep up with him. It was possible that this thread of karma might break before it could be used, unknowingly severed at some unexpected moment. He Yunjin didn't say anything further. He took a deep look at Chu Jing, seemingly engraving his image deep into his divine soul, and after a long while, he turned and left. Chuzheng closed his eyes, sensing the surging tribulation chi around him. The killing tribulation had begun, and within at most a day, trouble would come knocking. It must be on account of Heda's death. The identity of the approaching person was not yet clear. After a moment of contemplation, Chuzheng abruptly stood up and tore a space tunnel open. In just over a dozen breaths, he was already standing before an ancient peak millions of miles away. Engraved on the cliff were the words 3 prisons, below which were 3 totemic images, symbolizing the human prison, earth prison, and heaven prison, the 3 cages. The cultivation ethos of the 3 prisons sect was to break free from the 3 prisons and achieve transcendence, allegedly the true meaning handed down from some ancient Taoist orthodoxy. However, since most of the scrolls had been lost, what remained was only a shadow of their former selves, devoid of any true essence. At the peak, pavilions and towers stood erect, not far from a square with 2 pitch-black coiled dragon pillars supporting a horizontal beam, which held up a large bronze bell. Behind the ancient peak, there was a plain artificially carved out, stretching for hundreds of miles, surrounded by arrays, serving as a sect residence. This place was the 3 prisons sect. As soon as he arrived, Chuzheng noticed the stench of blood on the wind. On one side of the plain, there was a ranch, half hidden among the mountains, which bred a large number of other kind of low-grade. Obviously, these were used as feed for the beast demons. Although the myriad heavens and realms stood on the same front, other kind were ultimately other kind, feeding on humans. Breeding other kind was a taboo in the Qingyun realm and not something that could be discussed openly. The air was thick with the stench of blood, making Chuzheng somewhat uncomfortable. He did not hide his presence, and it wasn't long before some cultivators spotted him. 2 black-clad disciples approached on controlled tools and inquired, "What brings you here, sir?" Their tone was still somewhat polite. "My name is Chuzheng." Chuzheng relaxed his slightly furrowed brow and flashed a smile. "I'm here today to annihilate your sect." He did not wish to investigate whether the misfortune of the 3 prisons sect was connected to his fate. To prevent further complications, he decided to take matters into his own hands and eradicate them first. Such a Taoist orthodoxy was a bane upon the world if left to exist. It was better to go with the flow and do a good deed. The faces of the 2 black-clad cultivators changed instantly, and instead of attacking Chuzheng, they turned tail and fled frantically toward the depths of the sect. Coming here alone and still daring to make such outrageous statements, whether or not this man had the ability to annihilate the sect, he was certainly not someone 2 minor sect guardians could handle. Chuzheng did not rush to take action, watching the 2 return to the summit of the ancient peak, where they struck the large bronze bell. Dong. 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 The bell rang out 9 times, its echo lingered on. From what he learned about the 3 prisons sect and its cultivators from Elder Gu and other remnants, Chuzheng gained some understanding of the sect. 9 bell tolls meant the sect faced tremendous trouble, with foreign enemies at its door. 12 bell tolls signified the disaster of annihilation. Obviously, those 2 disciples still harbored doubts about Chuzheng's strength. The moment the bell sounded, the arrays enveloping the area soared into the sky, coalescing into a light curtain, blocking Chuzheng's path. Chuzheng's expression remained calm, his 9 orifices golden core within rotated slightly as yuan qi surged wildly, and with a single step, his form began to expand rapidly. Great divine power, law of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Chuzheng's form towered over the ancient peak in front of the 3 prisons sect. In just a few moments, the 1000-zhang ancient peak barely reached his waist, appearing somewhat delicate in comparison. As his body expanded, Chuzheng's face changed slightly, becoming blurred as if shrouded in mist, revealing a ghostly visage with green fangs and fierce features. Law of heaven and earth was the mimicry of the mysteries of heaven and earth, transforming oneself into heaven. The faces it revealed inherently carried divine authority. This was the external manifestation of divine skills, not just a simple change in form. With each moment, Chuzheng's yuan qi was violently consumed, but in return, the qi strength he could wield within his body skyrocketed by more than 100-fold. Chuzheng moved slightly, raising his hand and slamming it down. In the sky above, the space cracked open like a spider web. The enormous palm swept through the void, carrying a momentum that, though it seemed slow, came with the urgency of rolling thunder. It crashed heavily upon the formation light curtain. Crack, the rising formation light curtain could not even last for a moment before it was shattered by a single palm strike. The torn formation patterns scattered everywhere, emitting trails of brilliant colors. As his palm neared the ancient peak, Chuzheng halted his hand, pointing a fingertip toward the ancient bronze bell and flicking it lightly. Dong. 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 3 consecutive bell tolls, added to the previous 9, totaled 12. Only then did the members of the 3 prisons sect seem to truly react. Countless figures rose up into the sky, led by more than a dozen other kind, charging towards Chuzheng. Among them, Chuzheng spotted a god horse that had just entered the 6th order, with 4 wings growing behind its back, pitch black as if forged from dark iron, leaving black hoof prints in the void, commanding great awe. Looking at the multitude of cultivators rushing in like a swarm of ants, Chuzheng remained untroubled, lifting his hand for a sweeping strike. The sounds of wind and thunder rose again, large swathes of the void suddenly collapsed, compressed into fragments. The charging pitch-black divine horse, caught in the forefront, burst with blood. In the sky, it exploded into a mist of blood, instantly flattened into a patty. The more than 10 cultivators beside him were struck by the force of the palm print, bursting into pieces and dying one after another. After a single palm strike, Chuzheng was somewhat out of breath. Law of heaven and earth, after all, is a great divine power, and pushing it to its limit had greatly drained him. In just those dozen or so breaths, the yuan qi within his golden core had nearly run dry, with no repair panel to continue. Chuzheng's thoughts stirred slightly, and the immortal power from his lower dantian flowed throughout his body, replacing the yuan qi and sustaining his dharma phase. Now, the immortal power could also activate chi-refining divine abilities. These 2 Taoist orthodoxies were fusing more and deeper inside Chuzheng's body. This was even more so after he had stepped into the immortal tribulation. With the support of immortal power, Chuzheng's breathing returned to normal, and he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked the ancient peak inscribed with the 3 prisons totem. Boom, the whole ancient peak rose from the ground and collided with the many approaching cultivators. Poo-poo-poo-poo, a series of muffled sounds followed, and the ancient peak became bloodied, with limbs and flesh flying everywhere. The ancient peak flew less than 10,000 zhang before it thunderously collapsed, bringing down most of the 3 prison sect's residents like a mountain collapsing. Chuzheng took a deep breath, and a divine light shone from his mouth. In the next instant, the samadhi true fire poured out of his throat, covering the sky. The blaze obscured the heavens, the light of the great sun was hidden, and the world was filled with 3-colored spiritual light. In a flash, the samadhi true fire engulfed the 3 prison sect's residents, including the pasture, leaving no survivors. After a long while, Chuzheng took a deep breath, withdrew the samadhi true fire, and then, after a while, exhaled a clear breath. The breeze swept through the world, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged by 100-fold. The ancient peak, cleansed by the samadhi true fire, sprouted many spiritual grasses and immortal blossoms. Chuzheng did not absorb the essence qi transformed from the flesh and blood, he returned it to the heavens and earth. This essence qi was impure, too tainted with malevolence, which would sully his golden core and contaminate the single breath of purity discussed among qi cultivators. His divine sense swept through heaven and earth and, having confirmed there were no survivors, Chuzheng finally withdrew his dharma phase, took a spirit pill, and began to recuperate. Continue your adventure with freewebnovel.com. Even though he still had repair attempts left, he decided to save them for emergencies. In an instant, the sky turned to dusk, and the yuan qi and immortal power within Chuzheng's body had recovered nearly 90%. After slowly ending his practice, Chuzheng prepared to leave. Stop right there. Just as he was about to move, a whisper came from the void, and a figure emerged. He, 6th Order Inner Sect Elder of the Star Moon Sect, 542 years of bone age, specializes in yin-yang heaven-extending scripture, with a secondary focus on nurturing artifacts. Chu Jing withdrew the spiritual light from his eyes, contemplating. The nurturing artifacts path was another branch of the cultivation path, using all of one's mana and essence blood to feed an artifact. Compared to the life-bound immortal treasure of the immortal path, it was more extreme, placing everything into a single weapon. Chu Jing did not answer his question but responded with a faint smile and a counter-question. If it were you, would you not remove the roots when cutting the grass? Was it you who killed Hide? Have you seen He Yanjin? He questioned with a cold voice, clad in a black and white Taoist robe, his pupils swirling with yin-yang dual qi, mysteriously revealing themselves. Chu Zhang's gaze flickered slightly, a touch of amusement surfacing in his heart. He Yi's first question upon meeting was not concern for Hide, but for his nephew. This significance made him think of many things. Chu Jing did not answer his question, instead responded with a faint smile and a counter-question. If it were you, would you not remove the roots when cutting the grass? Was it you who killed Hide? Have you seen He Yanjin? He questioned with a cold voice, clad in a black and white Taoist robe, and his pupils swirled mysteriously with yin-yang dual qi. Chu Zhang's gaze flickered slightly, amusement brimming in his heart. He Yi's first question upon meeting was not concern for Hide, but for his nephew. This significance inevitably led him to think of many things. He did not cultivate the evil path, his nature was pure and good. Why did you kill him? Return my son's life. Buzz, a five-colored profound light shone in the sky. Let me ask you, where is He Yanjin? He Yi's pupils were filled with rage, nearly deranged, as he attacked without any reservation. The five-colored profound light covered the sky, and in its cycles, yin-yang dual qi emerged, forming countless magic treasures and weapons, aggressively pressing towards Chu Jing. Chu Jing had no interest in exploring the blood relationship between He Yi and the others at this moment. The tribulation qi surging beside him was enough to prove that He Yi's fate was intertwined with his. The only thing that puzzled him was how, with He Yi's cultivation, he could manage to harm him. He had entered the immortal tribulation. Apart from the falling star bow and a set of semi-immortal treasure armor for protection, he had no other handy magical treasures, yet he was an entire major realm higher than He Yi. With such a vast gap in cultivation, suppressing He Yi would be as effortless as blowing off dust. With a bit of caution, Chu Jing did not act rashly. The five elements qi circulated within his body, and yin-yang dual qi emanated from his primordial spirit, rubbing together to produce a strand of lightning. Bang! The dazzling thunder slashed across the sky, tearing through the five-colored profound light with a loud rumble that echoed throughout the land. The magic treasures and weapons formed by the yin-yang dual qi crumbled instantly under the fierce thunder, clearing the heavens and earth in a flash. Thunder method? Are you a qi culturator? He Yi's palm went numb as he staggered back several steps, his heart violently shaking, halting his actions, somewhat hesitant for a moment. Qi cultivators from the Taoist school, within the Qingyun realm, were considered a somewhat mysterious existence. Many Daoist sects had avoided the world, not seen in public for a long time. Stay tuned with freewebnovel.com. Though there were few Qi culturators, behind each one, there might be an old master close to the end of their lifespan. Those Qi culturators old enough to have founded sects generally had cultivation profound enough to manipulate the natural world, if not mysterious immortal, then at least at the level of a celestial immortal. Qi culturators were always protective. When they acted, they eradicated completely. If he attacked this person and provoked revenge, it could even bring great disaster to his sect behind him. Seeing He standing still for a long time without moving, Chu Jing frowned slightly. Why have you stopped? He came to his senses, staring at Chu Jing, recalling He Yanjin, his pupils once again covered with blood. A father's duty is to avenge his son. Even if it risked his own Dao, he must slay this man today. In the void, a sword cry sounded, and 5 spiritual lights flew out from He Yi's dantian, turning into 5 spirit swords. In an instant, sword qi flooded like clouds and rain, interweaving into an extensive sword array that slowly formed a spatial cage. Chu Zhang's pupils flickered with a hint of spiritual light, seeing through the reality and illusion of the sword array, somewhat surprised for a moment. The five-element sword formation used by he shared a clever resemblance to the sword array he had used before. But, speaking of that, wanting to harm him still fell short by a lot. He possessed a five-element spiritual body, and within his dantian lay the five elements immortal root. His understanding of the five elements far surpassed he. This kind of sword array was full of loopholes in his eyes. Even if Chuzheng lacked these advantages, simply using the common techniques of a chi cultivator would not take much effort to break this sword array. The techniques of the Yin-Yang family had too many similarities with the Daoist sect, originating from the same source, inseparable from the logic of mutual generation and overcoming among the five elements. Chuzheng's eyes grew slightly cold. If he had no other techniques to use, it was time to end this farce. At this moment, he felt somewhat disappointed, originally hoping for a decisive battle. Now, it looked as if, even if he killed he, it would hardly alleviate the destined tribulation. Within a few breaths, the five-element sword array was fully formed. Chuzheng stood beneath it, completely unmoved, surrounded by a five-colored profound light, raising his hand to point. A dazzling immortal essence shot out, splitting into five, instantly piercing through the descending five-element sword array. The internal cycle of the five elements generating and overcoming was directly severed. The interwoven sword chi suddenly collapsed, and the five spirit swords buzzed tremulously, recoiling back. He's expression turned slightly frantic, as if at a loss, subconsciously retreating. Chuzheng's brow slightly furrowed as he pressed forward, his spiritual perception pausing slightly, subtly sensing something was not right. A moment later, he had closed to within less than 10 yards of he, within arm's reach. The panic on he's face disappeared, his eyes flashed with resolution, and his body suddenly ignited with blood flames. His filled body nearly instantly desiccated, the Naiwan palace in his brow flashed brilliantly, revealing a blood-colored flying dagger. Sizz, a barely perceptible soft sound whistled through the air. The moment the flying dagger emerged, it vanished into the void, and almost simultaneously appeared in front of Chuzheng's brow, far faster than thousands of bolts of lightning. Thud. Even though Chuzheng had anticipated it, at such a close distance, he still couldn't react in time. His head only moved an inch, still getting pierced by the flying dagger. The frontal bone was penetrated, and the skull was split open on one side, the flying dagger pressing straight towards the sea of consciousness, emitting a blood-colored blade light, instantly slashing Chuzheng's primordial spirit. The material of the flying dagger was extremely special, not ordinary iron, wrapped with intense yang qi, possessing tremendous lethality against the divine soul. With the primordial spirit injured, severe pain swept over him. Even for someone like Chuzheng, who was used to enduring torture, his thoughts scattered in disarray, almost beyond his control. After the strike, he fell from the sky, his essence blood completely depleted, barely breathing, yet his eyes were startlingly bright, staring intently at Chuzheng floating in the air, filled with satisfaction. The nurturing artifacts technique, using all his essence blood as a sacrifice to nurture a supreme spirit weapon, was indeed his last resort. Although after the strike, he was almost burned out, he could ensure that the wound inflicted by his dagger, even if this person had many more techniques, would not escape this disaster. Even if by some fluke he survived, he would still fall into a state of confusion for life. Suspended in midair, Chuzheng struggled to gather his wits, pulling up the panel, and using up all of today's repair chances. Compared to ordinary cultivators, his primordial spirit was inherently divided into the two sides of yin and yang. Although the yang qi on this flying dagger caused him significant injury, it was still not enough to make him fall into idiocy. For an ordinary cultivator in the early stages of the Immortal Tribulation, being hit by this dagger without a supreme treasure to protect the primordial spirit would undoubtedly mean death. The intense pain deep within the primordial spirit was soon soothed, but due to the heavy injury, merely 6 repairs were not enough to return Chuzheng to his peak condition, residual pain still lingering. Chuzheng glanced at he on the ground, his eyes flickering with light. He, knowing he was a chi cultivator, still chose to confront him with the 5-element sword array, which was really just a distraction to make him let his guard down, before pulling out this last-ditch trump card. Indeed, it had an effect. In the urgency of the moment, if it wasn't for his keen spiritual perception sensing something amiss, the injury would have been much more serious, even to the extent of losing his normal consciousness. Having suffered this strike, the tribulation aura surrounding him had significantly calmed. This tribulation had finally passed. Quickly, Chujing steadied himself and raised his hand to capture the flying dagger that had pierced his primordial spirit. The flying dagger did not possess a true spirit, it was merely an inanimate object. This was also the uniqueness of the artifact nurturing path. The spirit of the weapon was the divine soul of the artifact nurturer, requiring no other spirit soul to reside within. Immortal slaying flying dagger, 6th order, a spirit weapon nurtured within the body as a furnace, possessing great potential for growth, deeply fused with the divine soul, and difficult to separate. This immortal slaying flying dagger had almost completely merged with He's divine soul, where the dagger was the divine soul, and the divine soul was the dagger, inseparable, making it difficult to be used by others. A cultivator sacrifices his essence blood to nurture such a spirit weapon, which naturally differs from ordinary magic treasures and had already become part of the cultivator's body. You're unharmed. Witnessing Chujing landing smoothly, his breath faint, despair flashed in his eyes, the previous satisfaction completely gone. Chujing played with the flying dagger on his fingertip, deep in thought. After weighing it for a moment, he raised his hand and pressed the flying dagger into He's brow. The repair mechanism activated, pulling He back from the brink of death. Although still drained of all essence blood, he now had a spark of life, and with over 10 years of recuperation, he could barely be unharmed. What do you mean by this? For a moment, He was stunned, unable to comprehend Chujing's action. You and your son are rather lucky. These past few days, I've just considered leaving the roots after cutting the grass. Chujing spoke flatly, and after searching He's body for a moment, he found the previously mentioned 5 flying swords and a storage spirit ring. 5 elements spiritual sword, 6th order, a set of spirit weapons forged from the essence of the 5 elements, containing a true spirit with certain potential for advancement. This set of 5 elements spiritual swords, made of rare materials, was also useful for Chujing at this point. If he could obtain 5 elements immortal gold in the future, he could further enhance its grade. Chujing directly suppressed the true spirit within and began to refine it in his dantian. The storage spirit ring contained numerous spirit stones, elixirs, a few magic treasures, and a few scrolls of profound insights about the Yin-Yang family. Chujing quickly glanced through them, which to some extent corroborated his own understanding, but were not of much use. His understanding of the 5 elements and yin-yang paths was profound, unmarred by any obscurities during his cultivation. Any occasional confusions would clear up after a bit of contemplation. After emptying the storage spirit ring, Chujing casually tossed it back and got up to leave. You're not killing me? He's voice came from behind, filled with strong puzzlement. Chujing turned around, surprised. Indeed, father and son. Looking at the stunned Chujing couldn't help but smile. Yanjin once asked the same question. You may ask him about the reason, although, he probably doesn't know yet that you're his father. Yanjin was still too young, hoping for him to become a calamity was less plausible than placing hope on But having reached the 6th order at just over 500 years, comparable to Tongxian on the immortal path, his talent was not inferior to that of a superior immortal bone, even capable of using techniques to counteract while drained of essence blood and gravely injure him, which was commendable. If left alive, he might bring some surprises in the future. Yunjin is still alive? He was instantly dazed, shaking his head slowly. Impossible. I have deduced his whereabouts, to no avail. Chujing did not explain further and turned to leave. While he was deducing the whereabouts, Yanjin was probably in his small world, which explained why the deduction found nothing. The destruction of the 3 prisons sect caused considerable ripples. Among many small nations in the northeast, rumors of Qi cultivators entering the world and experiencing tribulation started to circulate, inevitably leading to some alarm. The higher the cultivation of a Qi cultivator undergoing tribulations, the more people die. Many cultivators end up involved in these tribulations and die without even knowing why. After the battle with He, the tribulation aura around him had significantly calmed. He wouldn't be affected much in the short term. If it were any ordinary Qi cultivator, this tribulation could lead to several years, even decades, of peace. But for Chu Jing, this was merely a temporary solution, treating the symptoms but not the cause. His cultivation was in a state of rapid advancement. Within a year at most, his cultivation would progress further, entering the second fold of the Immortal Tribulation. If he were to consume immortal Qi, this pace would quicken even more. At that time, another wave of tribulation aura will emerge. Additionally, his own Qi refinement's cultivation will also increase, making undergoing the tribulation imminently necessary. P.S. Some content needs modification. Hearing the news about Shang Songyun, Chu Jing couldn't help but feel worried. Just as he had previously speculated, once he had stepped into the realm of Immortal Monarch, Shang Songyun had no place to reside in the great universe. He became an enemy of the entire world. Shang Songyun's predicament was inextricably linked to him. If it weren't for sending him to the myriad realms, Shang Songyun wouldn't have broken with the Immortal Alliance so precipitously. At least he would have had more time to prepare, rather than being so rushed. The personal involvement of an immortal emperor had proven the severity of the matter. On Shang Songyun's person, there were likely many huge secrets unknown to ordinary people. The crux of the issue was inseparable from the uniqueness of the Songyun realm. As a great realm under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Alliance, the fact that Songyun cultivators could not merge with immortal blood to become immortal descendants was already highly unusual. Shang Songyun, Zhao Tingxian, and Chu Jing himself were all born from the Songyun realm, coupled with his discovery of the ancestral Dao golden body and the eternal Calamity treasure record in the Songyun secret realm. It wasn't necessary to think too deeply to guess that great secrets were hidden within the Songyun realm. In ancient times or the ancient era, the Songyun realm must have experienced some earth-shattering cataclysm, which even up to today, continues to affect all the living creatures of the entire realm. This was perhaps not unrelated to the outer realm demons in the vast universe. Chu Jing pondered for a long while, sighing. His cultivation was improving at an alarmingly rapid pace, but it was still far too inferior to the realm of a being like Shang Songyun. Moreover, Shang Songyun had not yet reached the pinnacle of the great universe and had been forced to find neither path in heaven nor gate on earth, only to enter the vast universe. The vast universe was definitely not a good place to go. Otherwise, Shang Songyun would not have hesitated for so long, delaying in taking that step. Now, Chu Jing could fully predict that as his cultivation advanced, the road ahead would become increasingly difficult, with the tribulation Qi alone consuming untold amounts of his mental energy. After hearing of Shang Songyun's predicament, Chu Jing continued his travels through various nations, visiting many Taoist orthodoxies, primarily to gather information about the vast universe. Meanwhile, he extracted primordial Qi methodically, slowly repairing the Emperor Jade Wall. During this period, the information from various Taoist orthodoxies indeed led to some discoveries. The myriad realms had also suffered from the incursions of outer realm demons, with many cultivators' bodies being tainted with evil Qi after death, falling to become evil demons. Every time the outer realm demons descended, they brought with them a rain of blood and violence. Discover exclusive content at freewebnovel.com about the outer realm demons. There was a vague rumor in the myriad realms that if one's body was tainted with evil Qi, their soul would not rest in peace after death and would have difficulty in reincarnation. As for the notion of reincarnation, although rumors existed in the great universe, not a single person who had actually been to the Yellow Springs could be found to verify it with specific examples. The theory of the cycle of life and death originated, according to legend, from an extremely powerful cultivator who, after the demise of his flesh, his primordial spirit remained in the world, not dispersing for a long time, transforming into a Yin god. After people learned of it, they began to speculate further, believing that even mortals, after death, their souls would not simply dissipate but would enter the Yellow Springs below, to be reincarnated. Especially for some mortals, who often dream of their deceased relatives sending messages in dreams after they passed away, this further validated the existence of the soul. After many cultivators diligently investigated, it was finally confirmed that divine souls were not cultivated but innate, varying only in strength. Some long-lived powerful cultivators have personally witnessed people identical to their deceased acquaintances, not just in appearance, but even in temperament and preferences, further corroborating the theory of reincarnation. Occasionally, there were rumors of cultivators awakening memories of past lives and obtaining supreme marvelous methods, subsequently soaring to great heights. But regardless, reincarnation, across all worlds, remained only speculation, with no one having seen the yellow springs with their own eyes. Many cultivators even regarded the vast universe as the underworld, and those outer realm demons in their eyes were like ghosts and gods, indistinguishable from one another. As for reincarnation, Chuzheng naturally never doubted it, for how else could he awaken his innate wisdom and still retain memories from his past life? The yellow springs must surely exist, but their exact location remains unknown. In the process of gathering information, news about Qi cultivators entering the world and experiencing tribulations gradually spread. Many Taoist orthodoxies were no longer in contact with the living, becoming much more cautious, which caused Chuzheng no small trouble. Originally, between the many Taoist orthodoxies of the nations, there had been many disputes and frictions on ordinary days, with occasional conflicts, but these days, they had eerily fallen into a calm. All cultivators' eyes were scouting in secret, wanting to know from where this unknown Qi cultivator would emerge. For a Qi cultivator, when undergoing tribulations, they were nearly no different from a disaster star, bringing calamity to others and themselves. Becoming involved with them was unlikely to end well. Against natural and man-made disasters, few cultivators possessed sufficient strength to withstand the invisible risks that could arise at any time. In the end, Chuzheng stopped in front of a stretch of divine palaces. As gathering information was becoming increasingly difficult and the tribulation Qi was once again gathering to a significant degree, transforming into tribulations was imminent and he could not afford to waste more time on trivial matters. The divine palace in front of him stretched over 100 pavilions, spanning tens of miles, bustling with streams of people. Within it, incense fire willpower coalesced into clouds, a divine palace belonging to an incense fire deity. Chuzheng's divine sense lightly swept over, and he became aware of the honorific title of the deity before him. Jade Pot Spirit Lord. A recently ascended 5th Order incense fire god. Before Chuzheng approached the divine palace, a figure appeared before him, slightly ethereal, clad in a wide divine robe, exuding the majesty of someone accustomed to higher status. It was the incarnation of the Jade Pot Spirit Lord. The lesser god bows before the supreme deity, the incense spirituality prostrated with a humble tone and a very low posture, opening a pathway and guiding Chuzheng deep into the divine palace. As a fellow incense fire god, he could sense the almost endless willingness on Chuzheng, far stronger than himself, exceeding him by tens or hundreds of times. This was a formidable deity with hundreds of millions of followers. In the entire Qingyun realm, hardly a few could be found. At first glance, it was clear he was a visitor from outside the realm, and for a moment, the Jade Pot Spirit Lord was somewhat trembling with trepidation. I will borrow your divine palace to stay for some time. Once my business is concluded, I will depart. Chuzheng was straightforward. The second fold of Immortal Tribulation was imminent, and he needed to prepare once more for the ordeal through incarnation and required a place for secluded meditation. This location saw many cultivators coming and going and had a wide information network, enabling him to timely learn about the goings-on within the Zhongyun realm. The supreme deity may make himself comfortable as he pleases. The Jade Pot Spirit Lord dared not refuse and immediately arranged a secret chamber for Chuzheng to settle in. As night descended, the moon shone silver, hanging low over the earth. Colorful starlight crisscrossed the firmament, and through the secret chamber, Chuzheng's gaze penetrated scrupulously as he began to search for information about the world. However, among the myriad realms, the starlight he saw had undergone a change, and the feelings he had within the territories of the Immortal Alliance were completely different. The starry sky above had changed, so naturally, there wouldn't be the same floating starlight. The starlight Chuzheng saw now was mostly enveloped in a chill fog, making it impossible to see what lay beyond the stars clearly. Moreover, many starlights intertwined at one point, obscured by the high-density aggregation of the Great Realm, making it difficult to find suitable targets. After a slight hesitation, Chujing did not ponder further and randomly chose a starlight to follow up. When he opened his eyes again, Chujing saw dark gray iron walls close at hand, covered with various talisman papers above. The air was pregnant with an exceedingly complex odor, a mix of blood, an indescribable stench, and the unique scent of metal, oppressive and murky. This incarnation to go through the tribulation was different from before. The moment he stepped into the starlight, he was drawn by an unknown force and then lost consciousness. He could not even remember how he had chosen this body. The body was only a young adolescent, no more than a dozen years in bone age, yet the yin qi within was terribly heavy, the limbs were half stiffened, and in a short period of time, it would become a full corpse demon, also known as a zombie. The space around was extremely small, all made of metallic iron walls, akin to an iron coffin, completely sealed without any cracks, and both the walls were carved with talismanic pattern and covered with talisman papers as though to suppress some evil creature. After concentrating for a moment, Chujing felt something was off. The air was thick with yin qi entwined with yin evil, which was enough to prove that even if the outside world wasn't an extremely yin place, it was likely a mass grave. Chujing pulled up the panel and glanced at some information about his current body. Xia Guangzong, Zeroth Order Bone Age 12, born at a time rich in yin during a year of yin, natural yin qi passing through his viscera, beaten to death with heavy resentment and died, fed on human blood and has transformed into a half-corpse demon. Name, Xia Guangzong, Chujing, Cultivation, 2nd Order, Cultivation Technique, None, Repair Master, 7th Order, for 68/16,000, remaining repairs for the day, 4, current reparable, none. Judging by the number of repairs, the density of yuan qi in the outside world wasn't much less compared to the Qingyun realm. He didn't know how much time had passed when Chujing felt a slight shake beneath him, and the iron coffin began to move. The talismanic papers around him blocked the divine sense, preventing Chujing from seeing the outside world, but he could faintly sense several blood qi emanating from living people. Most of the body he now occupied had been refined. The injuries on the flesh were completely repaired, and it had essentially transformed into a corpse demon. Even a repair master's panel couldn't revive him. The heart within his chest no longer beat, the blood in his limbs and bones had come to a halt, congealed in his veins. Chujing was experiencing this near-zombie state for the first time, and he couldn't help but find it somewhat novel. In a half-sleep, half-awake daze, the swaying iron coffin came to a stop again, and the surrounding yin qi gradually faded. He must have left the corpse nourishment site from before. Thump, a dull thud sounded, and soon after, the iron walls glowed a faint red, and streams of fresh blood seeped in, gradually submerging Chujing. The warm blood qi further accelerated the transformation of the corpse. Chujing could vaguely detect his withered body filling out, and as yang qi was infused, the hair all over his body began to grow vigorously. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chujing began operating his qi refining technique, balancing the yin-yang dual qi within his body and attempted to compress the yin qi into a pill first. Corpse demons are innately incomplete, strong in yin and weak in yang, requiring a constant intake of fresh blood to maintain the balance of yin-yang within themselves. Otherwise, an excess of yin qi would backlash, leading to mental disarray, an undesirable path to follow. Chujing didn't want to leave himself with such a drawback, but for now, trapped inside the coffin, he could only make a tentative effort. He had tried to leave his body with his divine soul and choose another fleshly vessel, but this corpse had become like a prison. With his own power, he was utterly unable to break free. In the blink of an eye, over 100 days had passed. Trying qi refining for the first time in the body of a corpse demon, Chujing made a significant discovery. The yin qi in his body far exceeded the yang qi, yet it maintained a delicate balance. During the operation of the qi refining technique, an aura emerged that Chujing found very familiar. This aura was identical to the one that had permeated from the spatial portal to the vast universe when he was in the Tsungyun realm. It belonged to the outer realm demons. The only difference was the aura that had been so repellent to him before now felt extremely close. Through a twist of fate, he seemed to have become a type of living creature very similar to the Outer Realm demons. This discovery was undoubtedly a surprise to Chujing. Stay tuned for updates on freewebnovel.com. After all, corpse demons shared many similarities with the evil demons of the vast universe. Both were transformed from dead bodies and regained consciousness with evil chi shrouding them. As Chujing concentrated on his cultivation, several whispers suddenly came from outside the coffin. This zombie has great potential. I've used a soul summoning technique to call forth a wandering soul to dwell within it, which can help it quickly awaken its consciousness. Can this truly ensure my Gu family's safety? A male child with a Yin body is certainly rare, coupled with a death filled with grievance. If raised properly, he might very well become a corpse king in the future. By then, not only can you ensure the Gu family's safety, but if you wish to be a dominant ruler, it is not an impossible opportunity. Chujing suddenly came back to his senses, his thoughts a brief pause. It seemed the problem with his journey was tied to this soul summoning technique. His divine soul, which had weathered tribulations, was mistaken for a wandering soul and forcibly bound within this body. After the period of cultivation, his divine soul had already merged with this body. The Yin Qi was compressed into a Yin pill, and the weak Yang Qi began to flow within his body. His stiff limbs gradually softened, shedding some of the corpse demon's characteristics. Boom, while he pondered for a moment, the iron coffin above him was suddenly opened, lighting up his view. P.S. Some content needs to be modified. In the small secret chamber, less than 10 feet across, a thick, intense smell of blood lingered. The wall-embedded pearls dyed red by the crimson light reflected from the blood pool, casting a somewhat eerie and sinister ambience. Chujing retracted the spiritual light from his eyes, stood up from the coffin, his movements somewhat stiff. The blood pool mirrored a somewhat gaunt figure, entirely covered with black fur inches long. With a slight movement of his tongue, Chujing could lick the nearly inch-long canine teeth inside his mouth. The two nearby cultivators had mediocre cultivation. The middle-aged Daoist who had just spoken, named Song Zhao, had just entered the Third Order. The cultivator standing beside him, named Gu Zhenshuan, had a cultivation level of only Second-Order perfection. After 100 days Qi cultivation, Chujing had compressed the Yin Qi inside his body into a Yin pill, entering the Third Order. In addition, this body, having absorbed the golden iron Qi from the iron coffin, had become even more formidable. His true combat strength was now among the upper tiers of the Third Order. Chujing stepped out of the iron coffin and gradually adapted to his own body, walking slowly towards the edge of the pool, trudging through the blood water. These two men posed little threat to him now. Seeing that the corpse in the coffin finally reacted, Song Zhao's expression remained serious as he could feel that he couldn't control this zombie as easily as before, like moving his own limb. This situation was akin to the zombie gaining its own consciousness, which made him feel uneasy. He promptly used the corpse control technique again and issued a command, "Stop." Hearing this, Chujing continued his steps unhurriedly, completely unmoved. Seeing Chujing continually draw closer, Song Zhao instinctively took a few steps back, a hint of panic in his eyes. "Daoist Song, what's this?" Seeing his strange reaction, Gu Zhenshuan also realized something was wrong. His expression changed as he watched Chujing approach, his face turning slightly pale. The creature, shrouded in black fur and eyes emitting crimson blood light, was undeniably spine-chilling. A few moments later, Chujing finally dragged his stiff body out of the blood pool. He did not engage with the two men, instead, he just stood quietly, not uttering a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that his cultivation was insufficient to make sounds with this body. He was no longer a living person but another type of special living creature. The fact that his divine sense could inhabit this body was purely accidental. Now, he knew nothing about the outside world and could only rely on these two men for information. Seeing Chujing still motionless, Song Zhao secretly clenched various Fu Lu and magic artifacts and slowly approached Chujing. Soon, he came up to Chujing and tentatively extended the spirit sword in his hand, pressing it against Chujing's throat. Cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead, his heart pounding. Judging by the aura emanating from this zombie, it was clearly stronger than him, leaving him no choice but to feel anxious. With the sword pressing against his throat, Chujing remained entirely still. For a moment, Song Jiao's expression became complex. With just a bit more force, he could sever the head of this zombie and eliminate any future trouble. Experience more tales on freewebnovel.com. However, it was precisely because of this that he hesitated a moment ago. In his heart, he still held a slight hope that this zombie might not be out of control. Daoist Song, what are you doing? Gu Zhenxuan's face changed slightly, and he said urgently, to nourish this zombie, my Gu family painstakingly searched for 10 years, finally finding such a Insha land. After nourishing the corpse for 12 years, we've cultivated this manner of aura. Are you going to destroy it now? His words were filled with confusion. This was the hope of the Gu family. Hearing this, Song Jiao took a deep breath and gripped the spirit sword tightly. His expression grew solemn. Mr. Gu, this zombie can no longer be controlled by the corpse control technique. You must be aware of the dangers it embodies. If we do not eliminate it now, it will certainly become a major threat in the future. Uncontrollable. Gu Zhenxuan was slightly startled, looking at the black-haired creature before him. A hint of hesitation arose in his mind. An uncontrollable zombie would inevitably cause great casualties, but to destroy a divine weapon, which had taken more than 20 years to obtain and had not yet been put to use, was equivalent to asking for the Gu family's life. All the preparations made before were in vain, and the loss of manpower and resources involved was somewhat unbearable. Brother Song, can we think of another way? Gu Zhenxuan's expression showed difficulty. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. This was the hope for the Gu family's rise. If they gave up now, he couldn't bear to go through with it. Song Jiao retracted the spirit sword, fell silent for a long time, and transmitted his voice. The failure of the corpse control technique has a certain probability because this zombie has developed a consciousness and is about to become a real living creature. If the Gu family takes good care of it during this period, there might also be a chance to reform it and enlist it under your command, but... At this point, Song Jiao did not continue, but the implications were already clear to Gu Zhenxuan. The corpse control technique, to some extent, was similar to controlling a magic artifact. Once a corpse developed its own consciousness, it would be very difficult to handle. Ultimately, it was a living creature and could not be completely refined like an ordinary magic treasure. Subduing an unrestrained living creature was indeed too difficult. Moreover, dealing with a deeply resentful zombie made it even more challenging. I am willing to try, Gu Zhenxuan nodded firmly. Then please, take care in your actions, responded Daoist Song. After a while, Song Jiao reluctantly put away his spirit sword, letting out a light sigh, for he really couldn't bear to see his efforts go to waste. The inherent talent of this zombie was extraordinarily strong, much stronger than many so-called prides of the heavens or cultivation prodigies. If it indeed had the chance to become the corpse king in the future, the benefits would be immeasurable. The only concern was the considerable risk of losing control. After leaving the secret chamber, Chujing quickly found his bearings and learned the partial truths about this world. The world before him was named the Tianwu realm, where heavens were round and the earth was square. In the center of the world stood a colossal tree that reached into the skies, known as Heavenly Wutong, home to various divine phoenixes, bloodbirds, golden crow divine birds, and countless powerful other kind. This world was not originally known by this name during ancient times, but was officially renamed Tianwu realm after this Heavenly Wutong traversed from another realm. In this world, the distribution of power was extremely chaotic with more than 100 races. The human race, located somewhere in the middle rank, generally maintained normal relationships with races both above and below, with some friendly and others tense. What surprised Chujing the most was that in this world, the existence of the vast universe was not really a secret, as many living creatures were aware of it. As for the evil demons from the vast universe, many groups within this realm did not refer to them as evil demons, some even revered them as gods and worshipped them with the same respect afforded to deities. Moreover, near the heavenly Wutong, there were rumors of living evil demons lurking. Chuzheng was quite interested in the heavenly Wutong that had crossed over from another realm, but given his current state, he was unable to move about freely. In the Tianwu realm, many cultivation practices of the Taoist orthodoxy were associated with Yin god ghosts, which perhaps had some connections with the vast universe. Practices like corpse nourishment employed by the Gu family weren't considered disgraceful here. Many powerful and influential families possessed such secret techniques. Currently, his body was that of a walking corpse, which rendered many techniques extremely restrictive to him, causing inconvenience when moving about. This time, in order to transform and undergo tribulations, he had to dispel a significant amount of tribulation qi, else his main body would inevitably encounter even greater troubles. Therefore, before his cultivation approached that of his main body, Chuzheng needed to be even more cautious in his actions. He was prepared to spend hundreds of years if necessary. The Gu family had spent nearly 30 years planning and executing their corpse nourishment scheme. Whether the cause of death of this body was related to the Gu family or not, Chuzheng no longer had any way of knowing. The body he now possessed gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. As a Yin corpse that wandered on the edge of Yin and Yang, it could no longer be considered a living creature, as its body was filled with the utmost Yin evil. Cultivating qi-refining techniques with such a body gave Chuzheng many new references. Whenever he absorbed Yang qi into his body, it didn't conflict with the Yin evil qi but instead fused together, giving birth to an exceptionally mysterious aura. After carefully sensing for a moment, Chuzheng discovered an unfathomable vitality that could nourish his flesh, seemingly extending his lifespan. It took a while before he confirmed his speculation. This vitality indeed could slow down the decay of his physical body. This was a rather astonishing discovery, and he even wondered if, should his cultivation be powerful enough, this current body of his could possibly remain in the world forever, capable of resisting the erosion of time. This undoubtedly overturned some of his previous thoughts. Should his physical body deteriorate one day and his lifespan near its end, perhaps he could also use this method to extend his life. The Gu family valued Chuzheng greatly and had specifically built a palace for him as a dwelling. Gu Zhenxuan would come to check on Chuzheng every morning, attempting to communicate with him. Despite the lack of success, he never gave up. Gu Zhenxuan had put in considerable effort in the way of corpse nourishment, many of which were novel to Chuzheng. The Gu family also had a set of very systematic procedures for corpse nourishment. Corpse nourishment required the fresh blood of living creatures, rich in yang qi, which could balance the yin evil within the zombie and also expedite the enhancement of cultivation. It was indispensable. For this purpose, the Gu family had found a villa outside the city and raised 1,000 blood slaves. Most of these 1,000 people were ordinary humans, both men and women, healthy in body, with only a small portion being cultivators. Blood slaves were a type of people raised by many noble families and sect powers. These people, with little talent for cultivation and leading mediocre lives, struggled even for basic sustenance. Lacking any special skills and unwilling to struggle further, they chose to sell themselves to become blood slaves. Blood slaves didn't need to work, they only had to eat, sleep, build up their energy, consume medicinal diets, and then have their blood drawn at fixed intervals each month. For many ordinary people on the brink of starvation, this was almost a miraculous windfall. There was no shortage of people who became blood slaves by selling themselves. Although they had to have their blood drawn every month, at least they didn't have to toil and could eat their fill each day without risk of starving to death. Your next chapter awaits on freewebnovel.com. Many forces within the Tianwu realm would rear corpses and control ghosts. And for many of these methods, a large amount of blood qi was required as nourishment. Killing people for blood qi was absolutely not allowed among the humans of the Tianwu realm. Firstly, it would undermine the foundation of the human race, digging one's own grave. Secondly, this method was indeed extremely inefficient, depleting the source without longevity. In contrast, raising a group of ordinary people and periodically drawing their blood was undoubtedly much more convenient. It would not only avoid slaughter but could also be recycled over and over. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The morning sun sliced through the heavy clouds, casting down layers of golden sunlight. The great hall, built of green stones, was shrouded under a curtain of pitch-black cloth, blocking the gentle morning light that fell. Gu Zhenshuan hurried across courtyards and through gardens, pushing open the door to the great hall. He went straight to the edge of the jade pool, taking out many jade buckets from his storage spirit ring. The buckets glowed a resplendent red, diffusing a warm and lustrous blood light. Made from the red jade of volcanoes, the buckets were warm to the touch, capable of maintaining the freshness of the blood to the greatest extent. He had personally collected this fresh blood and delivered it himself, all within the span of an hour. Soon, the blood was successively poured into the jade pool. Chu Zhang's movements became noticeably more fluid, his fur was much thicker than it had been 2 years prior. With the aid of qi refining techniques and a constant supply of fresh blood, his cultivation had skyrocketed. He was now at the peak of 3rd order, on the cusp of stepping into 4th order, about to undergo corpse shedding. Corpse shedding was a crucial process that the walking corpses must endure, shedding their decaying flesh to gain a more robust newborn body. Chu Zhang slowly stepped into the pool, beginning his usual absorption of blood qi to nurture his sinews and bones. After the corpse shedding, he would be able to speak human words and further exhibit many divine skills. Gu Zhenshuan did not leave in silence as he usually did, but instead stood on the edge of the jade pool, hesitant. After a long while, as if finally making up his mind, he tentatively asked, "Could you help me with something?" After 2 years of cohabitation, Gu Zhenshuan could confirm that this zombie before him indeed possessed a consciousness as sophisticated as any ordinary person's. The reason for his lack of response to his words was likely just an unwillingness to communicate, an indifference to engage. Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng, who was in the jade pool, turned his head to look over, his gaze as calm as still water. Gu Zhenshuan's expression brightened, and he immediately began to explain, "Recently, due to some mining veins, we have come into conflict with another family. I need you to take action, help me kill someone. Once we succeed, I will triple the essence blood I give you every month." Chu Zheng had few thoughts regarding Gu Zhenshuan's request. In a world where power dictates, the actions of the Gu family were nothing out of the ordinary. But the honor and status acquired through force could one day be shattered by an even more formidable and terrifying power, reducing them to ruins. Should the Gu family fail to withstand the numerous consequences this act might bring, their fate would be self-evident. Gurgle, small bubbles started to emerge in the jade pool as the blood gradually began to boil. The pitch-black fur on Chu Zheng's body started to fall off, and cracks appeared on his skin. Seeing this, a flash of excitement crossed Gu Zhenshuan's eyes, as this was undoubtedly a sign that corpse shedding was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zheng's skin split inch by inch, with new, green, and crystal-clear hairs growing underneath. Moments later, inside the great hall, a hoarse whisper echoed, "All right." Having said that, he couldn't quite contain his excitement and turned to leave. Chu Zheng didn't speak again, closing his eyes, quietly experiencing the changes in his body. Following the corpse shedding, Chu Zheng's physical strength had further increased, and an unusual change had taken place in the bones of his shoulder blades, hinting at the emergence of wings. When a walking corpse grows wings, it becomes a flying corpse. Upon reaching the realm of a flying corpse within the zombie Dao, one truly enters the path and is considered to have mastered the basics. This is the way of the flying corpse Dao. The vast majority of walking corpses only begin to slowly develop spiritual intelligence upon reaching this realm, but naturally, Chu Zheng was an exception. Not only that, after practicing the qi refining technique, Chu Zheng's body had undergone many changes, among which the most notable was his compatibility with yang qi. Walking corpses belong to yin, those with low cultivation fear sunlight and are constrained by yang-type magic treasures and weapons, but Chu Zheng didn't have this problem. After 100 days qi cultivation, his body had undergone subtle changes, and although he still inhabited the body of a walking corpse, he no longer had much rejection to yang qi. The fusion of yin and yang, regardless of the Taoist orthodoxy, is an absolutely superior method. The journey of cultivation within the great universe cannot escape the principles of the 5 elements and yin-yang. When Immortal Path steps into the true immortal realm, there is also the 5 elements yin-yang tribulation. Martial Path walks the extreme yang path, mostly with explosive temperaments, therefore aging early. The qi refining technique had undergone some variations in the body of a walking corpse, and for the short term, Chuzheng still found it difficult to discern its advantages or disadvantages clearly. However, he was used to it. Ever since he started cultivation, it was like groping his way across a river by feeling the stones. Without a sect or elder to guide him, he was bound to take many detours. After this round of corpse shedding, the black hair on Chuzheng's body turned into green hair, like spirit grass growing from dark soil, each strand crystal clear and smooth, considerably more pleasant to the eye than before. After absorbing the blood qi completely, Chuzheng got up and left the jade pool, sat down with his legs crossed, and began to circulate his circuit of qi, at the same time considering his plans for the future. As his cultivation improved, the assistance from the Gu family would become less and less significant. He needed a new stepping stone. The Gu family couldn't keep up with the pace of Chuzheng's growth, and he couldn't afford to waste energy specifically supporting such a clan, as that would be a loss. Moreover, undergoing transformation and diminishing the tribulation qi was not Chuzheng's sole purpose. In this realm, where yuan qi is abundant, as long as he can find enough fragments of objects, he can completely raise his level as a repair master to 8th order. An 8th order repair master is extremely important for his true self. At the very least, it would allow him to once again grasp the card of almost being an undying entity. Furthermore, if he could raise the level of a repair master to 8th order, repairing immortal treasures would presumably become much easier. At least semi-immortal treasures would not be lacking again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The night was deep, just past midnight, the peak time when Yin Qi was most potent in heaven and earth. Before the great hall was a spacious courtyard. Chuzheng sat cross-legged in the courtyard, looking up slightly, swallowing the moonlight that fell from the sky, which for him was no less beneficial than the finest jade dew for his cultivation. Footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Gu Zhenshuan arrived in haste, his expression somewhat solemn. Chuzheng slowly ended his practice, rising without a word, looking towards Gu Zhenshuan. "The time has come, please come with me," Gu Zhenshuan said, turning to walk away in a rush. Outside the courtyard were nearly 100 figures scattered around, all of them cultivators. There were more than 400 members of the Gu family in total, but the combat forces that could be brought out numbered only 70 to 80 persons. These in front of him were the majority of their strength, and among them many were temporary helpers. Among these people, most were shrouded in Yin Qi, and their practiced methods did not stray far from the ghostly and divine. Only 2 of the cultivators had reached 3rd order. One appeared to be an elder of Gu Zhenshuan, with white hair and beard, his blood qi already waning. The other was Song Zhao. Watching Chuzheng's hairs glowing faintly in the moonlight, Song Zhao couldn't help but feel a jump in his brow, subconsciously stepping back half a step, a chill rising in his heart. Just 2 short years to complete a corpse shedding and climb a level, even with a body of utmost Yin, this speed of growth was still a bit too astonishing. Such a being was beyond the Gu family's control, let alone his own. For a moment, he felt anxious, worried about the consequences of having such a high-level corpse demon if it truly lashed out. Should it go on a killing spree, there was no telling how many would die. "Daoist Gu, are you really sure that you can keep this creature in check?" Song Zhao couldn't help but secretly communicate his concerns. If this zombie sees blood and goes berserk, the consequences could be unimaginable. The level of spiritual intelligence in such a high-level zombie was uncertain, and its self-control was probably not very strong. Entering a battlefield, bloodshed is inevitable. Once stimulated by fresh blood, if it loses control, it would be hard for the Gu family to suppress it, with the risk of playing with fire and burning themselves. His spiritual intelligence is exceptionally high, so it should be all right. Besides, the knife is already at our necks. If we don't take action now, the Gu family's 1,000 years of foundation is gone. We have no choice but to give this dead horse the treatment for a live one. Gu Zhenshuan communicated back, before quickly changing the subject. "Stay tuned with Freeweb Novel Daoist Song. You have been assisting our Gu family for a long time. If the situation tonight becomes unstable, feel free to leave on your own, I will not blame you." After conveying this message, Gu Zhenshuan looked around with a solemn expression and spoke firmly. The Bai family is pressing us too hard, refusing to leave a way out for our Gu family. Success or failure hinges on this one action. For coming forth to resolve the crisis of the Gu family and sharing the trials with us, I promise you will be amply rewarded in the future. As his voice faded, he directly summoned a banner that stirred up a ghastly wind, surging towards the sky. Dozens of streaks of light closely followed him, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. Chu Jing paused for a moment, gazing at the lights in the sky and falling into silence. Gu Zhenshuan seemed to have forgotten about him. As a walking corpse born from the earth, before growing wings, it was simply impossible for it to fly, and now he lacked a magic artifact. After a long while, Chu Jing took a stride forward. With a thunderous roar, he shattered the 100-zhang long street and leapt out of the city, trailing a streak of pale green light in the night. For now, the Gu family was still of use to him, he couldn't just give up on them. Tracking Gu Zhenshuan's presence, Chu Jing arrived at a secluded canyon after a short while. The canyon stretched over 80 li, with sheer cliffs that climbed 1,500 zhang, and wild winds churned at its entrance. Upon Chu Jing's arrival, two groups of people were already in a standoff. The cold wind was sharp as a knife, causing clothes to flap loudly. Gu Zhenshuan's gaze was sweeping around. Upon seeing Chu Jing appear, his eyes brightened, a sigh of relief leaving him, his confidence boosted substantially. Chu Jing glanced at the numerous cultivators opposite him, his eyes flashing with spiritual light as he quickly discerned their identities. The city where the Gu family was located, Fire Rock City, was renowned for producing a type of or called red fire rock, a material used in the crafting of magic artifacts, which, being full of yang energy, had a weak effect in suppressing the Yin god and demonic creatures. There were only two prominent clans in Fire Rock City, one being the Gu family, the other the Bai family. The strength of both clans was originally not much different, but the Gu family had encountered a disaster over 200 years ago. In the pursuit of exploring a great tomb left by an immortal of ancient times, the Gu family assembled a team of elites to seek fortune. However, they subsequently disappeared without a trace. This massive blow nearly caused the Gu family to collapse as talents within the clan withered. The Bai family had over 700 members, with 6 third-order cultivators and even twice as many second-order cultivators compared to the Gu family. Over the past 200 years, the Bai family pressed aggressively, usurping much of the Gu family's properties, almost driving them to a dead end. Left with no choice, Gu Zhenshuan began to look for solutions, forging a new path by seeking Song Zhao's assistance to raise the zombie. In order to hasten the zombie's spiritual awakening, Song Zhao even used a secret technique to summon a soul, hoping to attract a wandering soul. Instead, due to a twist of fate, they summoned a strand of divine sense from Chu Jing undergoing tribulation. Now, in front of the canyon, the Bai family had a total of over 270 members. In terms of both quality and quantity, they were far superior to the Gu family. The difference in apparent combat power between the two was quite drastic. Bai Shijing, if you lead your men back today, returning the your vein, I am willing to let bygones be bygones. What do you say? Gu Zhenshuan took a deep breath and began to negotiate, seemingly willing to discuss terms, yet his eyes were filled with sternness. Look for a chance to help me kill Bai Shijing. For every additional member of the Bai family that you kill for me, I'll add 500 blood slaves for you. Chu Jing's ears picked up Gu Zhenshuan's transmitted message, and his gaze immediately fell upon Bai Shijing. He had an average build, in the prime of his life, not yet 40, with a cultivation at third order perfect. Clad in white, he dazzled a bit under the moonlight. Chu Jing's gaze only lingered for a moment before shifting to the crowd behind Bai Shijing. Among them, he sensed a very strong presence, already in the fourth order. Gu Zhenshuan was clearly desperate. The terms he offered were very generous. In fact, for the Gu family's current strength, maintaining 1,000 blood slaves was already a significant burden. The nourishing food and herbs that replenished qi and blood, the costs adding up monthly, amounted to a considerable expenditure. Besides, providing blood slaves to Chu Jing, there would be hardly any return on the investment in the short term, it was like a one-way outflow of resources. Chujing was indifferent, walking slowly into the space between the two groups, his gaze upon Bai Shijing deep and enigmatic, like the depths of a cold pond. The hair like flickering flames, the body covered in green light, this walking corpse has entered the fourth realm. Spinal bump slightly protruding, about to grow wings, I think it's not far from reaching the status of a flying corpse. Seeing Chujing, many cultivators from the Bai family couldn't help but become somewhat restless. A green-haired zombie so close to becoming a flying corpse could only be subdued by a great divine power. Catching sight of Chujing, Bai Shijing's eyes flickered with surprise, but he soon sneered, "You Gu family go to such great lengths, raising blood slaves in the countryside villa outside the city. Everyone knows your clan has nurtured a rare zombie. How could I not make preparations?" As the words fell, he turned back to look at the crowd behind him. "Daoist Chongyun, please make your move and slay this evil spawn." The crowd parted, and a middle-aged Taoist priest, holding a whisk, stepped slowly forward. He was dressed in a green Taoist robe, with thick soled cloth shoes under his feet, his long beard stretching over his chest, presenting the appearance of a godly Daoist master. Seeing this person, Song Zhao's face radically changed as he transmitted his voice in a whisper, "Taoist Gu, we're in big trouble. This man is from the Red Flame sect of the Divine Phoenix Dao, named Ing Chongyun. He has built his reputation on slaying demons and banishing evil. He entered the fourth realm years ago. Although this zombie has an extraordinary foundation, it was refined too recently and I fear it's not yet its match. Being of the same fourth realm, under the Dao laws, zombies are greatly suppressed, not to mention Ing Chongyun is a cultivator from Divine Phoenix Dao, and is inherently skilled in fire. Our chances of victory are even slimmer. Stay tuned for updates on Freeweb novel. Ing Chongyun's reputation in this area is quite widespread, quickly steadying the hearts of the people, and soon, the Bai family cultivators showed signs of joy on their faces. In contrast, the faces of many cultivators from the Gu family turned pale with a hint of despair. You think you can defy the heavens and change fate with merely this beast? You're thinking too beautifully. Bai Shijing's mouth curled into a smirk, full of mockery. Daoist Chongyun is favored by the Taoist master, his name is illustrious throughout the entire Divine Phoenix Dao. This mere corpse demon is no effort at all for him. After tonight, the Gu family will cease to exist. Gu Zhenchuan's heart trembled slightly, his voice dry as he looked towards Ing Chongyun. "Daoist Chongyun, why would you help the Bai family?" "I'm here, not for the Bai family." Ing Chongyun replied with an indifferent expression, looking at Chujing with a slight shake of the head. "As an ascetic, I do not partake in the disputes of clans. I'm only here to slay demons and banish evil. This fiend has grown in power and may become a major scourge in the future. It cannot be left alive." This? Gu Zhenchuan never imagined it would be for this reason. While he was still stunned, Chujing had already stepped forward slowly, stopping 10 zhang away from Ing Chongyun. "You're here to subdue demons and vanquish evil. Are you powerful enough?" Chujing slowly spoke, his voice cold and dry, like the grating of iron, highly irksome. "Back off now, and I'll spare your life today." He wasn't truly motivated by kindness but was wary of the background this Taoist priest might have. From the brief exchanges earlier, it was apparent that this man's status was not the highest. It was possible that behind him stood 6th Order, 7th Order, or even 8th Order Supreme Beings. What a rampant abomination, you truly cannot be left alive today. Ing Chongyun's expression chilled, and a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Before his voice fell, he had already made a fierce move. A red treasured mirror appeared in his palm, soaring into the sky, with a series of roars echoing in the void. The luminous treasure mirror suspended mid-air, its light suddenly intensifying like a blazing sun, dispelling the night, draping down strands of spiritual light. Chu Zhang's hair slightly moved as he bathed in the sun's divine radiance. His muscles trembled faintly, emitting bursts of popping sounds, yet he remained unmoved. Ing Chongyun's face instantly shifted. An ordinary walking corpse, upon encountering the divine radiance from his treasured mirror, would almost instantly turn to ash. Even those with profound abilities would suffer extreme suppression, showing signs of agony and stimulating their wild nature. Yet the one before him showed not the slightest hint of discomfort, as if completely unaware. Seeing this, a sharp light flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand to the sky, chanting a magic spell, calling down a bolt of thunder. Your thunder method still lacks refinement. Watching the lightning begin to form in the sky, Chuzheng spoke indifferently, a wisp of fierce electricity flowing from his fingertip, transforming into thunder. In that instant, Ying Chongyun felt as if he had seen a ghost. How could you possibly know thunder method? Thunderclouds brooded in the sky, and the occasional flash of blazing white lightning made Ying Chongyun's complexion grow even paler. At this moment, his mind was a complete mess, and he simply could not comprehend how the zombie before him could wield the supremely rigid and young thunder method. Boom, the thunderous blast brought his wits back, and his expression suddenly grew fierce. He formed hand seals and directly summoned down heavenly thunder. The fierce lightning tore through the long night, overshadowing the starlight in the sky and crashing down violently, aimed straight at Chuzheng's crown, intending to reduce him to ashes. Chuzheng didn't step back an inch. He suddenly opened his mouth and took a light breath, and the thunder pouring down from the sky was completely swallowed into his belly without missing a single strike. In an instant, his limbs and bones emitted light, revealing glistening, jade-like muscles and bones, and his green hair sparkled, with the power of thunder overflowing from the tips. I said before that your thunder method is still lacking in maturity. The next instant, Chuzheng sharply lifted his hand, and layers of electrical arcs leaped within his palm. Lightning burst forth, sweeping across the void like a heavy hammer, crashing into the luminous treasure mirror in the sky. Crack, the mirror shook violently, its surface fissured with dense cracks. Its spiritual light greatly diminished, and the leaking thunder swept toward Ying Chongyun. Ying Chongyun's face was grave. He did not dare to take the blow head-on. He retreated while forming hand seals and once again summoned a crimson flying sword. Heat waves churned, instantly dragging the surroundings into scorching heat, and fire clouds spread across the sky. Chuzheng's eyes were indifferent. Once again, he opened his mouth and took a light breath, operating the method of qi absorption, and drew out the essence qi from the flames all around. Snap, the fire clouds engulfing the sky, as if their backbone had been removed, shattered into pieces and fell like meteoric fire rain. The flames and essence qi swallowed by Chuzheng were instantly refined into yang qi. When mixed with the yin evil within his body, his cultivation gained some increase. Buzz, amidst the rain of fire, a piercing shriek suddenly rang out like a sword cutting through gold. The sharp-edged flying sword was hidden within the fire rain, striking with the swiftness of thunder, and pierced through Chuzheng's chest. The crimson sword qi danced wildly, tearing open a human head-sized hole in Chuzheng's chest. The edges of the wound were pitch black, with remnants of fire poison. The majority of his internal organs were pulverized into dust. Ying Chongyun stood in the air, his face stern. Seeing that his strike had succeeded, his expression relaxed slightly. This corpse demon was not invincible. After capturing it later on, he could naturally force it to reveal how it had learned the thunder method. Thunder represents the authority of the heavens. It's supremely rigid and yang, the purest of techniques and divine skills. Such profound methods are not even guaranteed to be mastered by ordinary cultivators, and yet this abomination was able to wield them. There must be a great secret behind it. Chuzheng was indifferent to the wound on his chest. A zombie's body was not affected by such superficial injuries. Even decapitation was just a minor injury to him, let alone a slash across his chest. Moreover, he possessed a recovery mechanism. The next instant, the grotesque hole in his chest healed instantaneously. This time, Chuzheng did not wait for Ying Chongyun to make a move and took the initiative by stomping fiercely. The ground within 1,000 cubits heaved up layers of earth waves, and dust surged into the high skies. Amidst the enveloping dust, a faint green beam of light streaked across the sky, heading straight for Ying Chongyun. Seeing Chuzheng's injury instantly recover, a hint of shock flashed in Ying Chongyun's eyes. Such rapid healing was something he had only heard of in legends about the Undying body. But the Undying body was a true great divine power, which many cultivators of the 7th or even 8th realm were unable to achieve. How could this mere 4th realm corpse demon be capable of such a feat? Recalling the earlier thunder method, a trace of hesitation rose in Ing Chongyun's heart. This corpse demon had already displayed too many strange occurrences, it could no longer be judged by common sense. In that brief moment of distraction, Chu Jing had already closed the distance alongside him to less than 100 feet, his hands shaping the fist seal with a murder intent flickering in his eyes. Since this battle had begun, Chu Jing had never intended to let Ing Chongyun go. The Taoist orthodoxy behind this man posed too great a threat to his current situation, he must cut him down here. Including those cultivators from the Bai family, not a single one could be left alive. As for now, the news must not leak out. Chu Jing's evil within softly stirred as his muscles and bones stretched out, setting off a thunderous roar, and he launched the fist seal through the air. Crack, the air condensed under the pressure, forming invisible fist gangs that rolled across the void and bore down directly on Ing Chongyun. Explore stories on Freeweb novel Caught Off Guard. Ing Chongyun was too late to dodge and could only rely on the recently recalled flying sword for protection. In an instant, the first fist gang had already pressed down. Clang, the fist gang clashed with the sword's edge, the crimson flying sword trembled violently, buzzing as it was knocked thousands of feet away. The remaining fist gangs followed in close succession. High above, amidst a buzzing sound, the face of Ing Chongyun was twisted even before the fists arrived, by the fierce aura wind. Under the crushing force of the aura wind, the void became as viscous as mud, impossible to break free from. He could only forcibly circulate his mana, barely pulling away a few feet. But this trivial distance was not enough to evade the fist gangs. Ing Chongyun's half-body was grazed, and a colossal strength nearly tore his flesh asunder. Despite being just a graze, most of the bones in his upper body were shattered and blood flowed freely, staining his Taoist robe red as he tumbled awkwardly thousands of feet away in the void. Such godly power was terrifying to the extreme. Chu Jing had not grown wings and could not sustain himself in the void, uncontrollably falling back to the ground. Ing Chongyun steadied himself and saw Chu Jing return to the earth, his heart slightly relaxing as his fright lessened substantially. Without entering the realm of the flying corpse, this corpse demon could only move upon the land. At best, a leap could span thousands or tens of thousands of feet, with a bit of caution, not even the corner of his robe could be touched. From the beginning, he had already secured an unbeatable position. Now it seemed, to subdue this demon by himself was too difficult, he must return to the Sect gate first for help. Watching Ing Chongyun's rapidly fleeing figure, Chu Zhang's gaze turned cold. He reached out and from the hands of the nearby cultivators forcefully drew over several magic artifacts and magic treasures, then with tool control, he soared into the sky to pursue. Seeing this scene, Song Zhao, standing among the cultivators of the Gu family, had a numb look on his face. Not only did he know the thunder method, he was not afraid of the might of thunder and fire, and now he had even self-taught the skill of controlling magic artifacts with ease. These kinds of abnormalities made him unable to consider this corpse demon, which he created, as just a zombie that had awakened its spiritual intelligence. No matter how smart it was impossible to make such rapid progress in such a short period, so these skills must have been innate to the zombie itself. Thinking of this, Song Zhao's expression turned somewhat ugly. He had some guesses in his heart as to why this zombie was so special. If there were no problems with all the steps, then the problem could only lie in the residual soul he had summoned. Initially, to hasten the awakening of the zombie's spiritual intelligence, the residual soul he had summoned must have been significant, perhaps the spirit soul of some great individual, which he had summoned and locked inside the zombie. At the thought of this possibility, a shiver ran down Song Zhao's spine. If this were true, it meant he had interfered with the reincarnation of some great individual, and what's more, had trapped it inside the body of a corpse demon, a grave offense. The silver moon hung high, and the stars filled the sky. Two streaks of light flashed across, pulling along majestic airwaves in the night sky, their piercing cries spreading over 100 miles as they roared. Ing Chongyun's cultivation wasn't deeply versed in the space law, and his speed while flying with the magic artifact was merely average. However, within mere moments, Chu Jing had already caught up to Ing Chongyun. His muscles tensed, with yin-yang dual qi circulating throughout his body, unleashing the light of thunderbolts as he fiercely threw a punch. The void collapsed layer by layer, the wild wind cutting like a knife. An invisible fist gang reappeared, filled with the scent of blood, intertwined with the might of thunderbolts, and in a flicker, it hit right behind Ing Chongyun. Boom! Ing Chongyun's figure shook violently, the protective aura around him shattered by the fist gang, plunging from the sky and crashing heavily into a mountain range, startling countless birds. With that punch, Ing Chongyun's bones were shattered, and his internal organs were pulverized, barely clutching onto life by a thread of mana, yet already 1 foot into the Ghost Gate Pass. Watching Chuzheng falling from the sky, Ing Chongyun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, shook his dizzy head, and spoke hoarsely, "Today I admit my inferior skills and hope for your mercy." Chuzheng had no intention of wasting words. He stepped forward and raised his hand. "You beast, how dare you?" Seeing the murderous intent emanating from Chuzheng, Ing Chongyun's eyes almost burst. "If you harm my life, you will be crushed to dust." Puff! The palm struck, mountains quaked, Ing Chongyun turned into a pool of blood, his divine soul annihilated. Chuzheng briefly inspected the scene, took nothing from the body, casually buried him, and then swiftly returned. More than 10 breaths later, Chuzheng was back at the gorge. The two clans had already commenced their battle, and at that moment, the ground was covered in blood, with war cries shaking the heavens. Gu family's combat power was drastically inferior to Bai family's, not on the same level at all, almost a one-sided massacre, with Bai family clearly aiming for a quick and decisive victory to eradicate Gu family's forces entirely. Chuzheng glanced over the battlefield, flicked his finger lightly, and several fierce blood-colored auras crossed the battleground, killing top experts in Bai family's cultivators including Bai Shizheng. With Chuzheng stepping in, the tide of the battle quickly tilted. He didn't enter the fray but stood high at the mouth of the valley, overseeing the entire gorge to ensure no one escaped. The news of today must all be buried here. Within a mere half an hour, the battle ended. Every cultivator of the Gu family was injured, with over 30 casualties, but compared to the complete annihilation of the Bai family, it was already a significant victory. As the dust settled, Gu Zhenxuan and Song Zhao, too anxious to clean up the battlefield, hurried over to Chuzheng. "For this timely help, my Gu family will surely repay you handsomely in the future." Gratitude filled Gu Zhenxuan's demeanor. "I have slain Ing Chongyun, Gu family must consider how to face the revenge from the forces behind him." Chuzheng spoke indifferently, his gaze at Gu Zhenxuan was unmistakable. "All who came from the Bai family today are dead. If the news leaks, it could only be a problem within the Gu family itself. If so, Chuzheng wouldn't cover for Gu family any longer. I understand what needs to be done." Gu Zhenxuan clenched his teeth and nodded heavily. Without Chuzheng, the Gu family would have perished tonight. He naturally had to ensure the news was tightly sealed. "Please forgive me, Senior." Beside him, Song Zhao suddenly bowed deeply. "I previously employed the soul summoning secret technique and inadvertently detained the divine soul of the Senior, causing the Senior to be trapped within the corpse demon. Should the Senior be unwilling, I can try my best to find a way to help the Senior escape." Hearing this, Gu Zhenxuan's complexion subtly changed. He did not speak but silently stepped back a few steps, realizing that the Gu family could not influence Chuzheng's decision. Chuzheng scrutinized Song Zhao thoughtfully. This Daoist in front of him was more intelligent than he thought, already noticing some anomalies about him. "No need, go ahead." Chuzheng waved his hands, signaling for the two to leave. Had it been earlier, he might have thought of changing to a different body, but now there was no need. This body was growing very quickly, at least much faster than mere qi refining. Discover more stories at Freeweb Novel. Within the Tianwu realm, there were secrets related to the vast universe. With the particular characteristics of this body, perhaps he could touch upon some secrets of the vast universe, even entering it to explore. It was a region as vast as the great universe, where the energy of heaven and earth could also help prepare his vessel. For Chuzheng, its value was immeasurable. Not long ago, Shang Tsongyun had ventured into the vast universe, which was enough to prove that it hid many unknown secrets. The true body of Chuzheng originated from Songyun realm too, and if nothing went wrong, reaching the peak of true immortal was his limit. He needed to learn the method to fuse immortal blood. Both Shang Tsongyun and Zhao Tingxian had broken their shackles because of the vast universe. If he could learn some information, even if it was just bits and pieces, it would likely be of great help to his future path. Gu Zhenxuan moved extremely quickly, returning to Fire Rock City and conducting a purge of the Bai family overnight. By dawn, the dust had settled, and the sky above the city had changed. His methods were very clean and decisive, sealing all news. Apart from a few core members within the family, no one else knew what had happened the previous night. After taking control of the entire city, Gu Zhenxuan immediately began to recruit new blood slaves. This time, he directly increased the number of blood slaves to 8,000, and a significant portion of them possessed cultivation. Both the quality and the quantity far exceeded what it had been before. With a large amount of blood qi nourishing him and the presence of a qi refining technique, Chu Zhang's cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. In less than 2 years, his cultivation had broken through again. Bone wings had grown on his back, entering the realm of flying corpse, enabling him to fly and travel through the ground. His divine skills greatly increased, and the green color of his body gradually deepened, starting to turn purple. Meanwhile, Chu Jing began instructing Gu Zhenxuan to help him collect various ancient items and fragments of magic treasures. However, Fire Rock City was ultimately just a rural area and had never produced any notable figures. The ancient fragments nearby were mostly of low quality. After expending a lot of energy, the gains were minimal, consisting only of some ordinary magic treasures, with few reaching the 5th order. Although nothing was achieved from the outside world, the internal efforts of the Gu family brought Chu Jing an unexpected joy. From the mansion's treasury of the Gu family, Gu Zhenxuan found a half-broken Jade ruler. Cold Spirit ruler, 7th order / incomplete, a battle-type warrior, affected by a great battle which caused it to shatter, with its Tao patterns broken and spiritual energy lost. Can be repaired, 0/4, a fragment of a warrior comparable to a semi-immortal treasure, although reparable. Chu Jing currently lacked the primordial qi. This fragment originated from an ancient tomb left from ancient times, burying an unknown living creature. In exploring this ancient tomb, the Gu family lost most of their elites, with only one person returning heavily injured. This fragment was the only find. The Gu family expended the entire clan's strength to explore that great tomb, which did not house a strong member of the human race, and its origins were unknown. At that time, cultivators from all clans were present. The situation was utterly chaotic, and the meager forces of the Gu family were hardly noticeable among them. More than 200 years had passed since that exploration, and to this very day, no one has been able to fully excavate the great tomb, only its outer regions have been explored. Given that fragments of that level were present, the existence of higher quality pieces of supreme treasures was a certainty, and even if they could not be restored, they would provide Chu Jing with a substantial amount of primordial qi. Chu Jing took an interest in that great tomb, but he did not rush into action rashly. His current strength was merely 5th order, and within the Tianwu realm, it was nothing remarkable. He would find it difficult to control the situation in a chaotic battle involving many great races. At the very least, only when he approached the strength of his original form could he enter the world and stir up a tempest. Time flew by swiftly like an arrow, and more than a decade passed in the blink of an eye. After the Gu family took control of the entire Fire Rock City, the clan's power grew rapidly. In just over a decade, their strength more than doubled, making them one of the prominent forces within thousands of miles. In comparison, the benefits that Chu Jing received became increasingly apparent. To prevent an incident like the one with the Bai family from happening again, Gu Zhenxuan learned from his mistake, reducing the number of blood slaves, transferring them underground, doing his utmost to improve quality, and then gradually concealing the news. To ensure that Chu Jing had an ample supply of fresh blood, he would even occasionally enter the fray to draw blood himself. Over the years, to prevent anyone from investigating the matter of Ying Chongyun, the Gu family had constantly arranged for people to monitor the reactions of the Divine Phoenix Dao and the Red Flame Sect. Members of the Divine Phoenix Dao had once come to Fire Rock City, but fortunately, there were no mishaps. They merely asked some questions and did not delve deeply or conduct a thorough investigation. After successfully hiding the blood slaves, the Gu family did not give themselves away, and in the eyes of the Red Flame sect, the Gu family had not touched Ding Chongyun's strength, and they quickly ruled out any suspicion of the Gu family. Chu Jing was naturally pleased with this, for he would not be foolish enough to seek out these people and confess his deeds. However, the reaction following Ding Chongyun's disappearance indicated that his previously stated identity likely contained a lot of bluster. Ding Chongyun was once mentioned as favored by the Divine Phoenix Daoist, but now it seemed utterly baseless. Discover exclusive tales on Freeweb novel within the Tianwu human race, numerous sects and hundreds of Dao gathered, with the Divine Phoenix Dao ranking among the top 10. The Divine Phoenix Daoist had long since refined his talent to the point of aligning with creation. His cultivation reached the heavens and he had stepped into the 9th great realm of cultivation, stronger than an immortal king and comparable to an immortal monarch. Such a person, if truly fond of Ding Chongyun, would have left Chu Jing with no chance for survival, even if he had 10 lives. The thread of karma, in the eyes of beings at such realms, could not be hidden, and with a little deducing, the true culprit could be found. Another year passed and it was deep autumn. Soon after nightfall, the air already carried a trace of chill. The green stone grand hall bathed in moonlight emitted a hazy glow, with yin qi swirling around it, making the surroundings seem cold and desolate. For the past decade and more, only the dozens of people who survived that great battle knew of Chu Jing's existence. Those in the know kept their mouths tightly sealed, not daring to speak more lest they invite disaster. Inside the grand hall, Chu Jing submerged in the blood pool, absorbing blood qi and slowly increasing his cultivation. The green hair on his body was turning purple, emanating the essence of Dao laws. Over the years, the fresh blood sent by Gu Zhenxuan was of increasingly high quality, with virtually no commoners and all cultivators. With the daily supplement of a large amount of fresh blood, coupled with qi refining techniques, his cultivation soared rapidly. However, a yin corpse practicing Dao laws had already caused his body to undergo strange transformations. As the yin-yang dual qi mingled, his body was gradually transforming into a special kind of living creature, akin to the dead returning to life, with a hint of vitality. The blood qi congealed in his veins showed signs of melting, and his heart would occasionally tremble lightly, as if it were about to start beating again. This feeling of transitioning from death to life allowed Chu Jing to make significant gains in his hazy understanding, touching upon some heaven and earth laws. However, due to his shallow cultivation, he was unable to fully comprehend them in the short term. With the Gu family's diligent search, Chu Jing had received many high-quality fragments over the years. Using the primordial qi extracted from them, he repaired 2 warrior weapons. The first was the Cold Spirit Ruler, a piece taken from the Great Tomb by someone from the Gu family, that did not disappoint Chu Jing. It was indeed an incredibly potent warrior weapon. However, Chu Jing's current strength lay in his physical body, and the mana required to activate magic treasures and warrior weapons was insufficient, making it difficult to unleash their true power. The second piece was an ancient treasure called the Soul Stabilizing Bell, also of 7th order, a supreme treasure specifically for protecting the primordial spirit. His weakness now lay in his primordial spirit. This body, through practicing qi refining techniques, had not followed the usual Daoic paths of refining essence into qi refining into spirit. Although his cultivation was ascending and his physical body strengthening, his primordial spirit had scarcely changed. Though his cultivation was now approaching 6th order, his weak primordial spirit was even inferior to that of an immortal path soul condensing monk, necessitating a supreme treasure for protection. Aside from his weak primordial spirit, Chu Jing always harbored an unease in his heart. Up to this point in his cultivation, he had not perceived the presence of tribulation qi. The qi techniques were making him stronger, but the absence of tribulation qi perplexed Chu Jing. He did not know whether it was an issue with his perception or for some other reason, but indeed, there was not the slightest trace of tribulation qi bound to him. Without tribulation qi, Chu Jing didn't even know whether his incarnated journey through tribulations was of any help to his original body. Thunk thunk, the temple doors were knocked. Chu Jing rose from the pool, his hair smooth and no blood clinging to him. His height had abruptly surged to nearly 10 feet tall, his muscles knotted like they were cast from gold and iron. The growth in physical strength was inevitable for Chu Jing, naturally revealing a few anomalies. He casually pulled out a piece of battle armor, and Chu Jing remotely opened the room door. "Come in." Gu Zhenxuan stepped in, followed by 10 women, all adorned with pearl and jade, dressed in silk, with jade belts around their waists, sketching out their graceful figures. Chu Jing glanced over and, seeing the yin qi entwined around these women, he immediately understood Gu Zhenxuan's intention. Their yuan yin was still intact, rich in blood qi, which for zombies, their fresh blood was a great tonic. These are all from the Gu family bloodline, absolutely reliable, all possess cultivation, and are still virgins, which should benefit your cultivation. Gu Zhenxuan bowed, his tone somewhat flattering. "From today, they will stay here to attend to your daily needs." Having discussed with Song Jiao, Gu Zhenxuan had already formed an opinion about Chu Jing's real identity. This must be some fallen powerhouse whose residual soul had taken over a yin corpse, thus possessing so many abilities. Knowing this, Gu Zhenxuan had been continuously trying to appease Chu Jing, reasoning that if they served Chu Jing well, even a few martial arts and secret techniques leaking through inadvertently would suffice for the Gu family's endless use, establishing an unshakable foundation for his generation. The 10 women stood behind Gu Zhenxuan, shaking with fear, their complexions pale, their eyes filled with forcibly suppressed terror. The distant figure clad in battle armor, with blood-red eyes, wings on his back, a green face, and sharp fangs, looked like a demonic fiend. Just one glance was enough to send shivers down one's spine, making it difficult to sleep through the night. If they had to serve him for a long time, they were likely to be scared to death. From several yards away, Chu Jing could sense these women's chaotic heartbeat, and he shook his head. "No need, I will leave tomorrow." Discover more content at Freeweb Novel. Although these women's blood had some benefits for him, the amount was small and, with their low cultivation, not very valuable. If accumulated over time, it might be of some use, but he was not planning to spend more time with the Gu family. His cultivation was about to enter the 6th order, and with 2 7th order supreme treasures protecting him, he already had the qualifications to explore that great tomb. Most importantly, staying with the Gu family made the growth of the Repair Master's experience too slow. He wanted to maximize the Repair Master experience, which would give him more confidence in his original self's future actions. "You are leaving just like that?" Gu Zhenxuan's expression froze, his explanation tinged with panic. "I didn't intend to obstruct you, but the great favor you bestowed upon the Gu family line back then has not yet been repaid. Your sudden departure makes it difficult for me to rest easy." He spoke earnestly, but how much was true and how much was false in his words, only he knew. Seeing a way out, the 10 women behind Gu Zhenxuan discreetly sighed with relief. Serving a yin corpse up close was unpredictable, they could be killed at any moment. "No need." Chu Jing handed over a red spherical bead, speaking gently. "This is called a melting bead, suitable for gathering and storing blood qi. You keep collecting fresh blood for me as usual, and I will come to retrieve it when I have the time." The melting bead was a method Chu Jing had obtained from the Dongyuan realm for refining, perfect for storing blood qi, and very useful for his current situation. "Yes." After a moment of silence, Gu Zhenxuan dared not defy Chu Jing and bowed to receive the melting bead. Holding the blood-colored bead in his palm, he sighed inwardly. At least the connection hadn't been completely severed, there might still be chances to ingratiate in the future. Before he could react, Chu Jing threw over a storage spirit ring. "These items can be considered compensation for the years of effort and resources the Gu family has spent." For over a decade, the Gu family had spared him many troubles, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on cultivation and to elevate his cultivation realm, thanks to the Gu family. After seeing the items inside the spiritual ring, even Gu Zhenxuan, who had experienced countless storms, couldn't help but hold his breath, unable to recover for a long time. Heaps of magic artifacts and magic treasures, along with some classical books. These all originated from the fragments collected by the Gu family, some 4th order and 5th order trash and a few 6th order items, which were of no use to Chu Jing. He had never counted exactly how many items there were, but he presumed that, for the Gu family, it was a substantial amount. This junior dares not accept. Gu Zhenxuan stood with his head bowed, his hands trembling slightly as he held the spiritual ring. Not to mention the magic treasures and divine weapons, those classical books were what he had always desired the most. However, the gift Xu Jing casually bestowed was too heavy for the Gu family. So heavy that Gu Zhenxuan felt it was somewhat unreal, vaguely fearful. Suddenly, a light sound, a demonic wind entered the hall, and Gu Zhenxuan abruptly looked up, only to find that Xu Jing had disappeared. Clearly, Xu Jing didn't want to waste any more words and chose to leave early. After a while, Gu Zhenxuan took a deep breath, waved his hand to dismiss the group of women behind him. Then, he sat down right there and began studying a few of the spells, his eyes filled with extreme excitement. Through the cultivation technique in his hands, he could almost see the brilliant future where the Gu family would rise mightily. Having left Fire Rock City, Xu Zhang's destination was clear, he headed straight for the Great Tomb. Now his appearance was very noticeable, making it easy for others to see through him, so he disguised himself. Using the false form divine skill, for the current Xu Jing, only a bit could be performed. He concealed his purple fur and revealed his robust physique, but the piercing yin qi was still hard to hide. Still, he managed to appear somewhat human-like, not too terrifying. He traveled by night, and adding the time spent gathering information, it took Xu Jing half a month to finally reach the Great Tomb. This place was far from Fire Rock City, hardly a place the Gu family clan members could have found. Inside the Great Tomb, not a member of the human race was buried. The identity and strength of the tomb's owner was unknown, and it had existed for nearly 10,000 years. Throughout the ages, countless strong beings had come, yet the Great Tomb had never been opened, shrouded in mystery. The more elusive it was, the more it piqued the curiosity of various living creatures. Even if they couldn't delve deep, they still wished to explore nearby. A nameless city emerged as a result. The city spanned over 200 leagues, mixing various forces within, constantly causing friction on normal days. Fortunately, there was a sufficiently powerful being inside the city who could just manage to keep the situation under control, otherwise, deaths would occur daily. Xu Jing concealed his aura as he entered the city. Though he had disguised himself, the moment he entered, many people secretly glanced his way, sensing the startling yin qi on him and recognizing that he clearly was not from the human race. Regarding this, Xu Jing could only pretend to be unaware and quietly began collecting secrets about the Great Tomb. Soon enough, he exchanged a fifth-order magical treasure for some information on the Great Tomb, simple and direct. From the outside, the Great Tomb seemed to stretch only about 30 leagues, but in reality, it contained a vast space covering millions of leagues. As Xu Jing generously offered such a large bounty, naturally, he attracted the attention of many. During this process of gathering information, many living creatures, with varied intentions, unknowingly trailed behind him. Having gained the information, Xu Jing didn't stay long, he left the city and headed directly towards the nearby Great Tomb, followed by many living creatures like a shadow. It was midday, and the sun was intensely bright. Xu Jing walked under the grand sunlight, drawing in the essence of yang qi, warming the blood in his body that felt almost frozen. This scene was witnessed by many living creatures, and for a time, some knew it was tough and retreated, no longer following him. The entrance to the Great Tomb was not atop the earth, but suspended in midair. An array had kept a spatial rift open, stretching over 2,000 feet wide, resembling a heavenly eye lying across the sky, reflecting a glimmer of mountains and rivers within, a small world. Around the spatial rift, several floating islands were present, each festooned with various banners and flags. Opening up a small world required a certain understanding of the yin-yang five elements law. With Xu Zhang's yin-yang immortal bone and the five elements spiritual body, he wasn't shackled in this regard. As an immortal path cultivator, stepping into the immortal tribulation secret realm could open up a cave heaven world. Xu Zhang's own cultivation was certainly sufficient, though he had not yet begun the attempt. Opening a small world consumed numerous resources, and the rise in one's cultivation could also be limited by the small world itself. Once a small world was established, Chuzheng needed to expend considerable effort in enhancing the foundation of the world. For him, it was like having another distracting task to tend to, given his limited energy. With a small world as support, an immortal path cultivator could enter the true inner cycles, greatly reducing dependence on the heaven and earth and allowing them to continue battling in the cosmic starry sky, inducing a qualitative change in their capability. Additionally, a small world was a means to enhance combat power, briefly igniting the world's origin in a short time to unleash astonishing might. This was essentially a measure of last resort, sacrificing the foundation of one's cultivation for temporary splendor, not something a cultivator would use unless at a life-and-death juncture. Around the entrance of the great tomb, malevolent energy and yin qi loomed, and despite the bright sun, it was chilling to the bone. For Chuzheng, however, the environment was somewhat comfortable. He looked back, noticing that the many living creatures that initially followed him had dwindled to a mere few presences. The rest, knowing the difficulties, had abandoned their pursuit. Nevertheless, the few spirits that remained were troublesome. All had at least reached the fifth order, clearly confident in their own strengths. Chuzheng activated his spiritual eye, carefully observing the nearby spatial rift as his brow gradually knit together. Dense qi churned at the tomb's entrance, continuously overflowing. It was not just a great tomb. Within this small world, there certainly wasn't just one unknown powerful being buried, but a mass grave with who knew how many dead creatures contributing to the rich yin qi. After a moment of thought, Chuzheng rose into the air and headed towards the entrance of the great tomb. Before he could get close, more than 10 figures shot up from the floating islands in the sky and directly headed towards him. These figures, varying in aura, were only a quarter from the human race, the rest were from foreign races. Their cultivation was mediocre at best, the strongest merely third order, posing no threat to the current Chuzheng. Even so, Chuzheng remained 7 parts cautious and stopped in his tracks. "Esteemed senior, is this your first visit? May you need a guide? I have the latest map of the tomb here, which could save you 100 years of hard work. Would you like to buy one? My map is the most detailed. Fellow Daoist, why not take a look at mine first? This is the latest map drawn yesterday. It only costs 2 third-order spiritual medicines. The tomb is rife with yin qi, and many malevolent beings have emerged. Would you like to buy some spirit talisman for protection?" The 10+ figures closed in and spoke up, making clear their intentions. In a moment, Chuzheng realized this great tomb had existed for too long, its fame spreading far and wide, often attracting cultivators from various races to try their luck. Many creatures had spotted a business opportunity and were making a living off it. After some thought, Chuzheng refused the services of a guide and then took out some low-grade magic treasures and warriors, purchasing all the maps. Having multiple maps to cross-reference was naturally better for him. As for external items like fulu and magic treasures, given their low quality, Chuzheng excluded them too. The malevolent beings nurtured by this yin qi were quite similar to his current state. Who knew, they might even be considered half his kin. Moments later, after completing the trade, Chuzheng finally stepped into the spatial rift. At the same time, the number of creatures entering and exiting the great tomb numbered over 100, never ceasing. The fame of this great tomb was vast, with scarcely anyone within millions of miles unaware of it. It was said that at one time, a power tried to forcibly control this entrance, demanding a toll from every creature that wished to explore the tomb. To Chuzheng, this seemed like a wonderful idea, but the prerequisite was having enough strength to enforce it. As expected, the result was a collective attack, followed by abandonment. Since the day it was discovered until now, countless creatures had perished within this great tomb. In reality, a considerable portion of the cultivators still exploring the tomb were not there for the tomb itself, but to search for the numerous inheritances of those who had died before. This, too, represented a significant wealth. Crossing the spatial rift, the dense yin qi rushed forward. Chuzheng's aura flowed smoothly, his shape-shifting divine power was directly torn open, his richly purple glowing hair unfurled, and his bone wings fully spread, spanning more than 10 feet. Continue your saga on Freeweb novel in such an environment. He felt as comfortable as a dragon in water. The few cultivators who followed Chujing into the rift changed their expressions in shock and disbelief, unconsciously halting their steps. They had noticed the yin qi around Chujing early on but had never expected him to be a flying corpse. Yin corpses possess extremely low levels of spiritual intelligence. Even flying corpses, at best, have the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Moreover, even flying corpses find sunlight distasteful, and while they are not harmed by it, they prefer not to be active during the day. This particular yin corpse, on its journey thus far, had displayed a level of intelligence no different from ordinary humans and showed no fear of the blazing sun whatsoever. Such behaviors were far from normal. The most plausible explanation was that this yin corpse's cultivation far exceeded its apparent form. When something is out of the ordinary, it usually spells trouble. The cultivators had unanimously abandoned their previous plans, choosing not to follow behind Chujing anymore. Yin corpses often travel alone and lack the backing of sects and powers. Presumably, they wouldn't possess much wealth, making it unworthy to take such a risk. Chujing turned his head for a glance, then withdrew his gaze. These few cultivators, at least, had some sense in them, otherwise, bloodshed would have been unavoidable today. He had come to explore the tomb in search of opportunities, to collect fragments of high-grade spiritual objects, and he didn't wish to start disputes. The current situation was quite to his liking. The sky above the small world differed from the outside world, with the sun and moon coexisting. The sunlight was dim and seemed to be suppressed by the moonlight. In the great universe, such an event was absolutely impossible, indicating that in this realm, the balance of yin-yang dual qi had long been disturbed. If this situation continued, eventually all yang qi would be completely devoured, the great sun extinguished, and this realm would become a paradise for the yin god ghosts. Chujing took out all the maps he had purchased and, after comparing them, confirmed his location. The great tomb was mountain-shaped as a whole, with 4 distinct mountain passes inside and out, the outermost first fold with the largest area, where the closer one got to the center, the heavier the yin qi became. During nearly 10,000 years of exploration, the various racial cultivators had only managed to open the first 2 mountain passes. The third fold and the core fourth fold mountain passes remained unexplored by anyone. A strong 8th Order once ventured into the third fold mountain pass but encountered a corpse king less than 2,000 li in, resulting in a fierce battle that left them gravely injured and forced to retreat. According to that person, beyond the second mountain pass, there were far more than just one corpse king. Even the master of the great tomb, after years of nourishment by yin qi, might have turned into a yin corpse. Continue reading at Freeweb novel. Under these circumstances, naturally very few people dared to take a step over the boundary. Those who had stepped into the 9th Order or even higher realms seemed uninterested in this place. There were no records of such beings arriving here. Chujing's target was at least the third fold mountain pass. If there were ancient corpses of 8th Order existence, then that region undoubtedly harbored fragments comparable to true immortal treasures, which were, without question, highly valuable for him. In this small world, there were many spirit mines, and those that had been discovered were basically occupied by various forces. However, in this world, there were no rules, and bloody conflicts occurred frequently. The ownership of spirit mines changed hands many times, which was the norm in this place. Chujing began circling the outermost area, following the directions marked on the map. Within this area, there should be numerous fragments of ancient objects. He had plenty of time and didn't need to hurry. To avoid trouble, he didn't travel ostentatiously through the air but used the earth escape skill to move through the earth, while emitting a faint divine sense to detect some of the buried ancient object fragments. The yin qi underground was even more concentrated, mixed with the unique spiritual energy of the earth, making Chujing feel increasingly comfortable. Yin corpses originated from the earth and naturally had an affinity for earth attribute essence. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Traveling beneath the earth, Chujing unearthed quite a number of ancient fragments, mostly magic treasures and warrior relics, along with some Fu-Lu fragments and peculiar remnants of ornaments. The quality varied greatly, but none were ordinary items, all being above 2nd Order, and among them, those of 6th or 7th Order were not in short supply. Chujing was not picky, he collected everything, considering they might be useful in the future. Crack, as he traveled below the earth, Chuzheng suddenly heard an unusual cracking sound. The next instant, he entered a slightly damp and muddy corridor. Within the corridor, there hung an aura intensely familiar to Chuzheng. Scattered haphazardly in front of and behind him were several withered corpses, all of which had died with their essence blood dried up, wearing varied clothing, and a few were clearly other kind. Thud, a dull, massive sound reverberated as a shadow swiftly lunged at him, pinning Chuzheng firmly against the side of the corridor. The corridor caved in instantly, and the residual colossal strength sent Chuzheng 1,000 zhang outward, forcibly carving out another corridor. The thick arm covered with purple hair, clamped down on Chuzheng's neck, a pair of bloodshot, crimson eyes filled with a deadly murderous intent. Without a doubt, this was an ancient corpse, its cultivation closely matched Chuzheng's, if not surpassed it. Chuzheng's gaze sharpened. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached back and directly pulled out the cold spirit ruler, heavily smashing it onto the ancient corpse's skull. Thud. The head, sturdier than ordinary magic treasures, burst instantly, black blood splattered out, and the weak primordial spirit that emerged was eradicated in a flash. In one encounter, a flying corpse was slain. The power of a seventh-order supreme treasure exploded underground in an instant, rupturing the surface, blasting up massive waves of earth, and dust and smoke billowed 10,000 feet high, causing tremors within thousands of miles as if the dragon of the earth had turned over, an incredibly shocking disturbance. After dealing with this ancient corpse, Chuzheng couldn't help but frown. Without the Tribulation chi by his side, his spiritual perception seemed to have faded significantly and was unable to employ precognition to foresee his own fortune and misfortune. Facing his enemy, he realized he felt quite uneasy. At the moment when the ancient corpse lunged out, he had barely reacted in time. If not for the ancient corpse's power being only on par with his own, he would have faced significant danger. Coming back to his senses, Chuzheng picked up the remains of the ancient corpse, stepped onto the surface, and quickly left the vicinity. Such a huge commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of many living creatures. After leaving for about 10,000 miles, Chuzheng stopped on a plain and then once again descended underground, rapidly carving out a temporary cave dwelling. He vaguely sensed that there was something on this ancient corpse that could be beneficial to him. After some study, Chuzheng raised his hand in a slicing motion, broke open the dantian of the ancient corpse, and extracted a yin pill. This was the essence of the ancient corpse's cultivation, comparable to the golden core of a qi cultivator. At the same time, the remnants of yin qi on the corpse were also a great tonic for Chuzheng. If ordinary yin corpses had seen it, even if they could see it, they wouldn't be able to absorb it, but Chuzheng was different. With the method of qi absorption, extracting the yin qi contained within this ancient corpse was not a difficult task. Chuzheng quickly extracted the yin qi, then together with the yin pill, ingested them. And promptly felt his cultivation beginning to surge, rapidly approaching the sixth order. P.S. Some content needs to be revised. After searching with his divine sense for a short while, his expression suddenly changed, and he glanced towards a corner. On the well-restored plaque were 5 gilded large characters. Zhengchu Taoist Temple. Looking at the dilapidated temple before him, Chuzheng's scalp suddenly tingled. How is this possible? He forcefully pushed the door and stepped into the temple, where the divine statue remained intact, unharmed, dressed in a yin-yang Taoist robe. The facial features were identical to Chuzheng's own, down to the last detail. Was this the statue of the ancestral Dao? Chuzheng's eyes narrowed, a glint of spiritual light flickered. He called up, "Mud figure, Zeroth order the golden body of an ancient deity, the incense burned for it is no more." As time passed, it turned to dust, devoid of any trace of the divine. Zhengchu Taoist Temple. Looking at the dilapidated temple before him, Chuzheng's scalp suddenly tingled. How is this possible? He forcefully pushed the door and stepped into the temple, where the divine statue remained intact, unharmed, dressed in a yin-yang Taoist robe. The facial features were identical to Chuzheng's own, down to the last detail. Was this the statue of the ancestral Dao? Chuzheng's eyes narrowed, a glint of spiritual light flickered. He called up, "Mud figure, Zeroth order the golden body of an ancient deity, the incense burned for it is no more." As time passed, it turned to dust, devoid of any trace of the divine. Could this be the divine statue of the ancestral Tao? Mud figure, Zeroth order an ancient gold body of a deity, whose incense fire has died out. Over time it has turned to dust, without any trace of divinity. Detailed information, read new chapters at Freeweb novel. Looking at the mud figure on the altar, Chu Zheng's eyes flickered with spiritual light, raising some suspicions as he pulled up the detailed information on this golden body. Detailed information, sculpted eons ago, the specific era is untraceable, with no information left behind. Looking at the information about the mud figure, Chu Zheng couldn't help frowning, his spiritual eye included, unable to find any information. From the current information, this golden body seems unrelated to the ancestral Tao. The golden body of the ancestral Tao would show some traces. Although he was unaware of the exact date when this great tomb came into existence, he could assure it did not possibly trace back to eons ago. From some information he had previously gathered, this small world should not have experienced such a lengthy passage of time. The cultivators who initially entered this great tomb harvested spiritual medicine on the outskirts, which were aged at most between 100,000 and 1,000,000 years. Judging the existence period of a secret realm solely on spiritual medicine isn't too accurate. Many spiritual medicines have their age limits. After 1,000 or even 10,000 years, they do not continue to grow. The age limit of some spiritual medicines is 1,000 years. After reaching maturity, even 10,000 years later, their age remains only 1,000 years. However, they can at least serve as a reference. Among the harvested spiritual medicines, some holy medicines were not mature, dating less than 1,000,000 years old. This was already enough to suggest certain issues. Even if he guessed the age as far back as possible, the history of this great tomb would only be a few million years old. This does not match the years endured by this divine statue at all. The only explanation is that this temple existed in this location before the birth of this small world. This sounded as if it might disrupt the cause and effect, but it was not entirely impossible. A small world doesn't necessarily have to be formed by oneself. If one's cultivation is sufficient, directly annexing a world isn't difficult. The origin of this great tomb is anything but ordinary. Perhaps this small world was specifically prepared as a burial ground. This temple, merely because of a fortuitous coincidence, entered this place and has been preserved until today. Inside the temple, aside from the divine statue, it was empty. On the altar's incense burner, remnants of ash left from ancient times linger. Chu Zheng slowly walked in front of the divine statue, sat down cross-legged, and gazed at the dust-covered mud figure, falling into contemplation. Having not decayed over eons indicates that, in some era long past, this golden body was nourished by the incense fire willpower. This place is named Xingqiu Taoist Temple. The facial features of the divine statue mimic his very own. All these facts, if said to be coincidental, would seem too far-fetched. After a moment of silence, Chu Zheng stood up, stepped out of the temple, expanded his divine sense, and found a lone cultivator, directly capturing him and bringing him to the temple. The cultivator, appearing quite ordinary, was named Mu Xian, with a cultivation just entering the third realm, bone age under 30, placed in the former Tsangyun realm. He was also among the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list. In the Tianwu realm, such talent was seen as quite common. It could only be considered as having a modest talent. That Wutong tree that crossed the starry sea significantly raised the foundation of the entire Tianwu realm by at least 2 levels. A great realm with the presence of a supreme being was far stronger than the Tsangyun realm by who knows how many times. Looking at Chu Zheng's crimson eyes, Mu Xian's face paled. He tightly closed his eyes, muttering continuously, constantly praying for his forefathers' protection. Being captured by a flying corpse within this great tomb, his fate was self-evident. The best outcome was to be drained dry of essence, blood and die. Being able to leave an intact corpse, if this flying corpse had any peculiar tastes, even having an entire corpse would be difficult. Copy the facial features of this divine statue. The hoarse whisper echoed inside the temple. Mu Xian's expression startled as he cautiously opened his eyes. Plunk, a set of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone was thrown beside him. The purple-haired flying corpse stood not far away, like a towering tower emitting a cold light. Mu Xian dared not hesitate for a moment. Trembling, he spread out the drawing paper and began to copy on the spot. Although his body was trembling, his hands were exceptionally steady. He dared not make any sudden movements. Copying the divine statue in front of him might be his only chance of survival. After a while, a vivid sketch of the mud figure appeared on the paper. Only after seeing his own likeness appear on this canvas did Chu Jing finally shatter the last bit of luck within his heart. This was indeed not an ancestral Dao golden body, but merely a divine statue identical to him. For a moment, Chu Jing fell into a profound confusion. In terms of the time flow in the Chaos Sea, Daoist Venerable Jingqiu was only a deity with a history of over 1,000 years. Although he had numerous followers, the incense fire willpower was chaotic, and truly fervent followers were not many. This did not match the years this divine statue had experienced at all. Moreover, as the true body of Daoist Venerable Jingqiu, it was impossible to feel no connection to his own golden body. For a time, the temple fell into a strange silence. Mu Xian stood tremblingly aside, his heart filled with torment, uncertain of what fate awaited him. Had he known that the periphery of this great tomb was so perilous, he would never have ventured here. Moments later, Chu Jing snapped out of his contemplation, flipped his hand to retrieve 3 sticks of pure incense, and handed them to Mu Xian. Pointing at the divine statue, he said softly, "For the next year, worship him as a god, bow morning and evening, offer incense at dawn and dusk. After 1 year, I will let you go and will provide you with another opportunity." He intended to use the incense fire willpower to try and awaken this golden body. If this golden body could be reactivated by the incense fire willpower, then he would inevitably discover some new clues. Regardless, he had to uncover the secrets hidden within this divine statue. Throughout his journey, his path had been predetermined, from Songyun Realm to Chaos Sea, to the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Despite the perilous dangers, it all ended safely without incident. Chu Jing didn't think this was due to any particular merit of his. Many intricacies were hard to discern clearly. Hearing Chu Jing's words, Mu Xian was stunned for a moment and, regaining his composure, he dared not ask further, accepting the pure incense handed over by Chu Jing and approaching the divine statue. After lighting the incense, he knelt with a devout expression and bowed respectfully 3 times, silently praying, "May the ancient celestial venerate, the supreme Taoist ancestor, all Taoist sages, and the universal Buddha, the great god of fortune protect me from this calamity." In that instant, never having believed in the deities, he recited the names of all the ancient gods he knew, hoping to receive protection from one of them. After a while, he stood up and inserted the incense into the incense burner. Buzz, a dull thud arose from beyond the heavens, a faint ripple emerged, and the 3 sticks of incense inside the burner snapped. Mu Xian's expression momentarily faltered, bewildered. Chu Jing also furrowed his brows. The broken incense signified that the deity had rejected this worship and did not accept the followers' willingness. Why would this be? Such an abnormal sight momentarily plunged Chu Jing into confusion. It wasn't supposed to be like this. This divine statue had been dead for countless years. Why would it reject a person's worship? What were you thinking when you were praying to the god just now? Regaining his composure, Chu Jing's gaze swept to Mu Xian beside him as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "I wasn't thinking of anything." Mu Xian panicked, waving his hands repeatedly, as a torrent of fearful thoughts surged in his mind. The words he had just silently spoken, could they actually have been heard by some unknown existence? The names he had silently recited were all of deities from ancient times. If indeed any deity had heard his prayers, they shouldn't have rejected his plea. Without waiting for Mu Xian to think further, Chu Jing took out another handful of incense sticks, placed them aside, and gestured for Mu Xian to continue. Mu Xian calmed his increasingly nervous heartbeat, stepped forward, and cautiously asked, "May I ask the honorable title of this deity?" "Zhengchu Taoist Venerate." Chu Jing replied offhandedly, his crimson eyes intently observing Mu Xian's every move, trying to discern some clues. Daring not to think further, Mu Xian respectfully bowed and silently recited the name of Jingchu Taoist Venerate, then he lit the incense and placed it into the incense burner. Chu Jing's eyes flickered with a trace of spiritual light as he saw a wisp of invisible incense fire willpower slowly rising and being absorbed by the golden body. Whoosh, suddenly, a breeze swept through the temple, brushing the thick dust off the divine statue and making it look as good as new. In an instant, Chu Jing's form trembled slightly, and a vast, boundless expanse of stars flashed through his mind, gone in a flash. At the same moment, far away in the myriad realms, his original body sensed something and quickly became aware of this golden body's existence. This golden body had been successfully activated by Mu Xian and had established a connection with Chu Jing's original body. In a flash, a torrent of shock surged through Chu Jing's heart. Could this golden body truly be his? Billions of years ago, was there already a person named Jingchu Taoist Venerate? At this thought, Chu Jing's heart sank slightly, overshadowed by gloom. The name Jingchu was just a casually chosen Taoist name. But looking back now, it seemed not so simple. If the Jingchu Taoist Venerate had existed billions of years ago and bore his exact face, then was he really Chu Jing, or was he Jingchu Taoist Venerate? For a moment, Chu Jing began to doubt the authenticity of his own existence. He was certain that, aside from the memories of his time as a cultural relic restorer, there were no residual memories of past lives in his mind. Now, with the various anomalies before him, he could not help but wonder whether there was some issue with his reincarnation memories. P.S. Some content needs to be modified. 2 layers of mountain passes encircle the Great Tomb, not overly perilous, inhabited by numerous species of living creatures. Over the millions of miles of territory, after so many years of development, domains were long ago clearly demarcated. There were even numerous cities that had already been established. Inside the Great Tomb, the evil was extremely dense. For common living creatures, it was not a place to linger. If one stayed too long, their body would be eroded by the evil, harming their lifespan. However, in the Tianwu realm, there were no small number of cultivators who practiced the cultivation of God and villainous spirits. For them, such an environment was instead a treasure trove. After stepping into the 6th Order, Chu Jing's combat prowess had grown substantially, and his physical body was hardly damaged by ordinary magic treasures. Leaving that temple behind, Chu Jing once again submerged himself underground, beginning to search for traces of ancient corpses. Not having left the Great Tomb by even 10,000 miles, an almost imperceptible screech suddenly echoed in his ears. A wisp of black fog rushed at him head-on, pouring into his limbs and bones, circling through his internal organs, then made a beeline for his brow's sea of consciousness. Moments later, a hazy figure emanating a densing qi appeared within Chu Jing's sea of consciousness, pressing directly towards his primordial spirit. Clang, a rich tolling of a bell resounded, whipping up a frenzy within the sea of consciousness. It was like a heavy hammer that instantly dispersed the dark shadow, and an overflowing soul power spread around. It was not until this moment that Chu Jing sharply reacted. Inhaling deeply, he activated his soul-snatching divine ability, beginning to absorb the soul power spilling over in his sea of consciousness. With the nourishment of pure soul power, the strength of Chu Jing's divine soul rose significantly. Along with the soul power were many complex memories and resentments, like swallowing a heap of trash, causing great discomfort. After some time, Chu Jing finally calmed down, sorting through his thoughts. Within the Great Tomb, apart from ancient corpses, there was another type of ghost similar to God. These were beings that perished in this place. Their resentments congealed and did not disperse, giving birth to evil spirits. The black shadow from earlier was probably such an entity. These evil spirits were exceedingly similar to those found in the vast universe. The evil spirits in the vast universe, devoid of a physical body and very much alike to a cultivator's primordial spirit state, specialized in invading and occupying the bodies of living creatures, using them as a disguise. Among them, the higher-class evil spirits were extremely intelligent, even capable of accessing the residual memories within the flesh, using them as cover to mask their maliciousness. All this information was what Chu Jing originally learned from Gung Yang, but Gung Yang's understanding of the vast universe was limited to what was rumored in ancient books and was not necessarily accurate. The Yin gods within this great tomb could also possess bodies, however, their movements were difficult to conceal, easily detected. At present, Chu Jing's divine soul was weak, but his body remained extremely strong. For those Yin gods, without a doubt, it was a most suitable vessel. Within that evil spirit's soul power were many fragments of memories, including the pathways for operating cultivation techniques and numerous recollections about cultivation practice. Besides these, there was also a vast amount of chaotic information, filled with indistinguishable truths and illusions. With the current strength of Chu Zheng's divine soul, dealing with this proved quite challenging. Fog enveloped heaven and earth, with dark currents of Yin Qi surging, seemingly causing the sunlight to dim further. The rise of Yin Qi chilled the entire temperature of the great tomb, yet no snowflakes fell. Water did not freeze, thick like starch. Intentionally hunting, within a few short months, Chu Zheng successively killed 5 ancient corpses, varying in strength of cultivation. The Yin pills and corpse qi he obtained significantly advanced his cultivation, with his body strengthening even further. During this time, he also encountered many evil spirits similar to Yin gods that attempted to take over his flesh. The outcome was naturally that they were all shattered by the soul-stabilizing bell, their souls dispersed and turned into nourishment. Although some soul power was absorbed earlier, relative to his current level of cultivation, Chu Zheng's divine soul was still extremely fragile. If it weren't for the soul-stabilizing bell protecting his primordial spirit, his body would have long been snatched away. A year passed in the blink of an eye. As the distance increased, Chu Zheng no longer planned to waste time returning to the temple, and he went straight towards the deeper parts of the great tomb. His destination was the third mountain pass, where the Corpse King was said to roam. As for the young cultivator in the temple, if he was still there by the time Chu Zheng returned, he would conveniently gift him a few treasures. The closer he got to the center of the great tomb, the heavier the Yin Qi between heaven and earth became. At the first mountain pass, it was rare to encounter flying corpses, mostly, it was Yin corpses draped in green hair. Upon entering the second mountain pass, the strength of the evil spirits and ancient corpses had clearly risen more than just a notch. Winged flying corpses were frequently encountered, and the strength of the cultivators from various races had also significantly increased, with Chu Zheng often seeing 6th order or even 7th order living creatures clashing. These ancient corpses and Yin gods and evil spirits were also seen as resources in the eyes of the cultivators. The Yin pills of ancient corpses were highly valuable alchemy ingredients, and if the Yin gods were subdued using spirit-controlling techniques, they would become a significant aid. After entering the second mountain pass, Chu Zheng became much more cautious, using 2 7th order supreme treasures for protection, and he encountered no danger along the way. Chu Zheng stayed at the second mountain pass for over 4 years, collecting many fragments of ancient relics, and accumulated a considerable amount of primordial qi. After hunting down several flying corpses, he ingested Yin pills and refined the remaining corpse qi, stepping into the state of perfect 6th order and standing at the precipice of a breakthrough. Among the craggy mountains, Chu Zheng emerged from underground, appeared at the peak, his hair gleaming with a luminous purple light, and faintly emitting strands of golden brilliance. After reaching perfect 6th order, he felt an intangible sense of impending danger emanating from the sky above. He had never felt this before and couldn't help but be extra cautious. After some time of exploration, he came to understand the source of this sense of crisis. It was the heavenly tribulation. A Yin corpse, a dead body clinging to the mortal realm, is an affront to the laws of nature. Upon stepping into the 7th order, the heavenly Tao will surely bring down tribulation to annihilate it. This heavenly tribulation was much more difficult and far more dangerous than the tribulations ordinary cultivators must pass. The chances of an ordinary flying corpse crossing this threshold were less than 1 in 100. Only now did Chu Zheng realize why, even though he cultivated the qi refining technique in the body of a Yin corpse, he could never sense the presence of tribulation qi. In the eyes of the cosmos, he was already a dead man. Naturally, there would be no additional tribulations aimed at him. Discover more stories at freewebnovelboom.com. with a mere thought from Chuzheng, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, bright lightning, and rolling thunder. Almost giving him no time to react, a thick, purple lightning bolt, carrying exceedingly dominant yang qi, ferociously struck down. Crack, as the first bolt of heavenly thunder struck him, black blood spurted from Chuzheng's body, and his limbs and bones were all shattered, but his blood-red eyes suddenly burst out with a terrifying sharpness. The moment this bolt of heavenly thunder struck him, the tribulation qi within his body was astonishingly dispersed in an instant. The erosion of tribulation qi is exceedingly difficult, with natural disasters and human calamities striking unpredictably. Chuzheng, having transformed many times to face tribulations over hundreds and thousands of years, had only managed to reduce a small part of the tribulation qi. His true form had also encountered danger on multiple occasions. By comparison, the heavenly tribulations faced by immortal path cultivators, though equally risky, were relatively predictable, allowing one to prepare in advance and avoid sudden disasters. Upon entering the immortal tribulation secret realm, Chuzheng initially thought he would face the heavenly thunder tribulation. However, his body had been overly influenced by the qi refining technique, making it impossible to draw down the heavenly thunder. Instead, he had accumulated a significant amount of formless tribulation qi. At that moment, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, the heavenly tribulation he was facing now had brought him an unexpected surprise. After regaining his composure, Chuzheng immediately healed his injuries and began to suppress his cultivation, controlling it around the perfect sixth order. In doing so, the restoration interface could operate, and he would not be instantly gravely injured or even killed by the heavenly thunder, and he could continue to erode the tribulation qi, which was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The instant Chuzheng's injuries were fully healed, the thunderclouds in the sky surged with electric light, thundering loudly. An even more terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, aiming straight for his crown. In an instant, as the heavenly thunder filled his head, Chuzheng's thoughts nearly came to a complete halt. His skull split open, revealing the primordial spirit within. The soul-stabilizing bell hummed vibrantly, ultimately blocking the bolt of lightning and protecting Chuzheng's primordial spirit. Chuzheng was still slightly shaken. In that moment, he had almost sensed the breath of annihilation. A mere touch of the lightning's power on his primordial spirit would have meant death. He found it hard to believe that such a terrifying trial could be crossed by a flying corpse through its power alone. After that bolt of heavenly thunder, most of the tribulation qi on the side of his body was eroded, testament to its formidable power. Such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, Chuzheng naturally would not miss. Regaining his senses, he spared no expense to madly consume and refine the immortal qi, beginning to forcibly elevate his cultivation realm. The timing of the next heavenly tribulation was uncertain. Now, he had to take advantage of the ongoing heavenly tribulation overhead to reduce the tribulation qi as much as possible. As for the rapid rise in cultivation possibly leading to an unstable foundation, those were matters for later. First, he needed to ascend his realm. There would be plenty of time to solidify his foundation afterward. The importance of this was self-evident. Chuzheng dedicated most of his attention to his true form. During this period, he had accumulated a considerable amount of immortal qi, which now came in handy. He was already at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. After consuming a strand of immortal qi, his cultivation immediately entered the second fold of immortal tribulation. After the breakthrough, Chuzheng did not pause at all, consuming 2 more strands of immortal qi to continue advancing his cultivation. Thick thunderclouds enveloped thousands of miles, attracting the attention of many living creatures, who quickly discovered Chuzheng beneath the clouds. After surviving 2 bolts of heavenly thunder, Chuzheng's originally slightly purple hair now emanated a faint golden sheen, undergoing a near-total transformation. If it weren't for the need to transform for tribulations, Chuzheng would not have chosen to expose himself and attract so much attention. Enjoy more content from FreeWebNovel, but now, he could only take things one step at a time since his understanding of the power of the heavenly thunder was incredibly limited. Suppressing cultivation was not easy. Being just one step away from a breakthrough, Chuzheng could not easily move past this barrier. Crossing it would mean entering the Seventh Order, and operating the restoration interface would become exceedingly difficult, no longer ensuring that this incarnation could withstand the remaining heavenly thunders. Moments later, Chu Jing's divine soul gradually began to recover, looking up at the thunderclouds above him with a slightly solemn expression. Boom! 2 more consecutive lightning bolts fell, giving Chu Jing no chance to catch his breath. The soul-stabilizing bell hummed, resonating with the lightning from beyond the heavens, as if it might explode at any moment. After a long while, the thunderclouds between heaven and earth slowly dissipated, revealing the scene of the great tomb shrouded in yin qi. There had been a total of 4 bolts of heavenly thunder. Fortunately, this round of heavenly tribulation was passed with more shock than danger. However, Chu Jing felt some regret that due to the massive difference in the flow of time, his true body on the other side had very limited time, without a chance to continue refining immortal qi. In the end, his true body had only stepped into the 3rd fold of immortal tribulation. For Chu Jing, this was enough. Having reached this point was an unexpected pleasure, there was no need to demand more. At least, in the aspect of dissipating tribulation qi, he had found a new path. This yin corpse body had many more opportunities to undergo tribulation in the future. There was no need to rush. Chu Jing regained his composure, his golden fur dancing in the wind, flowing with an indescribable auspicious light, his presence nearly godlike. The yin qi around him no longer felt as oppressive as before. The living creatures gathered around, looking at Chu Jing standing on the mountain peak, were hesitant. After a long thought, they still chose to give up and left one after another. A 7th Order flying corpse, second only to the Corpse King, with a body strength unmatched by ordinary cultivators. P.S. Some content needs to be modified at least. This flying corpse was not of the common sort, although a demonic creature, it was. The heavy thunderclouds covered 1,000 miles, attracting the attention of many living creatures, who quickly noticed Chu Jing beneath the clouds. After withstanding 2 bolts of heavenly thunder, Chu Jing's originally slightly purplish fur glowed with a faint golden hue, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. If it weren't for his true body needing to transform tribulation, Chu Jing would not have taken such a risk, attracting so much attention. But now, he could only take it one step at a time, as his understanding of the power of heavenly tribulation was quite limited. Suppressing his cultivation forcibly was not easy, breakthrough was but a step away, and Chu Jing could not easily cross this threshold. To cross it would be to reach 7th Order, and it would be extremely difficult to continue ensuring that this incarnation could withstand the remaining heavenly thunder. A moment later, Chu Jing's divine soul gradually came to, gazing at the thunderclouds above, his expression slightly condensed. With a rumble, 2 more bolts of lightning descended in quick succession, giving Chu Jing no chance to catch his breath. The soul-stabilizing bell hummed, resonating with the lightning from beyond the heavens as if it might explode at any moment. After a long while, the thunderclouds between heaven and earth slowly dissipated, revealing the scene of the great tomb shrouded in yin qi. There had been a total of 4 bolts of heavenly thunder. Fortunately, this round of heavenly tribulation was passed with more shock than danger. However, Chu Jing felt some regret that due to the massive difference in the flow of time, his true body on the other side had very limited time, without a chance to continue refining immortal qi. In the end, he had only stepped into the 3rd fold of immortal tribulation. For Chu Jing, this was enough. Having reached this point was an unexpected pleasure, there was no need to demand more. At least, in the aspect of dissipating tribulation qi, he had found a new path. This yin corpse body had many opportunities for future tribulation. Chu Jing regained his composure, his golden fur dancing in the wind, flowing with an indescribable auspicious light. His presence was nearly godlike. The living creatures gathered around, looking at Chu Jing standing on the mountain peak, were hesitant. After a long thought, they still chose to give up and left one after another. A 7th Order flying corpse, second only to the Corpse King, with a body strength unmatched by ordinary cultivators. The flying corpse, once it stepped into the 7th Order, could no longer be called a flying corpse. Within the Tianwu realm, it was generally known as undecayed bone. Its flesh was so formidable that it remained unrotted and unchanged even after tens of thousands of years. Such a level of corpse was, except for heavenly thunder, virtually impossible to kill by ordinary means. This realm was the ultimate peak for ordinary corpses. One step further, and it would transcend the corpse category to be called a corpse king. This was no different from immortal path cultivators, who, upon stepping into the realm of true immortal, undergo a qualitative transformation. Every tribulation a true immortal overcame meant a qualitative transformation, and their combat power would swell by more than dozens of times. The Eighth Order was an incredibly terrifying realm. The disparity in fighting prowess between individuals at this level was vast, like the difference between heaven and earth. Just like the time Chu Jing witnessed the prowess of the martial saint from the martial hall, Pei Hingxing, in the battlefield beyond the realms. As an Eighth Order, he, with a single punch each, dispatched 3 powerful living creatures, on par with high-grade true immortals, proving the extent of the disparity in just 3 moves. This was a realm capable of creating miracles, able to transcend the shackles of a world and connect with the origin of the great universe. In the great universe, all Taoist orthodoxies underwent an extreme transformation upon reaching the Eighth Order. Many orthodoxies gradually faded and declined because the methods to ascend beyond the Eighth Order were lost. After stepping into the Seventh Order, Chu Jing's confidence increased significantly. He no longer needed to hide and even deliberately approached areas dense with qi, which were ferocious places. The heavier the qi, the more likely it was to be the dwelling place of evil spirits, and the higher the probability of encountering a corpse king. After entering the second mountain pass, the qi between heaven and earth obviously increased by more than double, and the strength of the encountered evil spirits also rose. However, relatively speaking, they posed no significant threat to Chu Jing as he currently was. After devouring plenty of soul power, his divine sense was now strong enough to activate a Seventh Order Supreme Treasure. With the soul-stabilizing bell at his disposal, ordinary evil spirits couldn't harm him. As for the corpses, Chu Jing had yet to encounter any that could rival him. The strongest was merely Sixth Order, covered in purple hair, without a trace of golden light. The result was naturally self-evident, they all became nourishment for Chu Jing. As the qi between heaven and earth rose, sunlight grew more dim, as if sinking into a nightscape. Upon the pitch-dark canopy, the moonlight shone resplendent, with no stars in sight. Enjoy new chapters from Freeweb novel. After entering the second mountain pass, Chu Jing distinctly felt the speed of his cultivation progress quicken by more than a notch. Moreover, he no longer saw any living creatures. Upon the earth grew patches of dark, low grass, known as profoundine grass, a type of cold-aspect spirit grass, essential for alchemy, forming prairies within the second mountain pass. Such vast expanses of profoundine grass were an incalculable fortune, yet no one dared to come here to pick them. In addition to profoundine grass, this place also grew numerous attributed precious spiritual medicines of immense value, all perfectly preserved to the present day. Chu Jing, all along his journey fraught with shock but no danger, casually picked plenty of spiritual medicines, reaping a bountiful harvest. Although he didn't need these spiritual medicines at present, he could follow the practice he had employed in the Dongyuan realm, stockpiling a batch of cultivation resources to send to his main body. It was an extremely lengthy process, but consumable such. As cultivation resources were never too many. In the long run, there would always be a place where they could be used. Delving more than 100,000 li into the second mountain pass, Chu Jing discovered numerous gigantic bones, flesh thoroughly withered, yet still moving about. These were the spiritually awakened remains of ancient otherkind after death, shaping into special living creatures, somewhat similar to corpses, retaining some of their original divine skills, and not weak in strength. Herds of skeletons scattered across the shining prairie, bowing to chew the profoundine grass. The profoundine grass was crushed by their teeth, then slipped through the crevices of their bones, returning to the earth, turning into nutrients. They did not need to eat to replenish energy, and this behavior was a remnant of past habits. Chu Jing even tried approaching these skeletons, and to his surprise, found that they all treated him as if he did not exist, showing no reaction, even if he provoked them intentionally, as though devoid of any aggression. Contained within these skeletons was an intensing qi. Chuzheng originally wanted to attempt to absorb it and use it for himself, but after weighing the options, he eventually decided to postpone this idea. Regarding the second mountain pass, he lacked information, and if these other kind skeletons were specially nurtured by some powerful presence, rashly meddling could possibly lead to trouble. As he progressed deeper, the sky turned increasingly dark, the great sun in the sky completely obscured by yin qi. Chuzheng continued on his way and stopped before a range of mountains. The dark mountain range resembled a crouching fierce tiger with contained murderous intent, and a tens of thousands of li-long crevasse cut across it, severing it in the middle. With a glance, Chuzheng discerned some clues. This was sliced open by a casual sword strike from someone. God knows how long ago it occurred, remnants of sword qi still lingered, and the breeze felt like a blade against his face. Chuzheng circled the mountain range to confirm there was no lingering danger, only then did he step into the crevasse. Powerful creatures that had once clashed here would inevitably leave some traces behind, such as fragments of warriors. Having reached the bottom of the valley, Chuzheng unfolded his divine sense and searched. Less than half an hour later, he found an incomplete humanoid skeleton. The skeleton was intact except for its head, which likely was severed by someone. Wrapped in a piece of incomplete pale blue silk cloth, after an unknown amount of time, the bone still pulsated with residual energy, reminiscent of the first incomplete bone Chuzheng encountered on the ancient battlefield. Chuzheng activated his spiritual eye and meticulously examined the scene for a moment, discovering quite a bit of information. The skeleton was not of the human race but belonged to the Frost Moon clan, a group naturally close to the Tying star, and the environment within this great tomb offered many advantages to the Frost Moon clan. Death had not claimed the skeletal corpse for too long, just over 400,000 years ago, with a cultivation of the 8th order at the 7th layer, the same realm as the Dongxing demon Immortal who had attempted to intercept him outside the Tsangyun realm. Such beings usually outclassed the fierce sun in the sky, yet here one lay, silently slain and beheaded in this place. Chuzheng's gaze slowly swept over the entire skeleton, finally settling on the layer of light blue silk fabric that enveloped it. Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade, 8th Order / incomplete top-grade holy artifact, supreme treasure of the Frost Moon clan, tainted with yin qi and undergoing mutations, significantly enhancing the combat power of yin attribute life, reparable, 0 out of 2000. This was a rather rare supreme treasure, with 2000 repair opportunities, even among the 8th order, this was among the elite. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Chuzheng's eyes. The skeleton should provide a considerable amount of primordial qi, indeed, a bountiful harvest. With this Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade as protection, once his cultivation rose further, facing beings of the 8th order would not spell certain doom. Chuzheng crouched down, first securing the Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade, and just as he was about to collect the skeleton, a sudden spark flared in his mind. The death of this skeleton was just over 400,000 years ago. Perhaps the perpetrator was the evil spirit within this second mountain pass. Your journey continues at Freewebnovel if that unnamed evil spirit was nearby. At this thought, a sudden chill gripped Chuzheng's heart. He instinctively looked around, searching aimlessly. As expected, he found nothing. After a moment, Chuzheng expanded his divine sense, ever cautious of any movements around him as he collected the skeleton. The instant the skeleton disappeared, a gust of yin wind suddenly blew through the valley. Chuzheng felt a slight chill down his spine as if a dark shadow loomed behind him. He paused momentarily, his nerves taut. The next moment, he swiftly turned around, a flash of red light in his eyes, his body tensed and ready to spring into action. Yet, there was nothing behind him, just empty space, with divine sense detecting no anomalies. This place was out of the ordinary, somewhat sinister. Despite the false alarm, Chuzheng did not dare to relax in the slightest, turning back, ready to leave. As he turned his head, Chuzheng's figure suddenly stiffened, with bloodlust blazing in his pupils, his teeth clenched instinctively. A figure stood just 3 feet away at his side, dressed in black, carrying a long sword. At the sight of this shadow, Chuzheng's heart, which had just ceased to beat, nearly jumped back to life, his thoughts sinking significantly. This person stood there, yet Chu Zhang's divine sense still could not detect his presence, as if they were not in the same space at all. A flash of spiritual light passed through Chu Zhang's pupils as he activated his spiritual eye, and then an involuntary shock crossed his face. Even after using the spiritual eye, he came up empty. This was a first. Even in the presence of a ninth order peak immortal king, he could still discern some information, but now, the spiritual eye was ineffective. Before Chu Zhang could ponder further, ripples began to spread in the void. The man in black took a step forward, as if tearing through a layer of spatial barrier, and stood in front of Chu Zhang. Only at this moment did Chu Zhang's divine sense finally detect the man's presence, and his spiritual eye quickly responded, Jian Shire, 8th order perfect 8th order in cultivation, flesh. Spiritually awakened to sanctity, on the verge of becoming a great saint spirit. At the time of death, the body was embedded with 12 divine swords, tainted by sword chi, undergoing mutations during the corpse's transformation, sword intent reaching the pinnacle of absolute perfection. Looking at the information transmitted through the spiritual eye, Chu Zhang steadied his spirit, slightly relieved. The reason for his earlier lack of detection was purely because this person existed in another space. Fortunately, the spiritual eye was not at fault. Undecayed bone, advancing further, stepping into the 8th order is to become a saintly being, known as a Holy Spirit, entirely different from creatures like corpses. Perfect 8th order, comparable to an immortal path lord, a true immortal who has surpassed 9 heavenly tribulations, effortlessly sweeping through a star domain. With Chu Zhang's current strength, in the face of such an existence, even a slightly sharper glance would be unbearable. In fact, if not for the information provided by the spiritual eye, Chu Zhang could hardly believe that the person before him evolved from a corpse. Aside from a somewhat greenish complexion, this Jian Shire was almost indistinguishable from a normal person. Senior. Regaining his composure, Chu Zhang didn't hesitate and immediately bowed respectfully. Jian Shire sized up Chu Zhang and gave a slight nod, his gaze carrying a trace of recognition. In nearly 200,000 years, you are the first to have withstood the heavenly tribulation. You carry an aura from beyond this realm. You are not a corpse born of this world. Where do you come from? Jian Shire's sharp eyesight was somewhat beyond Chu Zhang's expectations. After a moment's thought, he half-truthfully shared his origin. He concealed the speed of his cultivation and attributed the events that occurred with the Gu family to thousands of years ago. The reason for coming to the Great Tomb was to enhance his cultivation, and he had recently, by chance, survived the heavenly tribulation. It's not easy to cultivate to this level alone. Jian Shire murmured in a low voice, My name is Jian Shire, my past life is severed, a name I chose myself. Seeing me today is also a stroke of destiny for you. Before his words fell, he lifted his hand, and within his palm, a phantom appeared, a miniature of the entire Great Tomb, like a range of overlapping peaks under the sun and moon. In the next instant, his palm flipped over, and the mountains turned upside down, with the sun and moon following suit. Chu Zhang's gaze shifted, understanding Jian Shire's meaning. The structure of the entire Great Tomb appeared mountain-like, but in reality, it was hanging upside down, shaped like a funnel. The core region at the bottom was the lowest layer of the entire world, with all the blood chi and yin chi of the Great Tomb converging there. This place entombs a Daoist master who planned for millions of years and awaits the time for revival. Jian Shire said gravely, having crossed the heavenly tribulation proves that you possess extraordinary talents. From now on, cultivate by my side. When the Daoist master revives and steps into the realm of ancient myths, you, too, will have a chance at a tremendous opportunity. Ancient myths, spanning through the ages, exist in legends of every era, stronger than golden immortals and second only to the various ancestral Daoists. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. If I indeed receive the opportunity bestowed by the Daoist master, I will lay down my life in gratitude for your great kindness. Hearing this, Chu Zhang repeatedly bowed, as if moved by his words, his gaze as steadfast as iron. He needed resources, and having finally encountered a suitable patron like this, it wasn't wrong to comply. Jian Shire had lived for so long, he surely had considerable insight into the path of cultivation, and comparative to that, Chuzheng could learn a few things. As for the owner of the tomb, whatever grand designs or hidden traps they had left had absolutely nothing to do with Chuzheng. He only wished to enhance his cultivation as quickly as possible, accumulate experience as a repair master, and then make a trip to the center of the Tianwu realm to see that heavenly Wutong tree that crossed realms with his own eyes. Legend had it that there was a passage to the vast universe there, and this was a hope he cherished in his heart. The secrets within the vast universe had always interested him. The yin-yang divine infant of his original body was modeled after the relationship between the great universe and the vast universe, ultimately taking shape. By the way, Chuzheng also intended to inquire about the Taoist temple from Jian Shire. The Taoist master mentioned by Jian Shire was out of the ordinary, his plans laid for millions of years, beyond the reach of ordinary living creatures. Only at this moment did Chuzheng fully understand why such a great tomb was renowned throughout the world, yet those who had stepped beyond the ninth order showed no interest in it. They probably had already calculated that this place was a land for corpse nourishment and therefore was unwilling to set foot here. Awakening the Taoist master prematurely and destroying his millions of years of accumulation would be akin to creating a great enmity, a life and death grudge, and no one would willingly provoke such a formidable enemy. Most importantly, within this great tomb, aside from the Taoist master, there were no treasures that could catch the eye of a supreme being. Doing something that's all harm and no good, no one would be willing to undertake it. The master of this great tomb had already reached an extremely high realm while alive, and then he spent his heart blood to construct this great tomb, attempting to return to life after his lifespan had ended, to progress even further. The realm of ancient myths, second only to the ancestors of the various paths, as far as Chuzheng knew, was even stronger than the chi-refining golden immortals, on par with the immortal emperor, and could be called the pinnacle within the universe. Such a figure, Chuzheng had not yet encountered. "Come with me." Jian Shire didn't pay any attention to the skeleton that Chuzheng had collected. He lifted his finger to open a spatial passageway and slowly stepped into it. Chuzheng followed closely behind, and after crossing the spatial passageway, they arrived in front of a green stone gate. Above the palace was a dome transformed from rock walls, evidently an underground palace. The surrounding yin qi was more than 10 times denser than the valley before, surely closer to the depths of the great tomb. The construction of the underground palace dated back many years, and everywhere the eye could see were traces left by the passage of time. As his own lifespan extended, these historical traces left by the years were gradually fading in the eyes of Chuzheng. The entire great universe had endless ancient histories to explore, and he no longer had the energy to investigate each one. Moreover, as his cultivation rose, the history of these things might not even be longer than the span of time he himself had lived. Such information was gradually losing value in his eyes. Chuzheng certainly noticed this gradual change in mentality, which was only natural as humans are highly adaptive creatures, influenced by their environment and many experiences. To him, this was a good thing. At the very least, it meant he'd grown somewhat. The entire great universe was constantly changing, heavenly fate continually shifting, creating generation after generation of heroes and sages. That which does not change struggles to endure, the same is true for people. Those who live on the past and do not strive for progress, do not live long. Jian Shire glanced at Chuzheng and, seeing that he was silent, thought him shocked by the dense yin qi of this place. This place is at the edge of the first mountain pass. Going further down is the resting tomb of the Taoist master, the ultimate land of Yin. Having casually spoken these words, Jian Shire pushed open the gate, revealing a dark palace corridor adorned with relief sculptures of all kinds of other kind. Boom, a gentle breeze of Yin wind brushed his face, making Chuzheng feel refreshed all over, his golden hair unconsciously stretched out, and his body relaxed. Jian Shire strode forward, slowly walking toward the depths of the underground palace. Chuzheng stepped through the palace gate, observing the reliefs on the walls of the corridor, and ventured to ask, "Senior, do you still remember your memories from when you were alive?" Since he wasn't a true Yin corpse, he couldn't help but be curious about these beings who had died and come back to life. "There are some fragmented memories, but they are like flowers in water, the moon in a mirror. I look upon them with a tranquil heart, without any ripples of emotion. You must feel the same. At this point, Jian Shire's tone carried a hint of advice. The past is cut off. Now that you have been reborn, do not dwell on the cause and effect of the former life to waste your spirit. It's not worth it. Hearing this, Chuzheng pulled back his gaze, speaking with pointed meaning. If the past is severed, after the Taoist master is resurrected, will he still remember you, senior? After Chuzheng's words fell, there was a moment of silence from Jian Shire. Before he finally spoke, the Taoist master is different. Chuzheng did not press further on this point and shifted the topic. Senior, how long has this great tomb existed? 43,997,000 years and more. This time, Jian Shire answered very quickly. Senior has been in this place for so long? Hearing this, Chuzheng was startled, somewhat in disbelief that Jian Shire was essentially a living fossil that had survived for tens of millions of years. The existence of this great tomb had also far exceeded his expectations. Therefore, looking at it this way, the Taoist temple he had seen might have been around for much longer than he had thought. Not exactly, I have revived for only over 3 million years. Jian Shire shook his head. Many of the things I have told you were also heard from the predecessor before me, and I have never seen the Taoist master with my own eyes. Having said this, without waiting for Chuzheng to ask, he went on to explain, when the great tomb lacks the blood qi of living creatures, it will open its entrance for a period, attracting living beings to enter in search of treasure. It usually lasts for about 10,000 years before it reseals itself. I must have entered during one such opening before my demise. I see. Chuzheng murmured softly, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. In this way, it made sense that the more ancient spiritual medicines would have been picked by those who came before. Recalling the information about the great tomb, Chuzheng suddenly felt a chill in his heart and hastily asked, Senior, is the great tomb about to reseal itself again? The information he had obtained before was that the entrance to the great tomb had been open for around 10,000 years, so by that timeline, the resealing of the entrance was imminent. Jian Shire calculated for a moment and nodded. About right, another 200 or 300 years and the entrance will close. Upon hearing there were still 200 or 300 years left, Chuzheng's gaze sharpened. Then at that time, those living creatures of various races remaining inside. Naturally, they will all die, turning into nourishment for the great tomb and the Taoist master. By then, I can also share a portion with you. He spoke lightly, then stopped before a side hall, pushing the doors open. From now on, you'll cultivate here. Inside the coffin, you'll find the cultivation method of the Incorpse lineage. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Inside the grand hall, it was empty and vast, with arrays set up to gather in qi. Wisps of ghostly flames flickered in the air, and the ground was coated with a thick layer of pitch-black malevolent ice. In the center lay a blood coffin, a deep purple red, with a thick scent of blood assaulting the senses. Senior, please wait. Explore more at Freeweb Novel. Seeing that Jian Shire seemed to be leaving, Chuzheng quickly spoke up. Previously, within the second mountain pass around the perimeter of the great tomb, I saw a Taoist temple enshrining a deity referred to as Daoist Venerable Jingchu. Senior, do you have any recollection of this? Jian Shire pondered for a while, then shook his head. I have never heard of him, so it seems he is not a significant figure. He had some understanding of incense spirituality. Deities at his own level could manifest divine anomalies through their golden bodies, and since no such golden bodies existed within this great tomb, it seemed this Tao Lord was nothing special. Thank you, Senior, for resolving my doubt. Chuzheng didn't press any further, bowed, and stepped into the hall. As the hall door slowly closed, Chuzheng approached and opened the blood coffin and slowly lay down inside. The blood coffin sealed once more, with blood-colored faint glimmers emerging from the walls of the coffin. Lines of small characters appeared, and Chuzheng glanced at them, instantly captivated. This was the cultivation method of the Incorpse lineage. After crossing tribulations and entering the realm of the undecayed bone, the Incorpse still had 5 great tribulations, subtly in tune with the number of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With these 5 great tribulations, Chuzheng had every hope of raising his own cultivation to an exceedingly high level. Crossing heavenly tribulation was much more efficient than entering the world and experiencing tribulations, by far. After lying in the blood coffin, the number of refreshes for repairs each day had grown to 7 times. Chuzheng made no small discovery after studying the cultivation method of the Yin corpse. Although a Yin corpse stepping into the undecayed bone realm would face heavenly thunder, most would only face a single strike. Occasionally those with exceptional talent, envied by the heavens, might face 2. But he had endured 4 heavenly thunders. Without the repair panel and the protection of a 7th-order supreme treasure, he would have undoubtedly perished under the heavenly tribulation. Such a special circumstance inevitably led him to think about his identity as a chi cultivator. Since discovering that the heavenly tribulation could erode tribulation chi, Chuzheng could not help but be perplexed. With the many divine skills of a chi cultivator, facing the heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a life-or-death situation. He had initially thought that chi cultivators, by transforming to face tribulations, were taking an alternative path to avoid the heavenly tribulation. Now it seemed more like a last resort. The existence of tribulation chi meant natural disasters and calamities, unpredictable and difficult to defend against, certainly not as easy to prepare for as heavenly tribulations. Judging by the heavenly tribulation he had to face, relying on his main body to endure the thunder from the tribulation chi, it would seem very difficult for any chi cultivator to survive and step into the heavenly immortal realm. There might be some hidden reason, as if the heavenly Tao were deliberately targeting chi cultivators. These were currently only speculations. The exact situation would have to wait until his next tribulation to be partially confirmed. Chuzheng gathered his spirit and sank completely into cultivation, lying in the blood coffin, constantly drawing in blood chi and yin chi to strengthen his cultivation. This could be said to be his most peaceful time. There was no need to worry about tribulation chi interference, and he could concentrate on cultivation without distractions. Like a true corpse, his thoughts completely emptied. While raising his cultivation, Chuzheng began to continuously refine primordial chi, accruing the experience of a repair master. That beheaded skeleton, although devoid of flesh, still provided Chuzheng with more than 600 strands of primordial chi. Besides, Chuzheng extracted all the primordial chi from the ancient relic fragments he had previously collected. He retained a small portion of this primordial chi for enhancing his cultivation, the rest was all used to repair the Frost Radiant's heavenly brocade. This was the highest quality holy artifact he had encountered thus far. With a complete heavenly brocade for protection, it would be difficult for ordinary 8th-order living creatures to harm him. At the same time, Chuzheng's main body began to refine and extract immortal chi as a reserve at all costs. With his current level at the 3rd layer of the immortal tribulation realm, running the chi gathering and heaven repairing, his efficiency in extracting immortal chi had increased dramatically compared to before, managing to extract 3 to 5 strands of immortal chi each day. He saved all this immortal chi, waiting for the next opportunity to face his tribulation. An opportunity to erode tribulation chi like this was once in a millennium. When the next one would come, nobody knew. He seized this chance to raise his cultivation to its peak as much as possible. Chuzheng had lain in the blood coffin for over 30 years. Jian Shire would come every 6 years, each time bringing a bowl of essence blood to pour over the blood coffin, replenishing Chuzheng's vitality. Within these 30-plus years, the ancient relic fragments he had collected had all had their primordial chi extracted, turning to ash. However, fragments of items above the 7th order were not commonly found, and after exhausting all he had previously gathered, only about 1,400 strands remained after accounting for the consumption from cultivation. Therefore, the Frost Radiant's heavenly brocade was largely repaired and had regained some of its divine might, becoming Chuzheng's strongest card on hand, and his repair master experience had significantly increased. Boom, the blood coffin slowly opened, and Chuzheng rose from within, loosening his stiff muscles and bones, and stepped out of the great hall. Sensing the imminent arrival of the second heavenly tribulation and the depletion of the ancient relic fragments in his hand, he needed to find new ones. Leaving the great hall, Chuzheng headed straight into the depths of the underground palace. Whether it was the heavenly tribulation or ancient relic fragments, Jian Shire would have the answers. Soon, he arrived at the end of the underground palace, a dark hall covered by a dome. In the center of the hall lay a jade couch, which, having been soaked in blood qi for many years, had its originally clear green hue tainted with blood streaks, exuding a strong scent of blood. Jian Shire sat cross-legged atop the jade couch, his eyelids lowered, his expression utterly still. Senior. It wasn't until Chuzheng approached and bowed in greeting that Jian Shire slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red briefly visible in his pupils. With just one glance, he had seen through the truth and illusion of Chuzheng. Your growth rate is very fast. Seeing how quickly Chuzheng was about to face his second great ordeal, Jian Shire seemed to be somewhat astonished, and on his unperturbed gray face, there emerged a somewhat stiff smile. Indeed, your talent is exceptional. It's all thanks to Senior's intensive cultivation that this junior has made such progress. After a brief exchange of courteous remarks, Chuzheng got straight to the point. Please, Senior, take me to face the tribulation. This place was too far from the surface, and if he went alone, he would likely encounter unknown dangers. It would be better to just mention it to Jian Shire. Before Chuzheng finished speaking, his vision blurred and a strong force pulled him into a spatial passage. Before long, Chuzheng stepped onto solid ground, surrounded by the familiar valley from his memories. This is the essence of my heart blood. Should you face a life-and-death ordeal, I can save you once. Jian Shire produced a bowl of heart blood with a flip of his hand, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. I can't help you much. If the heavenly Tao notices, it could bring upon me a far more terrifying heavenly tribulation. Take care of yourself. Helping someone through tribulation was tantamount to defying the heavenly Tao, disrupting the established order, a major taboo in the eyes of heaven. Even someone as powerful as Jian Shire dared not challenge the supreme authority of a realm. The consequences of such action were predictable without even thinking about it. Thank you, Senior. Chuzheng didn't dwell on it. He took a deep breath, bowed in thanks, and accepted the blood bowl handed to him by Jian Shire. Just this bowl of heart blood was already an unexpected gain. Chuzheng stepped onto the summit without a moment's delay and directly prompted the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Boom, the muffled thunder rolled across the sky, casting a dim scene of mountains and rivers. In an instant, a sense of alarm surged in Chuzheng's heart, and before he could react, a fierce, golden bolt of thunder struck him at the point called Spirit Platform by Hui on his crown. Explore more stories at FreeWebNovel Crack. Chuzheng's head exploded in an instant, black blood splattering everywhere, while the soul-stabilizing bell emitted mournful wails, showing signs of cracking. This bolt of heavenly thunder was far stronger than the last, to the point that the soul-stabilizing bell could barely withstand it. Chuzheng was well prepared for this, his mind as calm as still water. As his shattered head gradually healed, far across the starry sky, his main body's aura whirled with tribulation qi. Incessantly consuming wave after wave of immortal qi into his belly, beginning an extreme transformation like never before. Under a staggering temporal disparity, Chuzheng had to hasten his movements, drawing in vast amounts of immortal qi into his body. The immense energy fluctuations instantly tore his body apart. Even the Taishan divine fire scriptures operations at their limits couldn't digest the endlessly growing immortal power. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body, reflecting the dazzling immortal radiance that lit up the entire cave. The effect of immortal qi on bettering cultivation was immediate. Within a few breaths, Chuzheng's cultivation had already been pushed to the fourth fold of immortal tribulation, and it was still rising rapidly. Despite the intense pain from his torn dantian, Chuzheng's expression did not waver as he closely monitored his state. Just as his physical body was on the brink of collapse, he utilized a healing panel to mend the damages on his body. Now, the healing was limited, and he had to use every instance of it entirely on critical areas. Before a short period had passed, Chuzheng sensed that the heavenly tribulation had ceased where his avatar was located, and only then did he stop refining the immortal power. Even in that brief time, his cultivation had already advanced further into the fifth fold of immortal tribulation. Such shocking speed was impossible in the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, even for someone like Chu Jing, who had an extraordinary talent and possessed a superior immortal bone, with a celestial foundation condensed into an immortal root. Proper healing was needed after undergoing tribulation. Advancing across two realms was already defying the norm. It required the practice of chi refining techniques and a method to quickly dissipate a great amount of tribulation chi, and Chu Jing's case was almost impossible to replicate. This tribulation had brought Chu Jing several new insights. Corpses did not belong to ordinary living creatures. They existed beyond the six paths, similar to the inhabitants of the vast universe, and therefore, tribulation chi did not burden them. Only when the cultivation reached a certain realm would the heavenly Tao bring down heavenly tribulation. Stay connected via Freeweb novel. A fortuitous coincidence had caused the heavenly tribulation to stir the tribulation chi of his physical body, leading to such rapid progression in Chu Jing's cultivation. In the eyes of heavenly Tao, this tribulation chi was considered as resolved by Chu Jing, and how it happened seemed to be outside of its concerns. The increase in immortal path cultivation brought great benefits to Chu Jing. The most obvious was the enhancement of his chi refining techniques. His chi refinement cultivation was only at the initial stage of returning to void, lagging far behind the immortal path. In the face of such a vast disparity in cultivation levels, the tribulation chi accumulated from his chi refining was negligible, allowing him to elevate his cultivation without any worries. At least until he integrated his Tao, he wouldn't be troubled by tribulation chi. This once again showed Chu Jing a clear path. If he could continue this method of overcoming tribulation, by the time he crossed through the door of a true immortal and refined chi to become a heavenly immortal, it was undoubtedly just within reach. Within the great tomb, the desolate mountain range was a mess, scattered with traces of thunder's rampage, and charred rocks were strewn everywhere. The yin chi in the heaven and earth, shredded by the masculine air encompassed by the thunder, turned into wisps of black smoke. Like catkins in a breeze, they couldn't condense into form. Jian Shire moved through the air, occasionally lifting his finger to lightly sweep across, drawing out pieces of flesh and bones, as well as organ fragments from the crevices of the rocks, gradually piecing Chu Jing back together. Even the undecayed bone couldn't withstand the forceful heavenly thunder and was smashed into pieces. After a long while, Jian Shire finally managed to piece Chu Jing back together. Within the split skull, the shattered ancient bell protected the last trace of his incomplete soul, preserving his life. Jian Shire slashed open his wrist, drawing forth a stream of thick golden holy blood, pouring it down from the top of Chu Jing's head. Gurgle, the charred flesh and blood instantly began regrowing and healing. Under the nourishment of holy blood, the ghastly wounds gradually closed, and the fragmented soul gradually revived, regaining vitality. Chu Jing's gaze was blank for a long while before gradually regaining his senses. This time, the tribulation included one more heavenly thunder than the last, totaling 5. Because of Jian Shire, he did not use Frost Radiant's heavenly brocade for protection, fearing that something might be revealed, and he was severely injured. If it were not for the essence blood Jian Shire gave before the tribulation, his chances of surviving would be slim. The undecayed bone had a strong body that even a 7th-order supreme treasure could hardly damage, but it was shattered into pieces under the thunder, enough to glimpse the majesty of heaven. He regained his composure, pulled up the repair panel, and, seeing that the number of repairs had reset to 0, he directly injected 3 streams of primordial chi into it, then reactivated the repair panel. As the primordial chi was injected, the repair panel quickly responded, turning the reset repair count into 3. He had discovered this method not long ago. The operation of the repair panel depended on the environmental chi of heaven and earth, but in the end, it was just energy. After the 3 streams of primordial chi were exhausted, Chu Jing's internal injuries had mostly recovered, though his external appearance still looked somewhat fierce. The soul-shattering bell had cracked, but fortunately, after repair, it could still be used. No need to waste primordial chi, just wait for the repair count to refresh tomorrow. Thank you for your help, Senior. After calming his slightly chaotic inner breath, Chu Jing bowed. Jian Shire had saved him by bleeding twice before the tribulation, which was no small favor. No need for formalities, follow me, I will take you to meet the great commander. Jian Shire spoke with rare excitement, and even his stiff face seemed spirited. Given the realm of undecayed bone, to draw 5 heavenly tribulations and even survive under the thunder, such talent, he had neither seen nor heard of before. Mediocre talents are not envied by heaven. The more tribulations drawn, the more monstrous Chu Zhang's talent proved to be, possibly surpassing him one day to become someone of the great commander's level. Great Commander. Chu Zhang paused slightly, feeling somewhat familiar with the title, and after recalling it carefully, his expression changed subtly. Deng Yang had once mentioned to him that Great Commander was the appellation used by evil demons from the vast universe. Those who could be titled as commanders were able to contend with true immortals, even up to 9 tribulations perfection celestial lords, while a great commander, stronger than an immortal venerable, could only be opposed by an immortal king. Jian Shire, already a perfect 8th order Holy Spirit, must certainly be venerating someone above the 9th order. Without time to think deeply, Jian Shire had already lifted him up and stepped into a spatial passage. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhang appeared in a vast palace complex, spanning horizon to horizon, the yin qi curling up like ink visible to the naked eye. At a glance, Chu Zhang was nearly overwhelmed by the information transmitted by his spiritual eye. At least all were yin gods who had stepped into the 8th order, or holy spirits who had metamorphosed after undergoing tribulations. This great tomb, amassed over tens of millions of years, was frankly shocking, already forming an immensely powerful yin army. A doubt suddenly flashed in Chu Zhang's mind. If this Taoist master were truly on the verge of revival, would these holy spirits really be part of his original plan? Probably not. At the realm of ancient myths, even if their powers were combined, they would likely be but a drop in the bucket for that Taoist master. The underground palace never saw the light of day, apart from clusters of ghostly fire, not a glimmer of brightness, extremely cold and dark. Under the watchful eyes of numerous yin gods, Jian Shire led Chu Zhang forward until they approached the most central hall. The hall's doors were tightly sealed, engraved with dragon relief carvings, lifelike as if they were living creatures. The eyes of the dragons had been removed, leaving hollow voids. This place is the core of the great tomb. Just beyond here lies the resting place of the Taoist master, Jian Shire explained succinctly, his expression solemn. He bowed in front of the hall doors and extended a pitch-black command token with his hand. The command token transformed into a streak of light and entered within the hall. Boom! A moment later, the tightly shut hall door slowly opened, releasing a dull, musty air that had been sealed for ages, carrying with it a cold, chilling breeze. As the wind brushed past him, Chu Zhang's heart tightened, his spiritual perception alerted to an overpowering oppressive force. Before he could gather his wits, Jian Shire had already stepped into the hall. Inside the hall was pitch black, one could not see their own fingers, but for cultivators like Chu Zhang and Jian Shire, night and day had long since ceased to bear any difference. On a hall wall not far to the side, there hung a painting nearly as tall as a man and over 10 zhang long, which drew Chu Zhang's gaze the moment he stepped through the doors. The painting seemed to contain another universe, encompassing a vast and boundless galaxy. Within it, points of starlight shone, blood-colored mists pervaded, and faint sounds of slaughter echoed. The interior of the hall was simply arranged. A pitch-black lotus platform stood at the center, surrounded by 12 treasure banners, each imprinted with ferocious likenesses of Rakshasa ghost gods. Upon the lotus platform sat a shadowy figure, shrouded in black mist, emanating an aura that Chu Zhang found somewhat familiar. A flash of spiritual light in Chu Zhang's eyes captured a snippet of information. Gongyi Ziyu, 9th order, a residual soul transformed into a yin god. A fragment of soul from the battlefield fell into the vast universe. Reborn into a true spirit, later joined Ling Tian Mansion, rising to the rank of great commander, second only to the pavilion master. A creature from the vast universe? Chu Zhang's heart shook violently. He hadn't imagined he would come into contact with a creature from the vast universe so soon. No wonder he had felt a familiar aura from this person. This chi originated from the evil demons of the vast universe, which he had encountered more than once within the Tsungyun realm. This was a supreme being capable of contending with an immortal king, no less than Shang Tsongyun, whom he had previously encountered. However, Shang Tsongyun's cultivation had since advanced further, presumably much stronger than this great commander. Apart from the great commander himself, both his lotus platform and those 12 treasure banners were supreme treasures of the Ninth Order, far surpassing true immortal artifacts, warrior implements of immortal king level. A series of information made Chu Zheng's eyes slightly blur. Great Commander, Jian Shire bowed respectfully and stepped aside to reveal Chu Zheng behind him, slowly saying, during his earlier tribulation, he called down 5 strikes of heavenly thunder. Observing that this man is a talent ripe for shaping, I thus recommend him, disturbing the great commander's tranquility, for which I hope to be forgiven. In his cold tone was hidden a hint of barely repressed excitement. The stronger the talent, the more advantageous it would be for the Daoist master in the future, and he too might receive recognition and advance further. A gaze landed on Chu Zheng. In an instant, Chu Zheng felt as if his dantian and insides were completely transparent, with nowhere to hide. His passing through the heavenly tribulation has nothing to do with talent. The great commander spoke slowly, his voice crisp and pleasing to the ear, like pearls rolling on a jade disc, the sound of shattered jade from Kunshan. Such a cadence sounded like an ancient ballad, not of the human world, a melody that could be called the sound of nature. Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng almost seemed bewildered. Crack, as the voice faded, the figure on the lotus platform moved lightly, accompanied by the soft clanking of armor. Several breaths later, the great commander approached the two, the black mist wrapping around him like wind-blown sand, gradually dispersing to reveal his true face. Chu Zheng lifted his head for a look and felt a hint of surprise. Gongyi Ziyu appeared to be merely an ordinary young woman. In her early 20s, she had an elegantly tall figure and a delicate face, exceedingly pale, lacking even the slightest hint of blood color. Her hair was neatly tied back, and there was a certain majesty in her presence. His talent is indeed exceptional, but it's not once in eternity. The abnormality of the heavenly tribulation originates from the chi-refining technique he practices. His foolhardy challenge against the heavens has led to divine punishment. Gongyi Ziyu spoke slowly, her gaze revealing that she recognized the chi-refining technique within Chu Zheng and identified the source of the heavenly tribulation. But it seemed she had not perceived the whereabouts of Chu Zheng's true self, otherwise, her reaction at this moment would be different. Stay connected with FreeWeb Novel. If the eternal Calamity treasure record could be detected so easily, transforming to survive the tribulations would scarcely be effective. If it couldn't deceive living creatures, how could it deceive heaven? Gongyi Ziyu scrutinized Chu Zheng a few more times, then suddenly raised her hand and brushed across Chu Zheng's cheek. Golden hairs fell away, revealing a slightly greenish face beneath. She gazed intently at Chu Zheng's face, her brow slightly furrowed, puzzlement apparent. You bear a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Hearing this, Chu Zheng's eyes sharpened. He didn't miss this rare opportunity and ventured with some probing. Great Commander, could this acquaintance of yours be Daoist Venerable Xingqiu? As his cultivation of the chi-refining technique progressed, his face was now likely not much different from his original appearance. The ancient temple that stood against the long stream of years, along with this great commander's words, made it difficult for him not to ponder deeper. Daoist Venerable Xingqiu, that does sound somewhat familiar. Gongyi Ziyu fell into thought, then turned and walked toward a hanging scroll on the side. As the distance between them closed, the shouting and killing from the painting grew louder, mixed with the thunderous booms of exploding stars, piercing the eardrums. Chu Zheng stepped closer, his eyes suddenly reflecting a starry battlefield. In the next instant, the great hall vanished without a trace, leaving him standing alone upon a meteorite, surrounded by divine halos and immortal light. Shadowy, terrifying figures whose faces were indiscernible battled at the top of the starry river. With every movement, star domains collapsed, and great realms shattered. The invisible force of heavenly fate intertwined above the dome of the starry sky, waxing and waning. Without a doubt, this was a Tao war, involving peak individuals from many Taoist orthodoxies. Chu Zheng was captivated by what he saw until suddenly, a ray of spiritual light swept past, shattering the scene before him into fragments. He stepped back instinctively, and as his vision dimmed, the great hall reappeared. The scroll hung nearby, and the shouting and killing sounds had also vanished without a trace. Past events have become hazy to me. What you just witnessed was the final scene before my death, which I painted after my true spirit awakened, in order to seek traces left from my past life. Gongyi Ziyu turned her head to look at Chujing. Did you discern anything just now? Chujing concentrated, recalling the scene, then shook his head somewhat helplessly after a while. Once he entered the painting, his spiritual eye lost its effectiveness, and it was difficult to see any subtle clues. The worlds he had witnessed were still too narrow. Your memory also has gaps. Perhaps there will be hope for mending in the future. What you don't understand now, maybe you will in the days to come. Gongyi Ziyu was not concerned, waved her hand indicating for Jian Shire to escort Chujing away. As the doors closed again, a reminder was heard: continue with your chi refining technique, but know that your path in cultivation cannot last long. It would be best to stop sooner. Gongyi Ziyu's reminder was one Chujing had heard many times before. The path of chi refining was not an easy one, something he had experienced firsthand, but it was a path he could not possibly abandon. The immortal path was one Chujing might not be able to follow to the very end. If the people of Tsungyun realm could not merge with immortal blood and become immortal descendants, then his achievements on the immortal path would be capped at true immortal perfection. Countless examples throughout history had proven that, aside from Zhao Tingxian and Shang Tsungyun, no immortal path cultivator from Tsungyun realm had ever broken through the threshold of the true immortal realm. At most, they could become a celestial lord, forever hopeless of reaching the realms of immortal venerable. Chujing did not feel that he would necessarily be an exception to this rule. True immortal perfection, although a realm that stood above the myriad of living beings, capable of overturning star domains and controlling the life and death of all creatures, was far from enough for what Chujing wanted to achieve. Such cultivation was not even considered a main force in the wars between the great Taoist orthodoxies. In order to secure a sufficient position in the conflicts between the Taoist orthodoxies and act unfettered throughout the great universe, one needed at least the cultivation of an ancestral Dao to have a chance at achieving this. Moreover, even ancestral Dao figures had long disappeared without a trace, and not the slightest bit of news had come out about them. No matter what, chi refining techniques were still the means by which Chujing hoped to access higher realms, and to stop now was absolutely not an option. From the information he obtained from Gongyi Ziyu, Chujing's impression of the vast universe had significantly changed. Why should the souls fall into the vast universe after the deaths of living creatures? The more he contemplated, the more the existence of the vast universe seemed to him like the Yellow Springs, the place of reincarnation, which he remembered. Reincarnation, for the entire great universe, was still an unproven notion. Those beings capable of overturning time and space, traveling to the past and future, had not found where exactly the Yellow Springs lay. The only tangible contact was with the vast universe. Gongyi Ziyu's impression on Chujing, compared to the evil demons Chujing had known before, was vastly different, capable of normal communication, with no evidence of flawed logic, and did not show the innate bloodthirstiness that Gongyi Yang had described. Aside from being born from a residual soul, Gongyi Ziyu had nearly no differences from ordinary living creatures. This might be related to Chujing's current state as a yin corpse, yet Gongyi Ziyu's consciousness was clearly lucid, capable of normal interaction. In fact, Gongyi Ziyu was the first being Chujing had encountered that originated from the vast universe, and considering Gongyi Yang's level of cultivation at the time, his statements were not necessarily the truth. Most importantly, Gongyi Ziyu was very familiar with the name Daoist Venerable Jingchu, a piece of information that was well worth Chujing's deep contemplation. The age of the Taoist temple, according to his judgment, did not conflict with his estimations. It truly might date back to 1 billion years ago, or even traceable to the primordial era. During this period, there must have been many secrets unknown to others, some of which were related to him. Lost in thought, Jian Shire stopped in front of a cluster of low buildings. Here in this core area, he had found a new place for Chujing to seclude himself, a room that was somewhat cramped but was several times better than the previous underground palace. From now on, you will cultivate here. After speaking, Jian Shire tossed a black command token to him. If there's an urgent matter, activate this token, and I will come to find you. Compared to when he arrived, his gaze held a trace of disappointment. Chu Zheng's talent was not sufficient to impress the great commander, and the reward he hoped for was as elusive as trying to scoop the moon from water. However, he did not harbor any dissatisfaction towards Chu Zheng, even if not earth-shattering. Chu Zheng's rate of growth was evident to him. Becoming a great commander in the future was not an impossibility. Thank you, Senior. Chu Zheng bowed in gratitude. No matter what Jian Shire's motives were, he had helped him significantly, and Chu Zheng would try his best to repay this favor before leaving the Great Tomb. Chu Zheng did not plan on staying long in the Great Tomb. According to what Jian Shire had said earlier, the entrance to this Great Tomb would be closed again within 100 or 200 years, at which time another bloody slaughter would ensue. Once the entrance was closed, everyone who stayed in this tomb would die. Chu Zheng did not wish to be involved, nor did he want to be trapped in this corner of the world. He wanted to go to the center of the Tianwu realm, to see the heavenly Wutong and along the way, gather more information about the vast universe, if possible. In fact, the most efficient way to learn about the vast universe would be to directly ask Gongyi Ziyu. But Chu Zheng did not want to take that risk. Aside from Gongyi Ziyu, these Ying gods in the core of the Great Tomb had no connection to the vast universe. Here, Chu Zheng could not be certain what role Gongyi Ziyu truly played. If he carelessly asked about secrets he should not know, this embodiment and tribulation journey could come to an end prematurely. This would delay Chu Zheng a lot of time. Not every reincarnation and tribulation journey could proceed as smoothly as this one, consuming a vast amount of tribulation chi in the most convenient way. After Jian Shire left, Chu Zheng pushed the door open and stepped into the house, no more than 10 paces across, which reminded him of the filth room he stayed in when he first entered Songyun realm. Inside the room, apart from a circular mat made of black jade, there was nothing else. The mat radiated a very pure yin qi, so pure that yin dew had condensed on it. Such an environment was indeed beneficial to Chu Zheng's cultivation, but it was somewhat less friendly to qi refining techniques. Fortunately, qi refining techniques could extract some yang qi from extreme yin, sufficient to support cultivation, albeit with difficulty. Chu Zheng did not rush to begin his seclusion but instead turned and left, circling the entire underground palace. He needed to collect enough fragments of ancient artifacts to absorb primordial qi to enhance his cultivation and repair suitable treasures. This underground palace, having endured through lengthy epochs, contained numerous spiritual artifacts that had lost their energy, appearing to be burial accompaniments of varying qualities, but not a few of them were of the 7th or 8th order. After a rough search, Chu Zheng returned to his room with satisfaction. Seated on the jade mat, his mind slightly cool, his thoughts gradually emptied, and he shifted most of his consciousness back to his original body. This breakthrough saw significant changes in his main body, changes he had yet to spend time addressing. Myriad realms. In the Qingyun realm, in the northeast territory, veils of incense and willpower wafted like clouds amidst the sprawling divine palaces, with rosy glows steaming upward. Inside an inconspicuous secret chamber, Chu Zheng sat cross-legged in his armor, faint cracks visible on his face, through which immortal light leaked. Leveraging the heavenly tribulation of this incarnate form, his cultivation had surged to the 5th fold of immortal tribulation, which was undeniably astounding. Although the incarnate form had endured the tribulations for hundreds of years, the total years of cultivation his main body had experienced did not exceed 20, and yet his cultivation had already stepped into the realm of a demi-immortal. Read new chapters at Freeweb novel. Not even the whole Immortal Alliance could find a second one. That was also the reason Chu Zheng was eager to leave the Immortal Alliance. Such an abnormal speed of cultivation would soon attract the attention of the Alliance's higher echelons, an attention he could not avoid. An abrupt increase in cultivation often came with side effects, such as an unstable foundation and difficulty in controlling the surge of immortal power. However, for Chu Zheng, once he had dealt with the troublesome tribulation qi, he would have plenty of time to compensate. He only needed some time to adjust. As time passed, the cracks on Chu Zheng's cheeks gradually healed, and the immortal light slowly retreated. From the perspective of his original body, looking at the incarnate form again felt wholly different, especially the changes in the Repair Master's interface. Beneath the vast discrepancy in the flow of time, with every incense stick burned, the experience of the Repair Master steadily increased. Following this pace, once this incarnation's tribulation ended, his Repair Master level would surely advance to the 8th Order. Once elevated to the 8th Order, should he be able to repair 7th Order treasures without limits, Chu Zheng's strength and foundation would enter a new round of rapid growth. After temporarily suppressing his internal injuries, Chu Zheng took out the spirit communication Jade scroll and glanced at it, his eyebrows furrowing at the empty pages. After a long silence, the once easy contact with Song Lingxue had gradually become infrequent. This time, nearly 4 months had passed without any message. Every time Song Lingxue sent a message, he always felt the content was incomplete, just like the letters he sent, which withheld more than they revealed, sharing only good news and not the bad. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Zheng drafted a message, pushed down the faint restlessness rising in his heart, and his divine sense reached out of the secret chamber, sending a communique to the master of this divine palace, Jade Pot Spirit Lord. In a few breaths, the Jade Pot Spirit Lord, draped in a divine robe, appeared before Chu Zheng, greeting him with full respect. "Supreme Deity, I pay my respects. Have there been any news recently? Tell me everything, both within and beyond the realm." Chu Zheng lacked access to the native forces of the myriad realms, limiting his news channels. He had chosen this particular divine palace because of the many people coming and going, which made the news spread faster. Nothing noteworthy has happened recently. Rumors say a chi cultivator has come nearby, intending to transcend tribulation amidst the red dust. Many powers are wary of getting involved, hesitant to make any moves for fear of consequences. The Jade Pot Spirit Lord pondered for a moment before hastily continuing. Apart from that, there are rumors from beyond the realms. The myriad realms have suffered setbacks on the battlefield and need to replenish their forces. Many have been called up from various realms. I, too, have received an order from a supreme deity to pay tributes of incense fire willpower on time. Battlefield setbacks? Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng's first reaction was not one of surprise. From a superficial perspective, there was a full 10% of heavenly fate separating the myriad heavens and realms from the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall. Moreover, compared to the highly coordinated organizations like the Immortal Alliance and Martial Hall, the myriad heavens and realms were nothing but a scattered mess, each fighting on their own. Without the advantages of time, location, or unity, it would be a huge problem if the myriad heavens and realms won the battle. But why did the myriad heavens and realms initiate the battle knowing they couldn't win? Not only did they not give up after suffering defeats on the front lines, but the myriad heavens and realms also chose to further deplete their resources from various realms and continue to expand the battlefield. The battle between the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall and the myriad heavens and realms seemed to have entered a fever pitch, on the verge of a decisive confrontation that would settle victory and defeat. After leaving the Tsungyun realm and entering the Great Universe, Chu Zheng had read countless ancient books about struggles between the Taoist orthodoxy, uncovering many secrets. If the battle continued to expand and drew out those giants spanning eons and spacetime, the calamities it might cause would be unpredictable. In ancient times, such vast wars had broken out, where spacetime crumbled, yin and yang fell into disorder, and the universe of chaos was reborn. Even that period of ancient history had been entirely buried into the realm of the unknowable, beyond any scrutiny. A true dispute over the Tao is not easily sparked, but once the fight for heavenly fate truly begins, it cannot readily be quelled. The entirety of the great universe would be engulfed, with no Taoist orthodoxy able to remain uninvolved. In such situations, the weaker the orthodoxy, the quicker it would meet its doom, and the existing power structure would be completely reshuffled. With this thought, Chu Zheng couldn't help tightening his heart. If he couldn't enhance his cultivation swiftly, by the time that Taoist strife encompassing the great universe arrived, his only fate would be to turn into ash in that ordeal. Has any news come from the battlefield on the side of all heavens? Gathering his thoughts, Chu Zheng turned to inquire about any developments in the direction of the all heavens, where the Martial Hall was in battle, for there might be some intelligence on the Martial Hall. All heavens. Jade Pot Spirit Lord pondered for a moment, shook his head, and then let out a light sigh. It's too far away, I've heard no specific news. However, the battlefield on the side of the All Heavens is in worse shape, having suffered heavy blows and several ancient races have been extinguished in succession. This outcome is fully predictable. The combat power of the martial path has always been at the apex of the various orthodoxies, possessing numerous secret techniques that can squeeze potential and elevate combat power in a short time as easily as drinking water. The majority of all heavens consist of other kind with only their sturdy flesh and a few innate divine abilities, with no other advantages. Retreating step by step when facing the martial hall is only normal. Speaking of the current plight of the myriad heavens and realms, Jade Pot Spirit Lord's expression was also filled with worry, the matter he had been concerned about these days. What is to be done? If the myriad heavens and realms lose this war, with the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall advancing unopposed, all the great realms will fall. Neither the Immortal Alliance nor the Martial Hall would tolerate dissent. When that day comes, the other orthodoxies would have only one path left, death. Even the chance for allegiance would not exist. Chujing pondered for a moment, then raised his hand and drew out a strand of incense fire willpower, injecting it into the body of Jade Pot Spirit Lord. You have worked hard during this period. I will depart in a few days. This small amount of incense fire essence was compensation for Jade Pot Spirit Lord's assistance in gathering information over the past days. With immortal chi as the medium to improve his cultivation, incense fire willpower no longer seemed as important to Chujing as before. After all, in terms of energy levels, pure immortal chi is several times stronger than incense fire willpower. In the future, Chujing also planned to store as much incense fire willpower as possible within his golden body to minimize its impact on his physical form. This type of power is, after all, somewhat mixed and should not be too heavily relied upon. He had absorbed quite a lot before, and his foundation was starting to become shaky. Moreover, after stepping into Immortal Tribulation, the problem of his unstable foundation due to rapid progression in his cultivation had become more apparent. Thank you, Supreme Deity. Jade Pot Spirit Lord's face suddenly brightened with joy, and he bowed deeply in gratitude. The strand of incense fire willpower that Chujing had casually bestowed was clearly purified, which could save him 100 years of arduous cultivation. During these days, Chujing's stay was to make use of him for gathering some information, which was practically effortless. Such an opportunity was a chance encounter that could not be sought. Without another word, Chujing gestured with his hand, indicating for Jade Pot Spirit Lord to leave. In the following days, using the repair panel and the extracted immortal chi, Chujing steadily solidified his foundation, clearing away hidden dangers. Subsequently, he no longer contacted Jade Pot Spirit Lord and left the Divine Palace directly, heading southeast towards the Qingyun realm. In recent times, many Daoist sects in the vicinity had already recalled their disciples and sealed their sect gates, related both to the 10,000 Realms battlefield and rumored chi cultivators enduring the Red Dust trials. Regarding this, Chujing also felt helpless, as staying here no longer provided access to useful information. Within the Qingyun realm, the Taoist school was not particularly prominent, having some reclusive sects in the southeast. He intended to visit these Daoist sects of this realm, seeking information about the Taoist school's chi cultivators and matters of Niao Longhu's lineage. In truth, if Chujing wanted to see Niao Longhu, it wasn't necessary to go through such trouble. When they met for the second time in the Dongyuan realm, Niao Longhu had given him a Dao seal, which Chujing still clearly remembered. According to Niao Longhu, if he activated this Dao seal near the 10,000 Realms battlefield, Niao Longhu would sense it, and then a golden immortal would be requested to meet him. Niao Longhu had revealed his background, apprenticed to the lineage of the Great Clarity Primordial Daoist Lord, with his master being the North Spirit Golden Immortal, cultivating in the Chuyun Cave on Liang Mountain in the Guangyuan realm. The Golden Immortal he could invite was likely his master, the North Spirit Golden Immortal. In the current situation, Chujing did not intend to contact such high-level beings too soon. A Golden Immortal nearly reaches the pinnacle of chi cultivating, and the genuine state of his immortal path cultivation would be easily detected. Even though the tolerance within the myriad realms was sufficiently strong, in the current state of conflict with the immortal path, it's unlikely to allow a powerful immortal path cultivator to swagger through the myriad realms camp. Furthermore, how he passed through the 10,000 realms battlefield to enter the territory of the myriad realms was a significant issue in itself. In the presence of a golden immortal, Chu Jing had no confidence he could conceal any information, and the fact that Shang Tsungyun had intervened on his behalf could be inadvertently exposed, potentially leading to even greater trouble. Shang Tsungyun had been active in the 10,000 realms battlefield for many years, responsible for countless deaths of realm creatures. Compared to the Immortal Alliance, cultivators of the myriad realms might wish for his demise even more. Unless absolutely necessary, Chu Jing did not want to use the Dao seal given by Niao Longhu prematurely. After stepping into the Immortal Tribulation, Chu Jing's understanding of space law had been progressing by leaps and bounds, and using great divine powers like shrinking Earth into inches had become even more natural for him. In just a day's effort, Chu Jing entered the southeast territory of the Qingyun realm, found a city, spread his divine sense to sense briefly, and then he gathered the information he was seeking. The power of the Daoist school in Qingyun realm wasn't very strong, with qi cultivators even rarer, totaling less than 1,000 people. Amongst them, the most renowned was the Yushuan Palace. The Qingyun realm's Yushuan Palace was merely a branch, with its main lineage originating from the Taoist school's 33 heavens beyond heaven. In the southeast of Qingyun realm, marked by many mountain ranges and hills, stood Qingtian Peak, the highest mountain of the realm and the residence of Yushuan Palace. Qingtian Peak soared 27,540-odd feet into the sky, resembling a celestial sword thrusting heavenwards, its summit perennially capped with snow, frigid to the extreme. The vast majority of qi cultivators chose high places for their cave dwellings and sect gates, and Yushuan Palace was no exception, located at the pinnacle of the peak. This place, closest to the sun and moon, brought many benefits for cultivation. Although in comparison to the span of the universe, the heights of these peaks were minuscule, the essence of the sun and moon up high was relatively unspoiled by turbid qi and ultimately pure. When Chu Jing arrived at this location, it was noon, the great sun hanging high in the sky. The entire Qingtian Peak was bathed in a faint clear light, exuding an air of refreshing purity that lifted one's spirits. Amidst the mountains, spiritual springs encircled, brimming with spiritual mist condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, a landscape fit for an immortal clan's holy land. With a casual glance, Chu Jing spotted many precious birds and auspicious beasts among the ancient forests atop the peak, presumably attracted by the qi of qi cultivators. Not to mention the auspicious beasts in the forest, even Chu Jing himself felt his mind became much clearer, setting aside his worries for a moment and feeling delightful and at ease. After surveying the area for a while, Chu Jing did not directly ascend to the summit but landed at the mountain's base, advancing slowly towards the top. One ought always to observe some etiquette before visiting abruptly. Chu Jing was not in a hurry. As he walked slowly up the mountain, approaching the summit, fine snow began to fall from the sky. Bracing against wind and snow, he made his way to the peak, where a number of green-tiled and brick houses appeared in front of Chu Jing. There were no grand pavilions or palaces, only rooftops covered with ice and snow, shrouded in frost. There was no sign of any arrays set up around the area. Everything maintained the most original appearance given by nature, simple and pure. Indeed, most qi cultivators led simple lives, and with not many disciples or descendants, they seldom spent extra effort gathering and storing resources for cultivation. Usually, just the sun and moon's essence was enough for their cultivation needs. Although such a practice would not accelerate the growth of one's cultivation, likewise, the accumulation of tribulation qi wouldn't be as severe and would be easier to manage. All along, the reason why Chu Jing's tribulation qi was so troublesome was because his cultivation had increased far too rapidly. In 20 years, he had traversed a path that would take others hundreds or even thousands of years. How could he expect smooth sailing in every endeavor? His gaze swept over the green-tiled houses. Chu Jing bowed with folded hands, and spoke in a measured voice. Qi cultivator Chu Jing has come to pay a visit to fellow practitioners, hoping not to be turned away. Creak, a noise came from the most central house, and an ancient wooden door creaked open slowly, revealing a middle-aged Daoist. He appeared to be around 40 years old, clad in a teal Daoist robe with his hair in a Daoist bun, his face stern and a vertical line between his eyebrows resembling a heavenly eye, his feet shod in thick-soled black cloth shoes. Kuang Yuanshan, 7th Order, a Unity Realm Stage Qi cultivator, Daoist named Su Jingzi, who also practiced alchemy and talismanic magic. He had weathered 74 tribulations, having recently overcome one. His vitality was not yet restored, sustaining injuries, reparable, 0/3. Kuang Yuanshan was not the strongest in Yushuan Palace. There was a heavenly immortal hidden here, which Chu Jing could sense. However, with Chu Jing's current level of cultivation, he was not yet qualified to have such a personage greet him at the door. Apart from Kuang Yuanshan, there was no movement or sound coming from the other green-tiled houses. Dead silence prevailed. It was clear that Yushuan Palace did not seem very welcoming to Chu Jing's arrival. Chu Jing was not surprised by this, as most Qi cultivators generally disliked disturbances unless necessary. That Kuang Yuanshan had come forward was probably because he had recently faced a tribulation and wouldn't invite further complications due to tribulation Qi. Kuang Yuanshan took a look at Chu Jing, his eyes calm as still water, and after returning the gesture with a fist and palm salute, he got straight to the point. Fellow Daoist is most courteous. What brings you here today? I hope you'll forgive my uninvited intrusion. Chu Jing didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Chu hails from a non-orthodox Taoist sect and has not had the guidance of a prestigious master. By chance, I obtained scraps left by predecessors and have struggled alone to this point. I have many doubts and would like to seek advice from fellow Daoists. Before coming to Yushuan Palace, he had already sealed his immortal Tao power and suppressed his qi, revealing only the cultivation of the early stage returning to void, so as to be less alienating to the qi cultivators. A visitor is a guest, please come in and we can talk, Kuang Yuanshan said without further ado, gesturing with his hand. Chu Jing thanked him and followed Kuang Yuanshan inside the tiled house. The room was warm as spring and not very spacious, stretching out a few zhang with several small rooms partitioned off. The air was permeated with the fragrance of medicine, mingled with the qi of various spiritual medicines. The wooden door inside was ajar, revealing the corner of a pill furnace with spiritual fire burning beneath it. Kuang Yuanshan was in the midst of alchemy, and judging by the pervasive scent, he was likely crafting a spirit pill for nourishing one's foundation and healing injuries. I apologize for interrupting Daoist, Chu Jing spoke apologetically. Kuang Yuanshan was unfazed and waved his hand dismissively, there's no interruption. Not many people visit on normal days, and your presence gives me someone with whom to pass the time. As he spoke, he led Chu Jing into a side room which, from the decor, seemed to be a tea room. A black and white immortal crane was curled up on the ground, apparently dozing off. Kuang Yuanshan stepped forward to open the window, letting the wind and snow usher in a slight breeze. Then, he turned to make tea. After that, he kicked the immortal crane awake with the back of his foot, go fetch a couple of spiritual source treasure leaves. I have a guest to entertain. The immortal crane staggered to its feet, took to the air out the window, and returned after a short while, its mouth holding several verdant branches and leaves. Kuang Yuanshan took the branches and leaves, plucked the green leaves, and dropped them into the boiling tea water. Moments later, he poured 2 cups of spiritual tea and casually remarked, this tea is best when freshly picked. I apologize for making you wait, Daoist friend. With that, he pushed 1 cup of spiritual tea across to Chu Jing, the steam rising and forming misty clouds. Chu Jing took the cup, sipped lightly, and although the tea did not brim with abundant spiritual energy as it went down his throat, his mind immediately relaxed involuntarily, becoming significantly more at ease. For a moment, Chu Jing's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but praise, excellent tea. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Jing began to inquire about some matters concerning qi cultivators from Kuang Yuanshan. Entering the world and experiencing tribulations can have many effects and easily bring disaster upon one's sect. As a result, many qi cultivators opt not to undergo such trials in their homeland but use various methods to travel to other great realms instead. Although these methods are cumbersome, the risks are relatively lower. A slight misstep may lead to death in the external realms due to tribulations, yet the impact on one's sect and old friends is negligible. This measure is taken out of necessity, as the influence of tribulations is too complex and variable, easily slipping out of control. P.S. Some content needs to be edited. Before ancient times, it already existed. Chujing had speculated as much, but never thought so far back. If that is indeed the case, my fellow Daoist, it would be best not to delve into it. It is merely a waste of mental effort. Kuang Yuanshan shook his head with a light sigh. There lies a heaven pass beyond that realm, a domain unattainable in this lifetime for us cultivators. The ancient times were too distant from the present, many events from before were beyond exploration and had buried many secrets. Even those who had comprehended the space-time laws and could traverse past and future were unable to touch the secrets of that ancient battle. It was an insurmountable heaven pass. Any living creature attempting to cross that cataclysm and thereby alter history would be embroiled in that battle. Once affected, one would face the fiercely ancient ancestors of the Immortals, ancestral realm powerhouses of each Dao, and the inscrutable ancestral Dao, whose Dao fruit had already reached the perfection of a Daoist golden immortal. Faced with such a lineup, no living creature could possibly escape unscathed. It was a bloody meat grinder. The slightest carelessness could result in total obliteration, losing all the cultivation accrued over countless years. Understood, thank you for the reminder, Daoist friend. Chujing came to his senses, setting aside some thoughts for now. The secrets of the ancient era were a waste of time for him at his current level of cultivation. This trip had garnered some information about Niao Longhu's sect and the situation of other Qi cultivators, which made it worthwhile. After a brief contemplation, Chujing took out a fifth-order spirit pill and pushed it across to Kuang Yuanshan. The spirit pill, at first glance, seemed ordinary, but Chujing had infused a wisp of primordial Qi into it, which would greatly benefit Kuang Yuanshan's injuries. Thank you for clarifying, my fellow Daoist. This is a small token of appreciation, please do not refuse. Hearing what Chujing said, Kuang Yuanshan glanced at the spirit pill. Being greatly skilled in alchemy, he easily recognized the quality of the pill and, without much concern, nodded and accepted it. You are too courteous, my friend. This was also a way to settle this cause and effect face to face, to avoid further intersections in the future. Chujing bids farewell. Chujing stood up, bowed with his fists clasped, and without lingering further, turned and departed. After stepping away 2 or 3 paces, his figure had vanished into the horizon, disappearing without a trace. He had gathered plenty of information already, and staying any longer would just be a waste of time, and given the obvious unwelcome sentiment from Yushuan Palace, staying beyond his welcome could be irritating. Shortly after Chujing left, there were already several figures in Kuang Yuanshan's room, all clad in Taoist robes, each with a different expression. This person suddenly arrived, and from his words, he seems unfamiliar with the Qingyun realm. Could he have come from beyond our realm, possibly a Qi cultivator preparing for tribulation? It shouldn't be. I observe that there doesn't seem to be much tribulation Qi beside him. He shouldn't face any tribulation soon. Just now, this person suddenly mentioned the method of transformation through tribulation. Perhaps he holds some technique of transformation in his hands. At this point, the room fell silent. The method of transformation through tribulation was vitally important for a Qi cultivator. Only disciples of the Golden Immortal Sect could pass down such methods, indicating its significance. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned unanimously towards an elderly Daoist with white hair and beard, Xian Tianming, the current head of this branch of Yushuan Palace. Xian Tianming was the only heavenly immortal within Yushuan Palace, and his words naturally held absolute authority. It is not possible. Xian Tianming slightly shook his head, outright dismissing the thoughts brewing in everyone's mind. It's just a possibility. Moreover, he also mentioned the North Spirit Golden Immortal. It involves the Golden Immortals, and it's better not to act rashly to avoid inviting trouble. The method of transformation through tribulation was indeed very tempting, but since this person mentioned the North Spirit Golden Immortal and knew the method of transformation through tribulation, he might be a disciple chosen by the North Spirit Golden Immortal, crossing realms and dreams. They could not afford to provoke him. Furthermore, the legendary transformation through tribulation wasn't without its shortcomings. There was no need to risk snatching it cunningly. Forget this person's visit today, keep it in your hearts and don't mention it again. If someone asks, pretend ignorance. Xian Tianming settled the matter without further discussion and vanished. The remaining people exchanged glances, and without further thoughts, they left one after another. After everyone had left, Kuang Yuanshan casually swallowed the spirit pill on the table and then turned around, planning to tend to the alchemy in the pill furnace. As he turned around, he stopped in his tracks, shock flashing across his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. The moment the elixir entered his throat, a tremendous vitality exploded within his body, gradually starting to heal the hidden injuries he had sustained earlier. After a moment, the vital force slowly dissipated. Kuang Yuanshan's expression turned even more astonished. This unassuming spirit pill had healed half of his injuries in just a moment and even had strength to spare. Even an ordinary 7th order treasure pill did not have this effect. The value of this treasure pill was incalculable. Following that, Kuang Yuanshan's expression grew more solemn. To casually give away such a high-level treasure pill, Chu Zheng's background could not be underestimated. He might indeed have some connection with the Golden Immortals. After leaving Qingtian Peak, Chu Zheng headed directly northwest. In the northwest of the Qingyun realm lay a Buddha country, whose Buddhist cultivators Chu Zheng had yet to encounter, sparking much curiosity. He wondered if the Buddhism there was the same as he had envisioned. Moreover, since Buddhism emphasized the cycles of karma and reincarnation, it might provide him with new insights. In the myriad realms, Buddhism found itself in a somewhat awkward position. Many cultivators of Taoist orthodoxy simply did not believe in an afterlife, let alone the karmic fruits of future lives promised by Buddhist cultivation. Maintaining their current lives was challenging enough, expending countless energies. They viewed discussions of a nebulous afterlife as utter nonsense. How could one believe in the karmic fruits of a future life if they did not believe in an afterlife at all? Chu Zheng, of course, believed in past and present lives. His own memories were proof of that. However, he still held some reservations about Buddhism. Ultimately, he cultivated the Tao laws, which were not aligned with Buddhism. In the myriad realms, the reason Buddhism was not well received mainly stemmed from the existence of incense fire deities. Offering incense and willpower could indeed fulfill wishes. But if the incense fire willpower was offered to the Buddha would only promise blessings in the next life, a notion most creatures saw as taking advantage of nothingness. Note: most content needs revision. Within the northern domain Buddha country, numerous Buddhist cultivation techniques were passed down. These cultivation techniques, in reality, had little to do with incense fire willpower but instead emphasized the physical body more than the primordial spirit. Among the various Taoist orthodoxies in the myriad realms, Buddhist cultivators were also one of the few who competed with the martial path in terms of physical prowess. Chu Zheng had collected some Buddhist cultivation techniques. He had never followed the martial path, but he had practiced martial Tao divine abilities and had some understanding. The foundation of his physical body was much sturdier compared to ordinary cultivators, verifying each other's techniques, and he had gained some insights. Apart from the cultivation techniques, Chu Zheng also collected some incomplete ancient Buddhist treasures. This act was merely incidental, but while performing the qi gathering and heaven repairing, he discovered something else within these Buddhist treasures, apart from the primordial qi. Merit golden light, no greater gift from heaven and earth, the accumulated result of selfless good deeds, with effects of enhancing wisdom, breaking barriers, purifying the heart, protection, strengthening fate, and prolonging life. Merit golden light was the first time Chu Zheng had encountered something without a grade, and its existence was extremely peculiar. Chu Zheng tried to absorb it but failed as if it had an owner. If the effects of merit golden light were truly as unique as the information provided by the spiritual eye, then this item could be considered defying heaven. Its effects were all great opportunities for cultivators. Especially for the intangible enhancement of chi fortune, this was an effect that no heavenly and earthly treasures could achieve. Chi fortune, an intangible entity, was different from heavenly fate that contested the Tao. Heavenly fate affected the speed of cultivation, while chi fortune influenced the luck and misfortune. Those with strong chi fortune could miraculously escape from death, turn disasters into blessings, and even transform defeat into victory in combat. Conversely, those with weak chi fortune often faced many hardships and fell victim to unprovoked disasters, with calamities being a common occurrence. Merit given by heaven cannot be replaced by human efforts. Although there was some residual merit golden light in these ancient Buddhist treasures, Chu Jing, unfortunately, could not use it for himself. After spending more than a month traveling around the northwest region, Chu Jing inadvertently passed through the 8 desolates of the Qingyun realm, and aside from the 4 seas, he had traversed most of the world. With the improvement of his cultivation, the existence of the world began to appear smaller in his eyes. Understanding a world was no longer as strenuous as it had been in the Canyun realm. He could now see most secrets as clearly as patterns on his palm with just some casual time spent. At this stage, Chu Jing began to understand why highly cultivated individuals usually appeared extraordinarily calm most of the time. For them, the unknowns of the world were extremely rare, and the things that could disturb their emotions were even rarer. Once everything in the world had no secrets before their eyes, such a feeling might feel somewhat empty and boring. Although Chu Jing in his previous life was passionate about artifact restoration, he himself had no real interest in repairing things. What interested him were the messages hidden behind those broken artifacts. Those secrets buried under the sands of time, unable for anyone to speak of or declare. And this great universe before him held secrets too numerous to imagine. After leaving the northwest region, Chu Jing returned to the territory of the Dali Dynasty and settled in a small city. During the time Chu Jing traveled to other regions, many changes had occurred within the Dali Dynasty. A group of cultivators came from beyond the realm, entering directly into the Dali imperial city, Yujing Divine Palace, and directly facing the emperor. What exactly happened remained unknown, but a day later, an imperial decree was issued from the palace, descending to the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War drew 6 million elite troops from across Dali, led by a modern-day military deity alongside many military cultivators, all heading beyond the realm. The entire military deployment within the territory of Dali underwent many changes. With substantial military power lost, each region was expanding its own forces and replenishing fresh blood, beginning preparations for war. This news shocked the 8 desolates and 4 seas, and aside from the Dali dynasty, other forces were also summoned. Most of the cultivators from Qingyun realm with significant cultivation had headed beyond their realm. Although no specific news had spread, most people were well aware of these cultivators' destination, which was none other than the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Apart from this news, 2 major events had occurred within Dali Imperial City. A Confucian scholar, upon hearing the holy teachings, was enlightened and his vast righteous chi soared to the skies, alarming the ancient sages to appear. The emperor personally issued a decree to summon him into the palace. At the same time, various Taoist orthodoxies from the northern region began to make contact with the Dali imperial court, hoping to introduce their doctrines to the Dali realm while the dynasty needed military strength. However, these pieces of news had little impact on Chu Jing at the moment. After settling down, he set up an array and tried to contact Gung Yang again but still received no response. The 10,000 Realms battlefield was extremely far from Qingyun realm, and with his current level of cultivation, Chu Jing was far from being able to communicate across realms. As a result, Chu Jing couldn't help feeling somewhat uneasy. The situation of the Taishan Holy Land was unknown now, and with the changes involving Shang Sanyun, it was expected that the primordial spirit Holy Land and the Shang family would be implicated. The situation in the Sanyun realm was likely very chaotic. He needed to send back the news quickly. Delaying too long could lead to complications. In the Taishan Holy Land, there were only a group of the elderly and weak. If any mishap occurred, he would feel quite guilty for not being able to reciprocate Gung Yang's long-time care. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. While in deep meditation, Chuzheng suddenly felt something, sensing a disturbance from his avatar's location. His tribulation was approaching. A mere year had passed in Qingyun realm, but within the Great Tomb, 100 years had hurriedly gone by. During these 100 years, the avatar had not left the room even once, deeply immersed in cultivation. The yin qi in this place was so abundant that even without actively absorbing it, it permeated into his body, and with the enhancement of qi refining techniques, his cultivation progress was unimaginably fast. In just 100 years, he had reached the third heavenly tribulation of the undecayed bone. Jian Shire occasionally came to see him, each time bringing a bowl of essence blood to replenish his yuan qi. After all, the undecayed bone was still a yin corpse, and drinking blood benefited both his cultivation and overall condition significantly. With the rise in cultivation, the golden hair on Chuzheng's body gradually shed, revealing skin that was tinged with a blue-gray color, completely devoid of any trace of blood. Chuzheng exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the repair panel. Repair Master, 7th Order, 15865/16000. In these 100 years, the experience on the repair panel had almost been maxed out, and in his hands, aside from the initial Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade, he now also possessed 2 8th Order Holy Artifacts, and the number of 7th Order Supreme Treasures had long surpassed 100. After tallying up his gains, Chuzheng stood up, left the room, and sent a message to Jian Shire. Explore more at Freeweb Novel. According to what Jian Shire had previously mentioned, the time to close the entrance of the Great Tomb was nearing. After this tribulation, he would have to prepare to leave this Great Tomb. Once the entrance to the Great Tomb closed, a blood tribulation would befall, dooming all living creatures within to death and becoming nourishment for the tomb. Moreover, after the tomb closed this time, there was no telling when the entrance would open again. This place concealed great secrets and was related to the mightiest beings in the universe, where a Daoist master was buried. He sought to leave his mark through the ages and to enter the realm of ancient myths. Furthermore, the great commander, Gongyi Ziyu, was a creature of the vast universe, indicating that this buried Taoist master might have had numerous connections to the vast universe as well. The cause and effect involved were significant, potentially affecting the power dynamics within the Chaos Sea. Given Chuzheng's current cultivation level, it was best for him to stay far away. After receiving a message from Chuzheng, Jian Shire rushed over, his appearance somewhat hurried. After you succeed in overcoming the tribulation, if your wounds prove hard to heal, find a place to lay low and send me your location. I will come to find you. With that said, he handed Chuzheng a bowl of holy blood, casually opened a spatial passage, and then left directly, without following as he had the last time. With the impending closure of the Great Tomb, as a commander-level existence, Jian Shire had matters to attend to. Moreover, he had taken note of Gongyi Ziyu's words from before, no longer showing the same level of concern for Chuzheng as he once had. The second Great Tribulation had already proved so difficult. Naturally, each successive one would only grow tougher. If Chuzheng failed to overcome this tribulation, all would be lost. Chuzheng understood this perfectly. In the end, their relationship was nothing more than a chance encounter. Jian Shire had shown him as much kindness and duty as could be, leaving a debt of gratitude. It was actually a good thing that Jian Shire did not accompany him this time. It left Chuzheng with much autonomy, allowing him to easily leave the Great Tomb and avoiding many complications. After passing through the spatial passage, Chuzheng returned to the second mountain pass of the Great Tomb. The world lacked vitality, a picture of desolation. The sky was overcast, the yin qi thickened considerably compared to before, suggesting an increase, and the daylight was dim and gloomy. Chuzheng took a deep breath and, confirming his physical body was fully prepared, he immediately evoked the heavenly tribulation. Boom, the sky underwent a sudden change, and within moments, dark thunderclouds roiled over tens of thousands of miles, and fierce lightning like flood dragons swept across the clouds, illuminating heaven and earth. The golden hair around Chuzheng's body had already shed significantly, and the remaining strands began to fall away one by one, revealing large patches of bluish-gray skin. The blood within his body, previously congealed, now showed signs of flowing once again and was no longer as stagnant as before. Crack, pale purple lightning fell from the sky, tearing through the pitch darkness and striking directly at Chu Zhang's Baihui point. In an instant, purple light pierced the sky. Chu Zhang exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and pulled a stream of light from the void with his hand, positioning it in front of him. The pale cyan light solidified into a bolt of fabric, like a stretch of the Milky Way cascading down, shielding him from the fierce lightning. The Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade, a top-grade holy artifact, the most valued treasure Chu Zhang currently possessed in his hands. A few breaths later, the cyan light enveloping the Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade was pierced by the lightning, rolled back upon itself, and retreated. The remnants of the lightning's power, like a spiritual spring pouring down, rolled over Chu Zhang's body. Boom! Chu Zhang staggered, and the pitch-black, rugged earth beneath his feet suddenly crumbled, with much of his hair falling out and cracks appearing in his flesh. The power Chu Zhang currently possessed was insufficient to unleash the true might of the Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade. After all, the strength of the Yin corpse lay in its physical body, and its mana could not really be considered strong. A seventh-order supreme treasure could still rely on the true spirit within to fight autonomously, displaying combat power not inferior to that of ordinary living creatures. Yet, higher-grade artifacts such as 8th-order holy artifacts and immortal treasures had lost this ability. It was as if an additional shackle had been added. They required manipulation by a living creature or the expenditure of considerable energy or resources in order to be activated and display even a fraction of their true power. The thunder struck down once more, swift and fierce like a dragon, giving Chu Zhang no chance to catch his breath. Chu Zhang casually drew forth a stream of primordial qi, injecting it into the Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade and once again spread it out. He had amassed a fair amount of primordial qi, though still unable to unleash the full power of the Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade. It was enough to serve as protection for Chu Zhang. This time, the Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade held on for a few moments longer, yet it still couldn't completely block the thunder. The remaining force of the thunder, carrying with it the intense yang qi, surged into Chu Zhang's body. In that instant, it seemed as though his physical body underwent some type of transformation, and the stagnant blood within him began to circulate faintly. After 5 successive heavenly thunders, Chu Zhang's golden hair shed greatly again, and except for the full head of golden hair, his upper body was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, though his skin was slightly pale. Discover more content at FreeWebNovel with the assistance of the Frost Radiance Heavenly Brocade. Chu Zhang's experience of the tribulation here was far less wretched than the last time, allowing him spare energy to pay attention to where his true body was. Using this tribulation, his true body again consumed vast amounts of immortal qi, and his cultivation soared once more, spanning 2 realms, from the 5th fold of Immortal Tribulation directly into the 7th fold of Immortal Tribulation. This dramatic increase in cultivation had already shown signs of becoming uncontrollable. His spirit platform wavered, his dantian hung overhead, and the aura around his body was unstable. After sensing carefully for a moment, Chu Zhang detected the anomaly. Ordinary immortal path cultivators, upon entering the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, would rely on their own understanding of law theory to open up a small world. Using the small world as a foundation, they would suppress the continuously surging immortal power within themselves. Without a small world as a foundation, one's immortal qi would involuntarily rise and press against the spirit platform by Hui, causing the divine origin to be restless and significantly affected. Immortals, being light in form and faint in presence, would find it difficult to control themselves without something to bind them. There were many legends of ascending to the heavens in broad daylight, the majority of which stemmed from this. Without a world as support, even a true immortal would find it challenging to stay in an ordinary great realm and would inevitably ascend to the great universe. The reason for this, with Chu Zhang's current perspective, was still difficult to explain. So far, Chu Zhang had never attempted opening realm because creating a small world required the consumption of numerous resources, and the advancement of cultivation would also be limited by the small world in some ways. If Chu Zhang had created a small world early on, even with a clone to bear the calamity and immortal qi to support him, his current level of cultivation would not have risen as rapidly. but now, he had no choice but to attempt to open up a world. In the seventh fold of Immortal Tribulation realm, in the late stage of the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, the distance to the true immortal realm was now just a step away. If he delayed any longer, he would find it difficult to remain in the Qingyun realm, and moving to other great realms would also bring many troubles. After some contemplation, Chuzheng suddenly lowered his head and looked at the condensing space bracelet, a flicker of consideration appearing in his eyes. To open his own world, he still needed to search for some spiritual objects, and expend a lot of mental effort to shape the laws within the realm, which would take a considerable amount of time. The small world connected to the condensing space bracelet already existed. If he used this as a foundation, the resources and energy he would need to expend to open realm would be greatly reduced. Refining a small world was no easy task. Chuzheng had just begun to attempt it when he sensed the difficulty. The small world connected by the condensing space bracelet was not very expansive, yet it was incredibly sturdy. It seemed there was a seal compressing the entire world, its boundary walls astonishingly strong. With Chuzheng's current cultivation, if he were trapped inside without the aid of immortal treasures or holy artifacts, he would find it hard to break through these world barriers and escape. Former elder of Taixin, Yi Yulo, who attained only the peak of Tongxin, tragically perished within this realm, an unsurprisingly common fate. The process of refining the world was extremely slow, and the repair panel offered Chuzheng no assistance. He could rely only on his own power. Chuzheng estimated that to completely refine the small world, he would need at least close to a decade. This was under the circumstances where his cultivation was sufficient. For an average cultivator just entering Immortal Tribulation, it would take at least a couple of 100 years. Compared to the lengthy lifespans of Immortal Tribulation cultivators, a few 100 years was but a fleeting moment, gone in the blink of an eye. As cultivation increased, every advance required a substantial amount of time, an unavoidable reality. Feeling the urgency, Chuzheng had no choice but to continue his cultivation methodically, seeking a secluded place to start the longest seclusion since he began his cultivation. Enjoy new tales from Freeweb novel before retreating. He took out the spirit communication Jade scroll, attempting to contact Song Lingxue, but his messages disappeared without a response, much like stones sinking into the sea. It had been over a year since their last communication, a situation that naturally aroused concern. After a long ponderance, Chuzheng sighed softly, put away the Jade scroll, and began refining the small world while shifting most of his consciousness back to his avatar. Battlefield of all heavens. In a corner of the vast starry sky, a verdant star hung at the center of an array, its aura fluctuating, faintly permeated by a trace of blood. Shattered mountains protruded into the clouds at angles, the setting sun like blood, the air thick with extreme stench of blood, the ground beneath flowed with rivers of blood, strewn with corpses. Most of the corpses had turned into dry bones, as if their essence had been drained, already decayed, the surfaces of the bones riddled with tiny holes, their marrow completely dried up and hollow. The whole mountain range was completely shattered, swept away by a terrifying battle, beyond recognition. Whoosh, a slight noise came from a corner of the battlefield, a figure emerged from a pile of corpses, rolling onto the ground, gasping heavily, his face and hair caked with thick blood scabs, eyes bloodshot, resembling a fierce ghost. Gazing at the dim daylight, Song Lingxue appeared mesmerized, then after a long while, a dull, low laugh spilled from her throat. She had survived another brush with death. In the midst of blood-soaked battles, her advancement in the martial path was terrifyingly faster than one could imagine. Stepping into the third realm perfection in less than 2 months, she touched her divine orifice within, her divine sense on the spiritual platform surged, stepping into the fourth realm of gathering spirits. Then in just over a year, she had achieved perfection in gathering spirits realm, with the early appearances of divine orifice within her body. Coupled with the aid of the slaughter blood descending dragon technique, she possessed the remarkable combat power to slay fifth-order otherkind. However, as she increasingly hunted otherkind, she inevitably provoked some powerful otherkind ethnic groups, encountering hunts and perils. This time she was gravely injured, barely a step away from the Yellow Springs, having slept longer than usual, unaware of how much time had passed. Regaining her senses, Song Lingxue struggled to rise, suddenly stumbled, sensing something unusual, and glanced down at her left arm. From his elbow down, his left arm was missing, presumably devoured by one of the other kind. For a martial cultivator, losing a limb wasn't considered a severe injury, but regrowth required reaching the sixth realm of martial arts, nirvana. Such injuries had become somewhat commonplace for Song Lingxue, facing other kind in life and death battles. How could one come out unscathed? Her internal organs had been torn open countless times. Calming her mind, Song Lingxue slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi. As she breathed, there was a flow of qi, secretly harboring blood fiend. The essence of these other kinds' flesh and blood further fueled her protective blood fiend. Her divine orifice stirred within her. With just one more step to unlocking the divine orifice, she could step into the fifth realm of martial arts. After entering the fifth realm, armed with the accumulated blood fiend, she should possess the strength to threaten a sixth order other kind, bringing her one step closer to completing the blood trial. However, fighting across levels was no easy task, especially at the sixth order, a qualitative transformation. For the other kind, reaching this stage meant awakening various innate divine abilities, making them quite troublesome adversaries requiring careful planning. After much contemplation, Song Lingxue took out the spirit communication Jade scroll, looking with a warmth in her gaze at the dozen or so messages floating atop. She sent a brief message back to Chuzheng assuring him of her safety, before her figure gradually sank into the heaps of corpses, disappearing without a trace. Her injuries were not fully healed, and she would need more time to recuperate. The stench of blood here was enough to deter most other kinds. With hopes of entering the martial hall through the blood trial being so close, she needed to be even more cautious and careful. Tianwu Realm. Inside the Great Tomb. The sun hung high, a spatial channel spanned the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. Emerging from the second mountain pass, the skies gradually cleared, and the yin qi sank, allowing the sun to regain some of its brilliance. The red cloud curtain condensed between the heaven and earth, and the green of the mountains filled the sky, as if returning from the yellow springs back to the world of the living. Chuzheng tore through space, moving toward the outer perimeter of the Great Tomb. While passing through a plain, Chuzheng stopped. His gaze landed on a corner of the plain. A temple stood on the plain, enveloped in a faint scent of incense. It was the very Daoist venerable Jingchu temple he had stumbled upon before. Noticing the swirling incense within the temple, Chuzheng was slightly surprised and sent out his divine sense. The arrangement inside the temple remained unchanged from over 100 years ago. A figure sat cross-legged within, of plain appearance and in the middle stage of the fourth realm. Seeing who it was, Chuzheng paused momentarily in astonishment. Mu Xian. Initially, to verify the matter of the golden body, he had abducted Mu Xian to the temple and made a promise. If Mu Xian guarded the temple for a year, he would be allowed to leave and would be given a chance. However, Chuzheng eventually ventured deeper into the Great Tomb and encountered Jian Shire, and this matter gradually slipped his mind. He assumed that Mu Xian had long left, but unexpectedly, after over 100 years, this minor cultivator hadn't left and was still tending the incense there. After a brief moment of surprise, Chuzheng was about to step into the temple when a sudden change transmitted from his repair panel caught his attention. After accumulating a vast amount of experience, you have reached the peak of the crafting cycle in repairing. Your skills transcend the heavens, possessing the power to turn decay into magic. You have now become an 8th order repair master. As your repair skills have improved, you increasingly approach the origin of the universe, perceiving the heavenly fate that ordinary creatures cannot sense. You have realized a divine skill, luck-stealing skill, 10th order. Throughout his journey, Chuzheng had never neglected his daily repairs. After tirelessly accumulating experience, the experience of a 7th order repair master had finally reached perfection in that instant. Luck-stealing skill, 10th order sees the heavenly fate of myriad paths for oneself, replace heaven, and control heaven's mandate. A stream of information surged into Chuzheng's mind, making his eyes suddenly glow intensely. Your journey continues on. Freeweb novel. The description of the luck-stealing skill was incredibly simple, yet the implications had greatly shaken Chuzheng. Kill to seize fate. The fate of any creature that died by his hand would be directly stripped away and fall onto him. When he had first entered the Seventh Order, he had also received a divine skill, Return to the Origin, which could transform the chi of all things into primordial chi. This was specifically demarcated among the many great paths, intended to prevent the power of one's own Taoist orthodoxy from leaking. This type of chi carried an extremely strong exclusivity and was incompatible with other heretic paths. The first time Chu Jing had attempted to integrate it, an accident had occurred, and if not for the repair panel, he would have suffered severe injuries. After the death of the creatures, this energy, as time went by, would flow back into their respective Taoist orthodoxy by other means, with only a small part of heavenly fate missing. After obtaining Return to the Origin, for Chu Jing, whether it was immortal chi or primordial chi, both were useful to him, and now adding the luck-stealing skill, even this heavenly fate would belong to him. The information contained within was too astonishing. In other words, he alone could instigate a conflict over the Tao, and if he slaughtered all living creatures of the other Taoist orthodoxies, taking all their heavenly fate into his hands, he would become the heaven of the great universe and could redefine some rules and even change the heavenly laws. At this moment, Chu Jing had the opportunity to become a Tao Lord like a powerful being, monopolizing a great amount of heavenly fate and advancing into a realm of unparalleled reverence. However, Chu Jing was not a heartless butcher with a crazed interest in slaughter. Such an act was clearly not something he would pursue. The distribution of heavenly fate determined the structure of the great universe. A single person's power is weak and seldom changes the overall situation, but Chu Jing now possessed the potential to change the situation by himself. Regaining his senses, Chu Jing's expression tightened a bit, and his mind felt somewhat heavy. The emergence of the luck-stealing skill did not bring him joy but rather some unease. All along, he had a vague feeling that someone was paving the way for him. Since mastering Tao in the Zhongyun secret realm, receiving the eternal Calamity treasure record, and first meeting Zhao Tingxian to learn of his circumstances, he felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomably deep mire, unable to see where the path ahead lay. The origin of this repair panel was also puzzling. As his cultivation advanced, this repair panel increasingly resembled a supreme divine skill. His all high-grade divine skills largely originated from it. Even the initial Great Circulatory Qi guideline was completed through the repair panel. Reincarnated in the Zhongyun realm and gaining the repair panel, along with considerable clandestine support, it was difficult for Chu Jing not to be apprehensive. But now, other than continuing down this path, he had no other options. Abandoning chi refining techniques and relying solely on immortal path, he could not go far, for the constraints of the realm creatures of the Zhongyun realm meant that true immortal perfection was his limit. Moreover, he couldn't possibly abandon the repair panel. The divine skills obtained from the repair panel were no different from those recorded in the eternal Calamity treasure record, clearly showing no link to the immortal path and a very close relation to the chi refining techniques. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Chu Jing stepped into the temple. The temple was spotless, filled with the faint scent of incense, and the walls and ceilings were imbued with traces of the Tao. The divine statue stood tall on the altar, nourished by incense for 100 years, its features becoming clearer and more vivid. Compared to 100 years ago, it looked even more divine. Though there was only one follower here, Mu Xian's cultivation was not weak, and coupled with his pure faith, his daily devoted offerings nurtured the statue, granting it a touch of divinity. Mu Xian was sitting in meditation in front of the divine statue, deeply absorbed in cultivation, but upon sensing a disturbance, his eyes abruptly opened. Seeing Chu Jing's face, he was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Tao Lord?" After realizing what had happened, he couldn't hide his excitement, and like a devoted follower, he knelt to the ground, offering a grand gesture of worship. Mu Xian pays respect to the Tao Lord. Chu Jing was taken aback for a moment, looked up at the divine statue, and then it dawned on him. As his cultivation advanced, his appearance grew increasingly similar to his true form, and after several transformations through heavenly tribulation, he was almost identical to his true form. It was not surprising that Mu Xian recognized him at a glance. Continuing as a Tao Lord without denial, Chu Jing didn't beat around the bush, and with some puzzlement, he directly asked, "I had once said that after a year, you could leave on your own, so why are you still here? He had spent over 100 years deep within the Great Tomb, assuming that Mu Xian had long since left, only to find upon his return that Mu Xian was still guarding this temple. Hearing this, Mu Xian suddenly looked up, his thoughts tumbling in his eyes, gradually connecting the person before him with the flying corpse from before. In that instant, many speculations flashed through his mind, eventually settling on the most likely one. The flying corpse before him must be the spiritually awakened body of the fallen Daoist Venerable Jingchu, hence he was commanded to worship the golden body within the temple. With this thought, Mu Xian didn't linger to think further, bowing his head and responding, "While worshipping your golden body here, the temple helped me dispel the Yin Qi from the Great Tomb, and I received protection from your golden body, which significantly sped up my cultivation. Not seeing your return for a long time, I dared not act rashly, so I chose to stay." When the initial year ended, he had thought of leaving, but remembering the opportunity Chu Jing was to give him, feeling somewhat reluctant, he hesitated a bit longer, deciding to wait a bit more. After a long time, he had yet to see Chu Jing return, yet under daily offerings, he experienced the golden body spirit communication manifestation, which rewarded him and increased his cultivation speed significantly. The temple dispersed the Yin Qi and also exhibited the effect of gathering spirit, gradually transforming the area into a spirit land, and over time, Mu Xian chose to stay within the temple. Although the solitude of over a century was felt, his gains were likewise substantial. His cultivation had soared from just entering the third realm to the middle stage of the fourth realm, just a step away from the late stage of the fourth realm. Such a speed of cultivation was, compared to his own talent, at least saving him a century of arduous cultivation, nearly doubling it. For a cultivator, this was indeed a rare opportunity. The years spent worshipping Daoist Venerable Jingchu in the temple also refined his divine soul, quieted it substantially, and his previously unsettled emotions gradually stabilized. Chu Jing pondered in reflection for a moment, then suddenly said, "I once told you, after a year, I would grant you an opportunity." Upon saying this, he flipped his hand and produced two seventh-order supreme treasures, pushing them towards Mu Xian. A cyan jade ruler and an ancient copper bell covered in dust. These were the protective supreme treasures Chu Jing had prepared for himself before entering the Great Tomb, the cold spirit ruler and the soul-stabilizing bell, one a weapon for battle, the other specifically guarding the primordial spirit. Either of these treasures, arbitrarily chosen from within the seventh order, would be considered top-notch, hard-to-find supreme treasures in the outside world. However, for the now Chu Jing, such supreme treasures were not surprising, as he had no fewer than 100 in his possession after becoming an 8th-order repairer. 7th-order treasures no longer caught his interest. After a brief consideration, Chu Jing once again flipped his hand and tossed a jade talisman towards Mu Xian, also obtained from deep within the Great Tomb, a cultivation technique called 9 Radiant Divine Firmament True Technique. Your next journey awaits at Freeweb Novel. It included a path to attaining the 8th order, already an extremely rare method of cultivation. The Taishan Divine Fire scripture that Chu Jing's true self cultivated was no different. Looking at the supreme treasures before him, Mu Xian was momentarily stunned, his pupils unconsciously dilated, and after a long while, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He could not discern the grade of these two supreme treasures, but from the oppressive feeling emanating from them, they seemed much more terrifying than the protective treasures of his sect. After a long while, Mu Xian reluctantly withdrew his gaze, his eyes filled with slight trepidation. Daoist Venerable's gift is overly generous, Mu Xian dares not accept it without having rendered any service. This opportunity was too significant, and he was initially hesitant to accept it. He did not feel that he had been of much use to Chu Jing, merely guarding a door for over a century. Such generous acts were astonishing, such opportunities, not to mention guarding a temple for 100 years, even guarding for 1,000 or 10,000 years would find people willing to undertake it. "I will not go back on my word, just accept it." Chu Jing waved his hand nonchalantly, then asked, "Would you like to leave with me?" After leaving the Great Tomb, he planned to go to where the heavenly Wutong was located. The situation in the Tianwu realm was very chaotic with numerous races, and he needed a guide who knew the way, Mu Xian being the best fit. Naturally, it is my fortune that the venerable Daoist wishes to bring me along. Mu Xian dared not refuse excessively, slightly trembling as he collected the two supreme treasures. Touching that jade talisman, his heartbeat became erratic once more, starting to accelerate uncontrollably. This level of cultivation technique was something he had only heard about in rumors. The technique he cultivated was already the top technique within his sect, but compared to this 9 radiant divine firmament true technique, it was still far behind. The entrance to the Great Tomb is about to close. If you have old friends or relatives inside the Great Tomb, you may send them a message, advising them to leave the Great Tomb as soon as possible, otherwise they will surely perish. Recalling what Jian Shire had said earlier, Chuzheng spoke up as a reminder. This information was top secret within the Great Tomb, not known to any creatures in advance. Jian Shire had helped him quite a bit, and Chuzheng would not get overly involved in this matter, especially since it related to a formidable entity from the mythical realm. Revealing this to Mu Xian was already the limit. Hearing this, Mu Xian was suddenly startled, cold sweat breaking out on his back, and he quickly shook his head and said, "When I left to gain experience, I accidentally entered this great tomb and had not yet had the chance to make friends before being brought here by the venerable Daoist. My sect is very far from here, and rarely do sect members operate in this area. As it is, it could not be better." Chuzheng nodded slightly. This way, it had saved him quite a bit of trouble. Dao Lord, this temple. Mu Xian looked around, slightly hesitant. He had stayed in this place for over 100 years and had grown accustomed to it. Suddenly leaving now, he felt somewhat reluctant. "You may stay here." Chuzheng slightly pondered, then drew a stream of incense fire willpower from between the stars and injected it into the divine statue to maintain the spirituality of this golden body. Fortunately, having had billions of followers in the Chaos Sea, with this incense fire willpower to nurture it, even if no one worshipped it for thousands of years to come, it would not lose its divine wonders. Leaving this temple would also leave Chuzheng with an anchor point. Even if the Great Tomb was sealed and he departed, through this golden body, he could still know some situations inside the Great Tomb. After glancing at the temple, Chuzheng refrained from speaking further, turned, and stepped out of the temple with Mu Xian silently rising to follow. After leaving the temple, Chuzheng tore open a spatial passage, taking Mu Xian away from the plain where the temple was located and into a desolate valley. Finding a rarely trodden corner, he casually dug a deep pit and buried a round bead and a time-delayed message. Leaving the Great Tomb, Chuzheng naturally couldn't explain this directly to Jian Shire as it might attract unnecessary trouble. He could only leave without saying goodbye. 2 days later, this message would reach Jian Shire's hands. As for the round bead, he had created it using the technique to imitate the melting bead. Stored within it were some strands of primordial qi he had refined these days. This item was very useful for all beings except those practicing immortal martial arts. It was the same for Jian Shire as Chuzheng had already personally tested its significant benefits to cultivation. After finishing these tasks, Chuzheng did not linger any longer. Taking Mu Xian, he rushed towards the entrance of the Great Tomb. Compared to when he arrived, his cultivation had grown immensely. In less than half a day, he had passed through the torn space at the entrance of the Great Tomb and returned to the Tianwu realm. The moment he left the Great Tomb, Chuzheng felt slightly unaccustomed. It was noon outside, the concentration of yin qi between heaven and earth had lessened, and Chuzheng could once again feel the abundant yang qi. "If we are to go to where the heavenly Wutong is located, how should we proceed?" Chuzheng was not in a hurry to travel and turned his head to ask Mu Xian. "From here to the heavenly Wutong, there is a considerable distance, and it cannot be crossed straight through. We would pass through many Taoist orthodoxy and tribal territories. Without prior notification, it could bring trouble." After pondering for a moment, Mu Xian had a plan, and said gravely, "Dao Lord can first follow me back to the sect gate, where I will ask the elder inside to help devise a plan, possibly choosing a shortcut." The distribution of power within the Tianwu realm was extremely chaotic. Countless tribes stood tall, with thousands of Taoist orthodoxy, the human race's strength only at a moderate level. Among the manifold Taoist orthodoxy, there were 10 top ones, most flourishing. Each Taoist master there had reached the supreme domain, just a step away from the realm of ancient myths. Among the worlds Chuzheng traversed in his incarnations, the foundations of the Tianwu realm were the strongest, without equal. Taoist orthodoxy wasn't divided by species or tribe but by the cultivation techniques practiced. For instance, the 10th-ranked divine phoenix Dao, its Taoist master, was a massive demon transformed from a divine phoenix. Despite this, there were still numerous human race powerhouses who allied under its banners, practicing sorcery and even using secret techniques to transform themselves into half-demons, taking pride in grafting feathers onto their bodies. As there are two sides to everything, with yin there is yang. Similarly, some of the human race, unwilling to mix with the foreign races, strongly opposed other kind. This portion of the human race, within the Tianwu realm, found their situation precarious, bearing grudges against many tribal Taoist orthodoxy. Given the overly complicated relations between various powers, with Chuzheng currently in the identity of a yin corpse, taking Mu Xian, a member of the human race, and recklessly plowing ahead, they could easily invite trouble, necessitating long-term planning. The sect Mu Xian belonged to was called Yunhua Palace, whose founder was honored as Yunhua True Man, who had passed away more than 10,000 years ago. Yunhua Palace's strength was not considered strong. Currently, within the sect, the stabilizing Supreme Elder had only just entered the 7th order of cultivation. In the Tianwu realm, various Taoist orthodoxies intertwined like interlocking teeth, and territories were divided in extreme complexity, with power structures deeply rooted and tangled. However, although there were constant minor frictions between the various Taoist orthodoxies, there had never been a full-scale conflict over the Tao. A force like Yunhua Palace could maintain its long existence, which was clearly somewhat contrary to common sense. After obtaining the heavenly fate technique, Chu Zheng's perception of the existence of heavenly fate became more acute. He could sense that the heavenly fate within the Tianwu realm was extremely chaotic, obviously lacking restraint, allowing various living creatures to divide it among themselves. The heavenly Tao of the Tianwu realm clearly had some issues. In such a powerful world, the autonomous consciousness of the heavenly Tao should have been extremely strong. If the heavenly Tao wished, it could at any time rectify the chaos and cleanse the Tianwu realm. The current situation might very likely be related to that cross-realm heavenly Wutong. Near the heavenly Wutong, there were living creatures from the vast universe active, and Chuzheng wanted to understand more information about the vast universe. Whether it was the shackles on the bodies of the immortal path cultivators of the Tsangyun realm, or facing an insurmountable adverse trend like Shang Tsangyun in the future, having another way out would be beneficial. Initially, when he was in the Tsangyun realm, the evil qi leaked out from the space passage to the vast universe, and Chuzheng had had contact with it. The evil qi from within the vast universe could also serve as replenishing energy to support the operation of the repair panel. Just this point alone was enough to ensure Chuzheng could survive in the vast universe. The problem was, when he first attempted to autonomously absorb the evil qi within the vast universe, the result was not as he wished. The evil qi amplified the killing intent in his heart. In that instant, his inner demons surged, and he nearly lost his mental fortitude, almost turning into a walking corpse. If he was unable to cultivate using the evil qi, even with the repair panel, he would only be able to barely protect himself in the vast universe, unable to continue cultivation. It was a dead end. However, at that time, his cultivation was weak, only at the 3rd order. Now, his body had stepped into the late stage of the immortal tribulation realm, about to touch the threshold of the 8th order. The gap was like heaven and earth. Perhaps a different result would be found if he tried again now. Moreover, with the examples of Zhao Tingxian and Shang Tsangyun before him, it was enough to prove that there indeed existed in the vast universe a path rarely known by others. That was Chuzheng's hope. Chuzheng took Mu Xian and left the location of the Great Tomb. On their way, he didn't rush to Mu Xian's master's sect but instead turned back to Fire Rock City, where he had first arrived in the Tianwu realm. It was there that a wisp of his divine sense had been drawn into the Yin Corpse's residual body. If it weren't for the fortuitous encounter with Yin Corpse Dao, having heavenly tribulation as an aid, he didn't know how much effort it would take to think of ways to erode the Tribulation chi to have now reached such a cultivation realm. Experience exclusive tales on FreeWeb Novel. Since Chu Zhang's trip to the Great Tomb, more than a century had passed, and today's Fire Rock City had changed greatly compared to his memory, having expanded more than tenfold, with an even more flourishing population. After sending out his divine sense to scan the area, Chu Zhang knew of the changes that had occurred in Fire Rock City over the past 100+ years. When he had helped the Gu family take control of the entire Fire Rock City, he left behind some resources and cultivation techniques before departing. Relying on this, the Gu family swiftly grew stronger. Over the past 100+ years, their strength and foundation had surged by more than 100-fold, and within tens of thousands of miles, they had become a prominent and influential family. Chu Zhang's primary purpose for returning to Red Rock City was to retrieve a melting bead he had left behind. At that time it had been a casual act. He thought to let the Gu family help him collect and accumulate blood qi. Now, after more than 100 years, there should be a considerable accumulation. As his cultivation rose and with the existence of qi refining techniques, the blood qi was gradually losing its effect on Chu Zhang. He came to reclaim this melting bead, also to spare the Gu family the effort, as, after all, it required the depletion of many people's blood and qi. Today in Fire Rock City, the Gu family reigned supreme, and their residence was easy to locate. Chu Zhang used the invisibility technique and took Mu Xian straight into the core region of the Gu family's territory, into a secret chamber, where they found the current family head, Gu Zhenxuan. Lately, Gu Zhenxuan had rarely made public appearances, spending most of his time in closed-door cultivation. His cultivation had made no small progress, having already stepped into the fourth realm. The secret chamber was enveloped by an array, but for Chu Zhang, it didn't pose any hindrance. He went directly through the array, taking Mu Xian with him into the secret chamber. A middle-aged man, clad in blue robes, sat cross-legged at the center of the chamber. Sensing the disturbance, he abruptly opened his eyes. Seeing the two people who suddenly appeared before him, a flicker of alarm passed through his eyes, but he then composed himself and rose to his feet, tense as he spoke. "Who might you two be?" Gu Zhenxuan's tone was evidently lacking in confidence. To be able to reach him without a sound meant that this manner of cultivation was simply beyond what he could resist. "I've come for the melting bead." Chu Zhang was concise, directly revealing his purpose. Gu Zhenxuan paused for a moment, then quickly realized, a flash of elation crossing his eyes as he hurriedly bowed. "Congratulations to the senior, your cultivation has advanced greatly." Chu Zhang now appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. With such cultivation, even if he was not the fabled corpse king, he must be not far from it. For a moment, Gu Zhenxuan's heart was filled with even more reverence. In just over 100 years, the cultivation had grown to such an extent. The wisp of residual soul he had invited back then was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chu Zhang did not speak further, he simply reached out his hand. "Please hold on, senior, I will have someone fetch it immediately." Gu Zhenxuan did not dare to delay, he immediately left the secret chamber and sent out a message. After a short while, a woman in her 30s hurried over, descending from the air, holding a blood-colored jade case in her hands. Gu Zhenxuan reached out to take it, stepped back into the secret chamber, and presented the jade case before Chu Zhang. "Senior, we did not dare to neglect the task you entrusted to us, and for over 100 years, we have been accumulating blood qi. However, the strength of the Gu family is weak and limited. I do not know if it will be sufficient for senior's use." Chu Zhang opened the jade case, and the sweet, fishy scent unique to essence blood rushed to his face. The melting bead inside had turned completely blood red, its blood qi seeping out and staining the case, concealing its true color. The essence blood stored within the melting bead was astonishing and could even be of significant benefit to the current Chu Zhang. Although the power of the Gu family had increased substantially, it was still not considered strong. Accumulating this blood qi had not been easy, reflecting the arduous effort that Gu Zhenxuan had put in over the years without any neglect. "You have my thanks." Chu Zhang casually took out a 7th Order battle blade and handed it to Gu Zhenxuan, nodding slightly. consider this a token of my gratitude. From today forward, my dealings with the Gu family are settled. This was closing a chapter of karma. At a glance of the battle blade, Gu Zhenxuan could not help the surge of ecstasy in his eyes, but upon hearing Chu Zheng's words, the joy slowly faded and he fell into a dilemma, unsure whether to accept it or not. Not accepting it might provoke Chu Zheng's anger, but if he accepted it, from then on, the Gu family would have no further ties with Chu Zheng, a prospect he found difficult to part with. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Zhenxuan still pressed down the reluctance in his heart and bowed to receive the battle blade. Being too greedy could backfire. The Gu family was already far stronger than before, and now, with this supreme treasure securing its foundation, the opportunity for a rise to power was within reach. Chu Zheng put away the melting bead and left the Gu family with Mu Xian. His acquisition of the melting bead had been an unexpected delight. Within the great tomb, above the desolate valley, a spatial passage suddenly opened. A figure stepped out slowly, dressed in black, carrying a long sword, with a stern countenance. After surveying his surroundings in the valley, a trace of perplexity flashed in Jian Shire's eyes, and he then reached out to catch something lightly. The valley shook violently, earth and rocks upheaved, sending clouds of dust into the air, and a gray, hazy orb broke through the mist into his palm. Gazing at the orb in his hand, Jian Shire's brow furrowed slightly, his expression tensing as he turned and made his way deep into the great tomb. In an instant, he had arrived at the heart of the great tomb, standing before Great Commander Gongyi Ziyu. Looking at the orb Jian Shire had presented, Gongyi Ziyu examined it for a moment and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Primordial Qi. How did he obtain it with his level of cultivation? Extracting primordial Qi was extremely complex, even for her, requiring some effort. It was one of the best treasures for enhancing cultivation, superior to most of the world's precious medicines and divine pills, and it had many other wonderful uses. Moreover, the primordial Qi extracted by the various Taoist orthodoxies contained more or fewer impurities and required energy to purify. The primordial Qi in this orb was already sufficiently pure, and its quality could even be said to be extremely high. Great Commander, shall I bring him back for questioning? Jian Shire's brows slightly furrowed as he spoke. In a deep voice, he has been nurtured with my essence blood, and I can roughly sense his location. Chu Zheng was the one he had brought back. If anything untoward occurred that impacted the Taoist master's rest, he would be hard-pressed to escape blame. It is not necessary. Gongyi Ziyu shook her head slightly. Your emergence has revealed your whereabouts and may bring about unnecessary trouble. Just make sure to close the entrance to the Great Tomb as scheduled. Your journey continues with Freeweb Novel after this time. With the closure of the entrance, the foundation necessary for the Taoist master's resurrection will be nearly complete. We should avoid any unnecessary complications. After speaking, she sent the sphere hurtling toward Jian Shire as she casually said, since it was a gift from him, it also represents his sentiment, just accept it. Understood. Jian Shire bowed and exited the underground palace, gazing at the sphere in his hand. He was silent for a long time before turning to leave. The Taoist master was about to awaken, and in his view, Chu Zheng's departure equated to missing a grand opportunity, which was somewhat regrettable. Yunhua Palace, where the territory was located, was still some distance from Fire Rock City. It took almost 3 days for Chu Zheng with his cultivation to travel. In this time, to avoid trouble, he even bypassed some Taoist orthodoxy and clan territories. Only those who had personally experienced it could understand the complexity of the Tianwu realm's internal politics. Regardless of one's Taoist orthodoxy or bloodline heritage, one needed to be careful when venturing out. Yunhua Palace's station, suspended in the expanse of the sky, stood atop azure clouds, with a cloud ladder descending to the ground, winding upward. A vast complex of palaces lay shrouded in mist, appearing like a fairy palace. Seventh-order cultivators were already considered extraordinary. Under the protection and blessing of the ancestors and the Supreme Elder, Yunhua Palace's domain was quite extensive, covering nearly 100,000 miles with over 10,000 disciples, and more than 100 minor affiliated forces, making it a significant sect. After not returning to the sect for over a century, Mu Xian couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He stepped forward and climbed onto the cloud ladder, leading the way. In an instant, the vast cloud ladder had been ascended. A disciple stood at the exit of the ladder, dressed in a vestment robe of blue and white, with a statuesque figure and an extraordinary demeanor. The sect gate disciples were not positions ordinary disciples could hold, especially within a major sect. This was even more emphasized. The first person a visiting guest would see is the sect gate disciple, representing the face of the sect, and usually only the elite among peers would have the chance to guard here. The quality of the sect gate disciples often served as an important measure of a sect's foundation. Mu Xian took one look and joy surfaced in his expression. He took the initiative to greet junior brother Ningyu. You are. Ningyu's expression showed hesitation as he stared at Mu Xian for a moment before suddenly recognizing him, his face revealing a look of surprise. Junior brother Mu? You're still alive? As soon as the words slipped out, he realized the inappropriateness and hurriedly explained, your departure for external cultivation lasted over 150 years, with no news for so long. The elders have searched for you, to no avail, and everyone at the palace thought you had encountered some misfortune. Regaining his composure, he glanced at Chujing behind Mu Xian, and this is a senior who wishes to travel to the heavenly Wutong. Mu Xian did not disclose too much about Chujing's identity, deflecting the topic, and after some pleasantries, both entered Yunhua Palace smoothly. The sudden return of a disciple who had gone missing for over 100 years naturally caused a stir, alarming several elders who personally visited to inquire about the entire situation. On the journey, Mu Xian had already fabricated an excuse, concealing the existence of the Great Tomb, and managed to fend off the group of elders. Yunhua Palace's stabilizer, Supreme Elder Cui Yang, sensing Chu Zheng's cultivation, specially came out of seclusion to receive him personally. After learning of Chu Zheng's purpose, Cui Yang was straightforward, quickly arranging the teleportation array for Chu Zheng. Half a day later, Chu Zheng left Mu Xian at Yunhua Palace and set off alone. Given the unpredictable circumstances ahead, bringing Mu Xian along would only be a burden, and there was no need for it. Utilizing Yunhua Palace's teleportation array and after several transfers, Chu Zheng finally reached the region where the heavenly Wutong resided. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, a colossal pillar caught his vision. The towering Wutong ancient tree stood between heaven and earth, connecting the starry sky and rooted in the earth, its whole body gleaming with a golden light, as if it was cast from immortal gold, etched with countless laws, its canopy spanning billions of miles, branches like true dragons resting, leaves large as stars, resembling small worlds, harboring countless living creatures. A glint of spiritual light briefly flashed in the depths of Chu Zheng's eyes as a message leapt into his sight. Ancestor blood parasol, 10th order and other kind nourished by the essence blood of ancestral realm living creatures, innately harmonious with the space-time law, has stepped into the realm of ancient myths, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, deeply integrated with the heavenly Tao of this world, corrupted by evil energy, its origin damaged. With your current ability, you are unable to repair it. Gazing at the information revealed through his spiritual eye, Chu Zheng felt a sudden chill in his heart. This heavenly Wutong, a living creature, had claimed this world as its own, equivalent to having refined it. Even the heavenly Tao had been completely absorbed. This was identical to what his true self was doing now, the only difference being that after the heavenly Wutong refined this realm, it elevated the realm's rank. This was Chu Zheng's first time confronting an existence that had stepped into the realm of ancient myths. Through the spiritual eye, the ancestor blood parasol tree in his sight was infinitely magnified, like an ant gazing at the sky, akin to the boundless universe, unfathomable. The realm of ancient myths had penetrated the past and future, contemplating the direction of the entire great universe as easily as one observes the patterns on one's palm, watching the ancient times and predicting the future. In the presence of such a realm, the entire great universe had virtually no secrets left to hide. Before seeking out the heavenly Wutong, Chu Zheng had already obtained some information from Yunhua Palace. Your next chapter awaits on Freeweb novel. The location of the heavenly Wutong, although at the heart of the Tianwu realm, did not have any powerful Taoist orthodoxies residing there. Instead, relatively weaker orthodoxies would set up their sect gates in this place. And above the body of the heavenly Wutong, within its branches and parasol leaves, resided the most powerful group of otherkind within the Tianwu realm. This group of otherkind consisted mainly of avian creatures, some of which were extremely ancient, not native to the Tianwu realm, but accompanying the heavenly Wutong across the realms, existing since ancient times. This particular heavenly Wutong had suddenly traversed across realms, claiming this world as its own, obviously happening for a reason, likely related to the vast universe. As deduced from the information given by the spiritual eye, this other kind, watered by ancestral blood, had been contaminated by evil qi, and its essence damaged. Even an eighth-order repairer might not be able to repair and compensate for such severe damage. This point was something the heavenly Wutong itself must have realized, yet it still chose to remain in this place. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, Chuzheng slowly approached the direction of the heavenly Wutong. As the distance closed, a faint trace of evil qi appeared amidst the nature-spiritual energy that pervaded the world. Compared to his true self's discomfort when coming into contact with evil qi, Chuzheng felt much better at this moment, even somewhat invigorated. The evil qi was very similar to the Yin deathly aura, which was quite beneficial for the Yin corpse ghosts. There were many cultivators within the Tianwu realm who practiced the art of nourishing corpses with their Yin god, which was also related to the environmental conditions. Although the heavenly Wutong appeared not far away, Chuzheng still traveled for 2 days before finally arriving at the base of the heavenly Wutong. Here, the evil qi in the environment was extremely rich, shrouded in a thin mist, and Chuzheng could no longer see the entirety of the heavenly Wutong. The enormous trunk stood before him like a colossal wall, and within the interlacing grooves on the tree bark, many living creatures resided. The laws of nature had undergone some changes, with would attribute yuan qi becoming more abundant. Yet, with evil qi mixed within, what should have been an environment conducive to prolonging the lifespan of living creatures, Chuzheng's arrival drew the attention of many living creatures. His seventh-order cultivation was a very delicate position in this place, far weaker than those divine birds and other kind perched atop the parasol. Yet among the nearby residing living creatures, it was close to the pinnacle. Creatures who had entered the eighth realm rarely approached the heavenly Wutong, only coming briefly if they had business before quickly leaving. The aura of this place would gradually erode the physiques of living creatures. After stepping into the eighth order, this erosion would become more intense, severely harming their longevity. And the reason why those divine birds and other kind perched on the parasol leaves could stay here year-round was due to the protection of the heavenly Wutong. Ignored the probing glances around him, Chuzheng lifted his head to gaze at the heavens and began climbing towards the top of the heavenly Wutong. Evil presence cascaded down from above, and if there was an entrance leading to the vast universe here, it should be above. Throughout his journey, the creatures Chuzheng encountered were all practicing the art of controlling corpses and ghosts, wielding the ghost Dao evil method to manipulating gods, with most emanating a gloomy aura, their bodies eroded to various extents by the evil qi, and their temperaments exceptionally fierce and irritable. After a day's travel, Chuzheng personally witnessed no fewer than 100 battles, and in some places, the trunks were covered with blood scabs accumulated over years, their original color indiscernible. Chuzheng slowed his pace slightly, carefully sensing the changes in nature's spiritual energy, advancing neither hurriedly nor slowly. As he ascended, the number of creatures gradually thinned, and the traces of bloodshed and conflict disappeared, replaced by an aura of peace and tranquility. At last, Chuzheng stopped near the tree canopy, arriving in this area where the surrounding evil qi seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, with myriad parasol leaves in the distance veiling the powerful presence of various distinct auras. His gaze swept the surroundings, but when it landed on the top of the tree canopy, it suddenly paused. A faint purple immortal phoenix corpse lay prostrate at the top of the ancient tree, with wings spanning more than 100,000 miles, its tail feathers oozing with the somber fluctuations of laws, its body shrouded in black smoke enveloped by terrifyingly extreme evil presence, as if it were a statue dredged from the yellow springs. Dozens of golden lights condensed into heavenly locks, completely entangling it, pinning it to one of the branches. Netherworld Phoenix, 9th Order, a creature from the vast universe, with cultivation at 9th realm perfection, primordial spirit locked, memory incomplete. With your current abilities, you can partially repair it. Material needed, dead soul spirit Jade. 0/30,000. Looking at the information about this phoenix, Chu Jing's spirits lifted. He was a creature from the vast universe. This netherworld phoenix, much like Gongyi Ziyu he encountered earlier, had its memory incomplete, yet there was no abnormality on its body that would normally trigger the Repair Master Panel's response. Apparently, after stepping into the rank of an 8th Order repairer, the Repair Master Panel underwent some changes, now even offering a way to mend ephemeral memories, albeit requiring the aid of special mediums. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Jing slowly approached the direction of the netherworld phoenix. Only when he got closer did he suddenly notice a huge wooden nest constructed from intertwined vines next to the body of the netherworld phoenix. The wooden nest was entirely shielded by branches and leaves, its interior obscured from view. Before he could get any closer, the world before him blurred, and the realm inverted. In the next instant, he was standing amidst a hall woven from tree vines. A figure stood not far away, draped in an emerald green robe, with a youthful face that seemed no older than 20 and a head full of verdant hair. A flicker of spiritual light moved in Chu Jing's eyes, and in the next instant, a trace of shock involuntarily surged from the depths. Wutong, 10th Order, a body separation of the ancestor blood parasol, forged from the remains of a vast universe creature, capable of freely traveling between the two worlds. The person before him was actually a body separation of the heavenly Wutong beneath his feet, a powerful entity that had stepped into the realm of ancient myths. You are not a creature of this realm, your sole origin from another world, employing a chi cultivator's method of body separation to undergo trials, Wutong said, looking down at Chu Jing, his expression devoid of ripples and his eyes diffusing the aura of death, speaking indifferently. What brings you here? Seeking death? Wutong's words carried no intent to kill, resembling a stagnant pool, merely posing a question. Chu Jing dared not neglect and bowed respectfully. Chi cultivator Chu Jing, at your service, senior. One glance revealed his origin. This was the profoundness of ancient myths. This place was the Chaos Sea, where beings above the 10th Order couldn't enter. Wutong must be a creature of the Chaos Sea. Within the palace forged of interwoven vines, the air was thick with the scent of vegetation mixed with a startling amount of evil aura. The evil aura here was so intense it was almost maddening. Chu Jing glanced at the repair panel, which showed that the daily refresh rate of repair opportunities had skyrocketed from 1 to 13. This was the repair frequency of the 8th Order. The energy required to activate it was incomparable to that of a 7th Order repairer. Compared to the outside world, the evil aura inside the palace had increased by at least tenfold. Chu Jing. Wutong's gaze fell on Chu Jing, his dark green eyes suddenly reflecting space of the Luotian starry sky, with its stars crisscrossing and sketching numerous rays of light and shadows. In an instant, Chu Jing's form stiffened slightly as if an invisible thread was gently tugged, causing his main body to sense it simultaneously. Your main body is in the immortal domain, but I cannot see your past or future. Why? Wutong's eyes held a hint of confusion. In a fleeting moment, he had already seen all the karmic threads beside Chu Jing's body, knowing most of his experiences. However, the threads concerning Chu Jing's past life and future destiny were completely blank. Given Chu Jing's current cultivation, it shouldn't be possible for him to block his probing. Even if someone intervened, he should have been able to spot some traces, not nothing at all. Such circumstances suggest only two possibilities: one, that Chu Jing before him was already dead, with both his past and future having ended definitively, paused in the river of time. Second, that someone erased Chu Jing's traces from the river of time, but if that were true, Chu Jing should likely be dead at this moment. How could a creature without a past or future continue to exist in the world? Even for creatures within the vast universe, he could discern clues if they had ever existed in the great universe, as the river of time would accurately record such traces. Chi cultivators. On remembering Chu Jing's identity, Wutong's brow slightly furrowed. this situation bore a slight resemblance to that ancestral Dao from the Qi refining lineage. Although that ancestral Dao was well known, nobody knew his true identity or origin. He had once tried to deduce these himself and again found nothing. The Daoist golden immortal, completely severing countless karmic ties, both ancient and the future empty, adding nothing to the Dharma body through calamities, yet still occupying 25% of heavenly fate and still moving within the universe was an exceedingly defiant feat. The Qi refining lineage was unique amongst all paths in that he could see no limit. Now, only one step away from the ancestral realm, he had encountered numerous creatures from the ancestral realm and even witnessed such beings battling to death before his eyes. He was well aware of the power of the ancestral realm, but that ancestral Dao, according to legend, could kill creatures of ancestor-killing realm with a single strike. Such a level of power was beyond his comprehension entirely. Could this young cultivator be related to that ancestral Dao? Wutong shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought from his mind. At the level of an ancestral Dao, such rudimentary embodiments undergoing tribulations were futile. He could easily discern them, and they could never deceive the heavenly Dao of the great universe. Hearing Wutong's inquiry, Chuzheng looked somewhat perplexed and shook his head. My cultivation is shallow, making it difficult to comprehend the profoundness in your words, Senior. Space-time law, with his current cultivation, was far from his reach, and talking about the past or the future was out of the question. If he could foresee the future, he wouldn't need to spend so much thought considering which path to take. It's enough. Wutong waved his hand, shifting the topic. What brings you here today? The unique aura on Chuzheng made him more patient. On any other day, Chuzheng would have been annihilated by now. With due respect, I'd like to borrow the way to the vast universe for a visit. Chuzheng hesitated slightly before he revealed the truth. Within the vast universe, hidden secrets abounded, and with ample time on his hands, he wanted to see if he could find any clues which might help him on his future path. You want to go to the vast universe? Wutong appeared slightly surprised. What are you going there for? To find someone? To find someone? Chuzheng paused for a moment, not quite understanding why Wutong associated the vast universe with searching for someone. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill scream suddenly exploded from deep within the palace. Wutong, come out here and let me go, I will tear you to pieces. As the piercing scream burst forth, the Yin Qi within the palace suddenly began to whirl, becoming extremely violent. Your journey continues with Freewabnovel. Chuzheng grunted and stumbled, his divine soul trembled, and black blood seeped from his 7 orifices. That long scream, unlike human speech, sounded more like a phoenix's cry, filled with a murderous aura as sharp as a sword piercing the clouds. Wutong's eyes slightly dimmed, and he turned to stride forward. As he took steps, the vines around him began to shift and move, revealing a pathway. Chuzheng shook his dizzy head and quickly followed. Moments later, he followed Wutong into another grand hall with a towering dome. Upon entering, the evil aura grew stronger. Chuzheng glanced at the repair panel, and the repair count jumped again to 27, more than doubling. The visible evil Qi condensed into black mist, swirling around him, and the first thing that caught Chuzheng's eye was a huge cage intertwined with vines. Wrapped around the cage were chains forged from immortal gold, binding a woman in black tightly. The woman was in her late 20s, her black hair draped over her shoulders, her features delicate yet slightly sinister. Her gaze was firmly fixated on Wutong, filled with resentment and hatred. A flicker of spiritual light momentarily stirred in Chuzheng's eyes, and he was shocked. This woman was none other than the primordial spirit of the netherworld phoenix he had seen earlier. The previous information from the repair panel had indicated that the primordial spirit of the netherworld phoenix was locked up, and unexpectedly, it was here. A light screen emerged beside Wutong, encasing Chuzheng, shielding him from the restless evil Qi. Chuzheng's cultivation was too weak, and the residual energy here could easily crush him. She was once my close friend, her residual soul fell into the vast universe after her death, her spiritual sense shattered, and all her previous memories lost. Wutong spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, adding an explanation. When I took her out of the vast universe, I was too harsh, killed several evil demons, and thus she sees me as her sworn enemy. Hearing this, Chu Jing pondered for a few moments and spoke with some hesitation. This memory impairment, perhaps I could try to repair it a bit. Repair the memory? Hearing Chu Jing's words, Wutong's brow slightly furrowed, no joy apparent on his face, his words tinged with some doubt. By yourself? He did not look down on Chu Jing, but repairing memories was something that even he could not achieve, let alone Chu Jing, a Qi cultivator who had not even stepped into the Eighth Order. Beneath the powerful cultivation realms, so-called divine powers and secret techniques were hardly secretive, and he did not believe that Chu Jing had any methods completely beyond his understanding. It may not be effective, but if Senior doesn't mind, this Junior is willing to give it a try. Chu Jing did not speak too confidently. Whether an Eighth Order repairer could truly repair memories was also an unknown. How would you do it? Explore more adventures at Freeweb Novel. Wutong did not refuse. He had tried countless methods already, trying one more time would be no loss. With his expectations in check, he wouldn't even feel disappointed. Chu Jing recalled the information provided by the repair panel earlier and spoke solemnly. To repair memory, a certain material is needed for assistance, called Dead Soul Spirit Jade. You actually know of Dead Soul Spirit Jade? Wutong was somewhat surprised. Such a special spiritual object would be unknown unless one had a deep understanding of the vast universe. Even he himself had only heard about it by chance while searching for traces of the immortal phoenix. Hearing Chu Jing mention Dead Soul Spirit Jade, a glimmer of hope finally surged in Wutong's heart. Perhaps Chu Jing could truly repair memories and change the current predicament between him and the immortal phoenix. Wutong pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Dead Soul Spirit Jade occasionally appears in the Soul Origin Pool. It's very rare even within the vast universe and will take time to find. Are you willing to accompany me? At these words, Chu Jing's eyes brightened. If it won't cause Senior any trouble, it would naturally be better to go together. Unexpectedly, he had so easily found an opportunity to head to the vast universe, and with an extremely strong guide to boot. Just being able to enter the vast universe was already worth the journey. Seeing the joy overflowing in Chu Jing's eyes, Wutong's gaze shifted slightly. You just told me you want to go to the vast universe. Such determination, is it also to search for someone? Chu Jing looked momentarily stunned, then, with a bit of confusion, asked, what exactly is the vast universe? Could Senior enlighten me? No sooner had he finished speaking, he couldn't help but ask another question. According to Senior, do all living creatures go to the vast universe after death? Wutong's previous words weren't hard to guess, and coupled with Chu Jing's past encounters with Goni Ziyu and the Netherworld Phoenix, it seemed that creatures would inevitably enter the vast universe after they fell. If that was truly the case, the real identities of those evil demons within the vast universe. So you know nothing at all. Realizing this, Wutong glanced at the wooden cage in the distance and suddenly raised his hand, emitting a beam of spiritual light, hitting the Netherworld Phoenix directly in the brow. The fierce-looking woman had no power to resist and instantly fell into a deep sleep, motionless. Wutong withdrew his hand and said no more, turning around and leaving the hall. Chu Jing quickly followed, and as they left, the corridor behind them gradually closed, cutting off the thick aroma of evil spirits. Once they returned to the original palace, Wutong finally spoke up again. The vast universe is the place known as the Yellow Springs in ancient times. Chu Jing looked slightly alarmed by this conjecture. He had occasionally thought of it himself, but he also felt that it seemed somewhat improbable. There had always been conflict between the vast universe and the great universe. If it really were a matter of yin and yang realms, it shouldn't be like this. I don't know much either, mostly fragments passed down from ancient times. I went to verify it carefully and use it as some references. Before Chu Jing could ask any questions, Wutong already began speaking, explaining the reasons. Before the ancient times, it was said that there were living creatures who mastered full heavenly fate, proclaiming themselves as heaven, wielding heaven's mandate, walking the path of the heavenly Tao alone, turning their hands to create yin, and flipping them to create yang, with the life and death of the myriad realms hanging on their thoughts. Later, this heaven chose another path beyond anyone's imagination. He wanted to create an almost impossible eternal universe. Hearing this, Chu Jing's eyes widened, and a chill arose in his heart. In an eternal realm, there would be no birth, aging, sickness, or death, no fighting or strife, and no separation from loved ones. Such a world, just thinking about it, seemed like an illusory bubble, totally unreal. That heavenly Tao completely emptied the yellow springs, clearing out all God spirit souls within. A great number of souls entered the cycle of reincarnation, squeezed into the great universe. During that period, regardless of which Taoist orthodoxy's realm creatures it was, if there were pregnancies, there would inevitably be multiple births. Heroes and prodigies emerged vastly, all paths flourishing. Hearing this, Chu Zhang's expression became even more solemn. The distinction between yin and yang is the essential law of heaven and earth. This action had undoubtedly completely disrupted the balance of yin and yang. The heroes and prodigies, crowded in the same golden age, would likely set off countless storms of blood and conflict. Wutong's expression also grew more serious. It wasn't long before signs of Taoist conflicts emerged, battles gradually arose, and every day a shocking number of living creatures fell. A vast number of yin souls once again poured into the yellow springs. Seeing this scene, the heavenly Tao completely altered the heaven and earth laws, erasing the path of reincarnation, and refusing the yin souls of the dead creatures from reincarnation, forcibly keeping them within the vast universe. This was the origin of the first batch of living creatures in the vast universe. He never gave up. Within the vast universe, he redefined the laws, using the path of reincarnation to create two strange domains. One is the soul origin pool, and the other is the burial valley. These two regions are the core within the vast universe, creating what the living creatures in the great universe recognize today as two types of beings, evil spirits and demon monsters. The living creatures that die in the great universe almost all emerge from these two places, achieving rebirth. But memories of their past lives are completely washed away. Whether this is the intention of the heavenly Tao, no one knows. Without the yellow springs, living creatures can no longer go through reincarnation. After death, the once complete path of reincarnation that could accommodate the full passage of souls, can now only pass through some shattered residual souls. Therefore, having incomplete memories is only to be expected. Before ancient times, those with high levels of cultivation could interfere slightly with yin and yang. Now that yin and yang have been completely severed, the difficulty of allowing the departed to return to the yang has increased by 1,000-fold, if not more. Your ability to hear these secrets today is also a kind of fate. Wutong sighed softly. Right now, in the great universe, there are few who know the ins and outs of this matter. Even I have gathered these pieces of information by extracting some memory fragments from the blood of ancestral realm powerhouses and cross-referencing from various aspects. After digesting this information, Chu Zhang couldn't help but feel more doubts. Senior, then where do the evil demons of the vast universe go after they die? I don't know. Wutong shook his head, and turned back to look in the direction of the netherworld phoenix, his eyes filled with complex thoughts. If I knew, I would have sent her through reincarnation a long time ago, rather than continue to torment each other like this. After the death of the living creatures of the vast universe, there are no traces left, and it's impossible to deduce their afterlives. Whether there is a next life, you must put a question mark on that too. Although according to the origins of the living creatures of the vast universe, some possibilities could be inferred, Wutong still didn't dare take the risk. He couldn't bet on it. In case there was no next life, in case the result was the complete dispersal of the soul. Even if the odds were 1 in 10,000, he couldn't bear it. Resurrection from the dead was not an unusual occurrence in the ancient era, but in this age, it had become an almost impossible feat. Those who had just died could still recall their incomplete spirit souls and use secret techniques to return to life, but even those with profound cultivation could only sustain themselves for a few more days, at most 7, before their souls dispersed, never to be found. Wutong said no more and took Chu Zhang away from the wooden nest, plunging towards the earth. Before Chu Zhang could react, he found himself countless fathoms underground, surrounded by thick, intertwined tree roots that cast dark shadows amid the golden light, suffused with evil qi. Chu Zhang glanced at the repair panel. The number of repairs remained fluctuating, jumping between 5 and 15, at times strong and at times weak. Suddenly he perceived faint ripples of space, and after careful observation, he saw an entrance to a spatial passageway amidst the crisscrossing tree roots. The entrance leading to the vast universe was blocked by layers of vines, and many vines near the entrance clung to variously shaped corpses, clearly belonging to the living creatures of the vast universe. When I first came to this realm, it was for this suddenly opened passage, to avoid a great war, to prevent the Chaos Sea from becoming a battlefield between two realms. I lured my main body here to suppress this entrance while simultaneously using a body separation to build forces in the vast universe as a cover. With this explanation, Wutong led Chujing directly through the layers of vines and into the spatial passageway. As he crossed the spatial passageway, Chujing felt the extreme changes in the heaven and earth laws. His divine soul was slightly affected, and the connection with his main body became a bit sluggish. Most notably, the intangible Tribulation chi split into two parts. Stepping into the vast universe was entirely different from going to the Chaos Sea or the myriad realms. The very essence of heaven and earth had altered. Before Chujing could fully experience it, he was already stepping on solid ground, and before him lay a vast earth cave. The spatial passageway behind him was completely enveloped by thick tree roots, which suppressed it and significantly reduced its fluctuations. Chujing glanced at the repair panel again. The number of daily repairs gradually stabilized at 3. The evil chi here was not as dense as at the other end of the passageway. Chujing was not surprised by this, much like how suitable spirit lands for cultivation in the great universe were not so common. It should also be rare to come across places rich in evil chi within the vast universe. As for the other end of the passageway, it was the accumulation of years. The evil chi endlessly seeped from the spatial passageway, reaching the other end only to be blocked and suppressed. Day by day, it naturally became extremely rich. As for the evil chi above the tree canopy, it was mainly due to the presence of the netherworld phoenix. An evil demon of 9th order perfection, its body constantly emitted evil chi, and if not for Wutong's suppression, the entire Tianwu realm would have been assimilated by the evil chi. With your level of cultivation, you should not be able to linger in the vast universe. It was only by a stroke of luck and the occupation of a corpse that you have this unexpected opportunity. Wutong spoke calmly, his expression as serene as ever, leading Chujing out of the earth cave. Before leaving the cave, he raised his hand and sent a ray of spiritual light which streamed directly into Chujing's sea of consciousness. A vast amount of information instantly flooded Chujing's thoughts, and after a moment, he barely managed to assimilate it all. This was a brief about the vast universe's power distribution and the intangible rules, merely a general introduction, yet it was immensely complicated. The vast universe, not the same as the great universe, was not a starry sky but an entire continent with territories big and small, separated into countless regions and each governed by different divine mansions. Divine Mansion was the paramount force in the vast universe, totaling 128 in number. To be honored as a divine mansion, there was only requirement: within the power, there must exist a powerhouse like Wutong who had stepped into the realm of ancient myths. Even setting aside the independent behemoths unconstrained by divine mansions, as well as the hidden depths of various divine mansions, the number of mythical realm powerhouses in the entire vast universe was at least well over 200. And under this terrifying power, the great universe that had managed to protect itself from being completely invaded to this day, was feared to be just as strong, if not stronger. The waters of the great universe were far deeper than what Chujing had superficially perceived before. After all, the existence within the realm of ancient myths he had encountered so far was only Wutong. In the years locking down the spatial passageway's entrance, initially out of searching for traces of that immortal phoenix, Wutong built a force within the vast universe named 100 Phoenix Pavilion, gathering a group of Phoenix blood Phoenix descendants and staking claim to their territory. Due to Wutong's own overwhelming strength, who already presented as a 10th order being, there was no power nearby daring to provoke him. Over time, the 100 Phoenix Pavilion had grown increasingly powerful, and the number of 9th order divine birds within had exceeded 10. The nearly 100 regions in this vicinity all belonged to the Lingtian Mansion, and now, 100 Phoenix Pavilion's fame was widely known, becoming one of the mighty forces within Lingtian Prefecture domain. After digesting this information, Chu Jing exhaled a breath of turbid qi, his thoughts somewhat heavy. His initial venture into vast universe was also to take the opportunity to see if he could find any clues of Shang Tsongyun. Shang Tsongyun, pursued by the Immortal Emperor, had fled into the vast universe, and after that, there was no news, nor was his fate known. Experience more content on FreeWebNovel. However, given the current state of the vast universe, it wasn't appropriate for him to take any action, as it might bring unnecessary trouble to Shang Tsongyun. The vast universe is extremely vast. I have also never explored to its boundaries. Seeing Chu Jing silent for a long time, Wutong thought he was astounded by the vastness of the vast universe and offered rare consolation. Although I can peer through the river of time and space, witnessing the living creatures and unseen sceneries of this era, my own essence has always been confined to the Chaos Sea. Your youth still before you, the world you will witness in the future may be even more expansive than what I see. Hearing again about the restrictions of the Chaos Sea, Chu Jing couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. With countless passageways connecting the vast universe to the great universe, can't you use them to leave the Chaos Sea? The heaven and earth laws of the great universe couldn't intervene here, so it seemed the barriers of the Chaos Sea shouldn't affect this place either. Leaving the vast universe is not as simple as you think. All beings here are essentially studying the returning to life technique. Once you've entered this realm, to think of leaving, you not only face obstacles within the vast universe, but the various Daoist orthodoxy of the great universe would not easily let you pass through their barriers, unless you sneak in unobtrusively like I am now. Wutong gently shook his head, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable luster. Actually, the number of beings from the vast universe within the great universe now may be far beyond your imagination. Ultimately, the evil demons you see are the old family members or dependents, kith and kin of others. Regarding what Wutong had said, Chu Jing felt no surprise, as he easily understood. Within the great universe, the basic condition to be called a living creature was to possess spiritual wisdom. All those with spiritual wisdom inevitably harbor 7 emotions and 6 desires. Some herbs and spiritual medicines are born with immense power, inaccessible to ordinary living creatures, but until they undergo spiritual awakening, no matter how strong their energy, they are still merely plants and cannot be called demons. Once endowed with 7 emotions and 6 desires, there naturally exists a differentiation between kinship and estrangement towards other living creatures. Wutong was the best example. As powerful as he was, he still had vulnerabilities. For that netherworld phoenix, he had trapped himself completely in that realm. For millions of years, even when corrupted by evil energy and his essence was damaged, he had never moved a single step. In today's great universe, there are countless beings with profound cultivation, and there are probably no shortage of examples like Wutong's. If there was a chance to resurrect deceased loved ones, it was hard to imagine anyone willing to give up. However, according to the environmental conditions of the vast universe, the living creatures of this realm should find it very difficult to adapt to an environment rich with spiritual energy. Even with Wutong's cultivation, he could not withstand the corruption of evil spirits. The existence of spiritual energy, for the living creatures within the vast universe, should be indistinguishable from evil energy. Continue reading at FreeWebNovel. At this point, Chu Jing furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask, since the living creatures from the vast universe can stay in the great universe for a long time, is there any way for those from the great universe to survive normally in the vast universe? Absolutely impossible. Wutong shook his head, closing the door on that prospect without leaving any room for doubt. With powerful cultivation, one can stay temporarily, but living there for an extended period is out of the question. Those who leave the vast universe and continue to exist in the great universe do so because they have protection. Inside the vast universe, no one would willingly let any creature from the great universe survive. As he said this, a seriousness flashed in Wutong's eyes. With my cultivation level, I still need to rely on a body separation to move about and cannot come here with my true primordial spirit. Even an ancestral realm powerhouse would face a deadly calamity if they caused too much trouble here. Why is that? Chu Jing was somewhat puzzled. He had originally thought the tension between the vast universe and the great universe stemmed from an inability to communicate, and that resolving this could solve many issues. Now, it seemed, there were deeper reasons. The living creatures in the vast universe have an extreme longing for yang energy. Although they live, in the end they are bodies of the Yin God. Strictly speaking, they can only be considered dead, unable to procreate on their own. The belief in the vast universe has always been that if they could accumulate enough yang energy, they would be able to truly resurrect from death. At this point, Wutong glanced at Chu Jing, and spoke more softly. Do you think that Yin corpses, even though they have not awakened their spiritual intelligence, instinctively know to suck the essence blood of living creatures? Essence blood is the root of the yang energy within a living body, fundamental to growth, cultivation, and reproduction. It seems they are after essence blood, but in reality, it is the yang energy they desire. The living creatures of the vast universe, the most fundamental difference from the great universe, is that they cannot reproduce on their own and can only rely on the soul origin pool and burial valley to obtain fresh blood. A race that cannot reproduce is ultimately a race without a future. The reason why the creatures of the vast universe are called evil demons is that most of them lack emotional bonds, are murderous by nature, and extremely cold-blooded. The vast universe consists of 128 mansions, most of which fight individually. There are few instances of cooperation, lacking ties that could maintain long-term unity, which invariably dooms them to an inability to band together. If yang energy is plentiful, can one truly achieve resurrection from death? Chu Jing felt somewhat incredulous for a moment. If that were the case, wouldn't there really be people in this world capable of eternal life, wherein yin and yang cycle, enduring through the eras unchanged? For a time, Chu Jing recalled the Great Tomb. Its master seemed to be using some secret technique to periodically absorb essence blood, aiming to resurrect from death. Wutong shook his head again. In actuality, they cannot, but they all choose to believe. Many divine mansions control 90% of the resources within the vast universe, and they are constantly at war with the great universe along the borderlands, killing countless living creatures. The amount of yang energy they have obtained is immeasurable, yet not a single one has truly been resurrected. Despite this, no creature of the vast universe is willing to give up, for their lifespans too are limited. Evil demons do not age, but they too have their final moments. When that limit arrives, they completely vanish from the world without any method of extending life. These creatures are less in search of a chance for resurrection than they are in pursuit of longevity, much like those undertaking cultivation, all seeking a way out. So that's how it is. Chu Jing suddenly understood, though he couldn't help feeling somewhat anxious about Shang Tsungyun's situation. Previously, their encounters had all been too hasty, leaving many questions he hadn't had the chance to ask. Zhao Tingxian and Shang Tsungyun both managed to break through the constraints originated from the Tsungyun realm through the vast universe, advancing beyond the true immortal realm and stepping into the domains of immortal venerable and even immortal monarch. He was now in the midst of the vast universe, which meant he was closer than ever to this secret, but at the moment, he was entirely without a clue, which inevitably made him anxious. Not to mention Zhao Tingxian and Shang Tsungyun, even Chu Jing himself had not expected to come into contact with the vast universe so soon, let alone step into it personally. In the battlefield between the vast universe and the great universe where even true immortals hardly survive, Chu Jing's cultivation was simply insufficient to stir any trouble. The thought of crossing the battlefield to enter was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Things in the world are often unexpected, and plans cannot keep up with changes. You are not a creature of the vast universe. Although you possess a Yin corpse body, there are still some differences, making it easy for others to spot your disguise. I will take you directly to the soul origin pool. We must go swiftly and return immediately. Wutong had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He simply made a remark and then lifted Chu Jing through the air with a wave of his hand. The next moment, the void around them spun wildly, and when Chu Jing opened his eyes again, he was in an entirely different world. The soul origin pool, though called a pool, was in reality a pitch-black ocean sprawling for billions of miles. Countless residual souls emerged from it continuously, drawing in the evil energy of the heavens and earth and transforming into the lowest rank of evil spirits. This was the current state of the cycle of reincarnation in the great universe and where the vast universe replenished its new blood. Gazing at the vast ocean not far away, Chujing could not conceal the shock in his eyes. According to the information previously given by Wutong, the Lingtian mansion was extremely far from the soul origin pool, equivalent to crossing boundless star domains within the great universe. The power of this body separation was unquestionably far inferior to Wutong's main body, but the distance it covered in a single moment was a journey that would take Chujing nearly 1,000 years at full speed without any rest. Wutong paid no mind to Chujing's reaction. He reached into the void, searching for a moment, then pulled out a fist-sized piece of gray crystal jade. The surface of the crystal jade was rough, reflecting hazy light and shadows. Within it seemed to churn endless, fragmented scenes, too distorted to discern, yet emitting a fascinating brilliance that captivated the soul. "Are you sure this is useful for restoring memories?" Looking at the crystal jade in his hand, Wutong still held some doubt. Although rare, the true purpose of this object had yet to be discovered by any creature. Dead soul spirit jade, no grade A crystallized substance formed from the impurities cleansed from residual souls, which can act as a bridge connecting ghosts with their memories. It is useful. Chujing restrained the spiritual light in his eyes and nodded repeatedly, feeling somewhat stirred inside. This dead soul spirit jade was like the merit golden light, an object without a grade. Without a grade, it meant that its effects worked on all living creatures, regardless of their level of cultivation. However, the limitation of the death soul spirit jade was much greater than that of the merit golden light. For now, other than using it to repair the memories of departed souls, no other uses could be seen. Chujing looked it over carefully and, unexpectedly, he was startled. An invisible aura was constantly emitting from the death soul spirit jade, and in just a few short breaths, the crystal jade in Wutong's hand had shrunk by a size. The reason why the death soul spirit jade is so rare is that it cannot be preserved for long. Once removed from the soul origin pool, it will dissipate quickly. Even sealing it can only delay the process temporarily. Noticing the change in Chujing's expression, Wutong offered an explanation, then stretched out his hand into the void and searched for a while. In the end, he picked up 6 more pieces of death soul spirit jade and without wasting any time, he led Chujing straight back. Moments later, the two left the vast universe and returned to the wooden nest they were in before. Wutong took Chujing directly to the grand hall where the netherworld phoenix was imprisoned, took out all of the death soul spirit jade, and urged with slight impatience, "The death soul spirit jade dissipates faster once away from the vast universe. We must hurry." There was a lack of his usual calm in his expression, tinged with a bit of unrest, and even a touch of fear hidden within it. Worried that the hope that had emerged might fall through, Chujing said nothing further, took the death soul spirit jade into his hand, sliced his fingertip, squeezed out a droplet of essence blood, and remotely placed it on the netherworld phoenix's forehead as a medium to activate the repair panel. The evil chi inside the great hall was extremely abundant, refreshing the repair panel a total of 27 times. After exhausting all the repair attempts, the current batch of death soul spirit jade had also completely dissipated. "You can absorb such a large amount of evil chi for your own use?" Wutong showed some surprise in his eyes. With cultivation like his, he was extremely sensitive to changes in the energy around him. In the instant just past, the amount of evil chi Chujing had consumed would have overwhelmed any creature newly entered into the 8th realm, assimilating them completely, yet Chujing seemed almost unaffected. Even a Yin corpse would be eroded by the evil chi, at best only faring slightly better than ordinary creatures. In essence, a Yin corpse and the evil demons in the vast universe were not the same kind of beings. For a Yin corpse, evil chi was more like a secret medicine that could excite the body for a short time, but long-term use would also harm the body. However, Wutong could not see any trace of evil chi having lingered on Chujing's body, which was, without a doubt, somewhat inconceivable. But at this moment, he had no desire to explore this further. Without waiting for Chujing to answer, he turned his gaze away, looking toward the imprisoned netherworld phoenix, his eyes swirling with a dark green, embodying hope. "How is it? Does it work?" Chujing hesitated for a while and then shook his head. Hard to say, I haven't tried this before and can't guarantee it with absolute certainty. 27 repair attempts were just a drop in the bucket for the Netherworld Phoenix's repair progression bar, which was as high as 30,000. Moreover, he discovered something rather unwelcome: repairing memories did not garner him any experience points. This meant that if he was bound here for a long time, repairing the Netherworld Phoenix's memories, a lot of time would be wasted. Although his main body was currently refining worlds and he had plenty of time amidst the trials, Chujing didn't want to waste it in vain. This trip to the vast universe, all told, lasted less than an hour, and apart from some information, Chujing hadn't gained any other benefits, which was somewhat regrettable this time. At least he had gained some understanding of the vast universe, not like before when he knew nothing at all. According to messages transmitted from the 10,000 Realms battlefield, Shang Tsongyun had already entered the vast universe. It was just unclear what his current circumstances were like. Judging by the clues from before, since Shang Tsongyun had actively withdrawn into the vast universe, he surely held quite a few bottom cards. For a moment, Chujing felt the inclination to withdraw and thought he should find a way out of here. If all else failed, he could initiate the heavenly tribulation and fall under its punishment, then choose another incarnation to go through tribulation again. His journey had allowed him to reach the level of an 8th order repair master, and to whittle away so much tribulation chi, it had not been in vain. Wutong did not notice Chujing's dark surge of thoughts. He stared at the Netherworld Phoenix in the cage, hesitated slightly, then extended a finger and emitted a ray of spiritual light straight into the spirit platform by Hui of the woman in black. A few breaths later, the woman's eyelids trembled lightly and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was unfocused, and her expression was filled with bewilderment. Cloud pill? Wutong couldn't help but step forward and softly called out, his voice slightly unsteady. His fingers hidden in his sleeve trembled uncontrollably. Following this soft call, the woman in black came to her senses. Her face shifted from bewilderment to ferocity, and killing intent boiled in her eyes, as she let out a high-pitched phoenix cry from her throat. What evil technique have you used on me now? Do you think by weaving some bizarre memory illusions, I would believe you? If I get the chance to return to the vast universe, I will kill you. The thunderous yell stirred into a powerful wave, and Wutong was momentarily stunned, forgetting to protect Chujing. In an instant, Chujing was flung away, his body as if crushed by the stars, every bone in his body fractured. Black blood splattered out, and the repair master's panel went into overdrive to maintain Chujing's battered body, preventing him from blowing apart on the spot. For the first time, Chujing deeply understood the saying about the misfortune of bystanders when calamity strikes. It really worked. Wutong came back to his senses, eyes brimming with ecstasy. Without wasting words on the woman in black, he reached out and knocked her unconscious, then rushed back to Chujing. I was distracted for a moment and neglected you, please don't blame me. He personally helped Chujing up. A surge of immense pure yuan qi continuously flooded into Chujing's body, almost bursting him. Before Chujing could collect himself, Wutong spoke again, making a significant vow. If you are willing to continue helping me repair her memories, I owe you a favor. No matter what it is in the future, as long as it's within my capabilities, even at the cost of my life, I will do it for you. He was well aware of the relationship dynamics between them. Being in the Chaos Sea, he could pose no threat to Chujing's true form. In other words, he currently had no means to compel Chujing. He could only exchange Chujing's favor with sufficient benefits. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Chujing, who was initially ready to leave, underwent a slight change of heart. A titan from the realm of ancient myths, comparable to an immortal emperor and second only to an immortal ancestor, if used appropriately, his impact could be immeasurable. Before Chujing could speak, Wutong once again offered a condition Chujing could not refuse. I know that your journey here was initially for undergoing tribulation through an incarnation. Now that I control the heavenly Tao's authority in this realm, I can ensure that you cross your tribulation safely and reach 7th order perfection before stepping into the 8th realm. Tribulation was the best way for Chujing to resolve the tribulation chi, and the effect was immediately apparent. Based on the soaring power of the previous heavenly tribulation, whether he could successfully overcome the next tribulation was still not fully guaranteed. Depending on high-grade supreme treasures for protection could indeed get him through the heavenly tribulation, but the power of the next heavenly tribulation would increase accordingly. There's always a trade-off. Heavenly tribulation was fundamentally a test sent down by the heavenly Tao. Relying on certain methods to cheat could only evade it temporarily. Currently, Wutong had control over the heavenly Tao authority in the Tianwu realm. In other words, he could completely control the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, Wutong had added a precondition in his previous statement, before entering the Eighth Order. Thinking of this, Chuzheng did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Senior, what you mentioned before, about before entering the Eighth Order, what does it mean?" "Once you enter the Eighth Order, I cannot help you with the tribulations. You need to go to the Great Universe, where the heavenly Tao of the Great Universe will personally judge. Otherwise, the laws will not be complete, and the innate foundation will be damaged, making future breakthrough realm hopeless." As he spoke, Wutong raised his hand, and with a light flick of his fingers, a clear qi emerged from his palm, first transforming into five-colored profound light, and then merging yin and yang, finally turning into a mass of chaos qi. "The true immortal tribulation that your immortal path requires you to pass through begins with the five elements yin-yang tribulation and ends with the baptism of the chaos true tribulation. Only then can your foundation be completed, transforming the acquired into the innate, and stepping into the realm of immortal venerable. In the supreme immortal path, the foundation cannot have any flaws. This tribulation is better described as a gift from the great universe. Given your inherent talent, there won't be any risk. If you don't undergo it, it's tantamount to missing an opportunity. The Eighth Order is a significant transformation, a barrier in the immortal path, the martial arts saint realm, the chi refining 100 tribulations combined, stepping into the heavenly immortal, is a qualitative change at the life level, greatly increasing understanding of the laws of the universe. Similarly, combat power will also begin to rapidly expand. Counteracting the immortals, from ancient times to the present, has always been mythical, even for martial cultivators who are accustomed to fighting across ranks. It is difficult to surpass the barrier of the Eighth Order. Creatures that step into this level have an extremely close connection with the great universe, highly integrated with the heavenly fate of Taoist orthodoxy, no longer belonging to any one realm alone. The legends of ascending and transforming into ethereal flight mostly come from this. The Eighth Order is also a major force in Taoist orthodoxy during conflicts over the Tao. Speaking to this point, Wutong reminded him once more, "I see that your cultivation up to now has taken many shortcuts. Qi refining, immortal path, and incense spirituality are mixed and not refined, which will harm your future path considerably. It's better to make a decision early. A person's energies are limited. If spread too thin and covering a wide range but mastering none, it will be detrimental to cultivation without any benefit. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. I will make a decision soon." What Wutong said was something Chuzheng had already started to think about. In fact, immortal path and qi refining techniques had already integrated to a certain extent in his body. Immortal power could also stimulate qi refining divine abilities, and his body could also absorb both immortal qi and primordial qi. Additionally, the divine skill of returning to the origin had not caused too many conflicts. However, the path of incense spirituality was indeed a significant issue. Although the speed of enhancing cultivation through incense fire willpower was rapid, the reliance on believers was too great. Once there was a significant loss amongst believers, a towering building would collapse overnight. To abandon this path would indeed be quite troublesome for Chuzheng now. After entering the immortal tribulation, he had already begun to isolate most of the incense fire willpower outside his body, but the growth rate of his believers had far exceeded his expectations. The flow of time in the Chaos Sea was too swift, and since he had left his golden body in the Dongyuan realm, he almost exclusively enjoyed the realm's incense offerings, which swelled at an alarming rate. If he did not control it, his path as an incense fire god would have already reached the Eighth Order. Among the many Taoist orthodoxies Chuzheng encountered, the purity of incense fire willpower undoubtedly belonged to the lowest grade, and its battle power was at the bottom tier. However, the speed of advancement in Cultivation realm was astonishingly horrifying. Now, Chuzheng was faced with two paths. The first was to no longer respond to his believers' worship and offerings and to stop expending divine power for their protection, which would naturally lead to a gradual decrease in the power of faith over time. However, doing so would undoubtedly cause a chain reaction, leading many believers, because of him, to be displaced and their families destroyed. Even if he was willing to do so, the many fanatical believers under his command, who actually controlled the community of believers, would not stop spreading the faith. The second path was to cultivate the incense fire spirits under Daoist Venerable Jingchu, transferring most of the willpower to these incense fire spirits and gradually phasing out the name of Daoist Venerable Jingchu for a vague and nebulous title. One day, this vague and nebulous title would also achieve spiritual awakening through extensive offerings of incense fire willpower and evolve into a true deity. By then, the connection with Chuzheng would be much less significant, and once Chuzheng's cultivation was sufficient, he could easily sever the causal links. However, this second path would undoubtedly take much longer. Chuzheng would have to wait for his first batch of fanatical believers to die, then select a few to spiritually summon and build temples for them to start a new round of God creation. This action would take a lot of effort, but comparatively, it would not have as significant an impact on the believers. Seeing Chuzheng remain silent for a long time, Wutong spoke again. "What are your thoughts?" He was very humble, placing Chuzheng on an equal footing, which was a sufficient show of sincerity relative to his cultivation strength. Senior's kindness, it would be disrespectful for the junior to refuse. Chuzheng did not hesitate much and nodded in agreement, as the terms Wutong offered were generous enough. To refuse would clearly be seen as ungrateful. Being able to step into seventh-order perfection was enough for now. As for the subsequent true immortal tribulation, it was premature to discuss it at this moment. Wutong's eyes flickered slightly, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Chuzheng's willingness to stay was naturally a cause for great joy. Death and rebirth, the return of the deceased to the living, were secrets those in the ancestral realm were researching. Now, Chuzheng had brought him a glimmer of hope, which was no less than a life-saving straw. After agreeing to Wutong's conditions, Chuzheng settled down directly in the wooden nest. He did not rush to undergo tribulation because his avatar's cultivation was still lacking, and his original body also needed some time to stabilize its foundation. The previous consecutive breakthroughs, as far as the original body was concerned, had happened over just a few years, and in the context of the immortal Tribulation realm, this period was too hurried, even insufficient to stabilize the immortal power within his body. In the orderly process of cultivation, in the blink of an eye, over 600 years passed. Nearly 7 years had also passed in the myriad realms where Chuzheng's original body resided. In those 7 years, with Wutong's covert assistance, his avatar had smoothly overcome 3 major tribulations and reached the realm of undecayed bone perfection, just one step away from becoming a corpse king. Meanwhile, his original body's cultivation had also risen significantly, advancing into perfect immortal tribulation. The continuous breakthroughs in cultivation had rendered Chuzheng's already somewhat unstable foundation even more precarious. Since Chuzheng had entered the path of cultivation, less than 30 years had passed, yet he had already traversed through 7 major secret realms and touched the threshold of becoming a true immortal. Leaving aside the innately powerful other kind, amongst the human race, such speed was almost unprecedented. The path of cultivation was inherently like water carving through stone. To ensure stability, one naturally couldn't advance too quickly, as taking shortcuts often meant paying other unpredictable prices. Had it not been for the strong foundation Chuzheng laid in the entry Dao realm, achieving perfection in the 5 elements foundation and evolving into the immortal root, supplemented by the yin-yang immortal bone as support, and his celestial talents in the immortal path reaching an unparalleled pinnacle, he certainly couldn't have achieved his current state. Even so, Chuzheng's current condition was like a pagoda in the sky, suspended mid-air, reaching neither heaven above nor earth below, always at risk of collapsing. Fortunately, as his cultivation grew, the progress of refining his small world also significantly improved. With a complete world as his support, he could stabilize his footing again and solidify his foundation to prepare for the five elements' great tribulation after stepping into the true immortal threshold. This required some time, the repair interface couldn't help him, and he could only rely on himself. The true immortal realm involved detaching from the world, contacting the great universe, mastering the laws within, and during the baptism of the yin-yang five elements qi, crushing evil to assist the righteous, eliminating the false and retaining the true. Only then could one attain Tao. The eighth realm of cultivation, this realm, was the stage of deification where all living creatures transformed. Lifespan, combat power, and mastery of the laws would undergo qualitative changes, elevating the level of life, making the concept of swallowing stars and eclipsing sunsets no longer a mere metaphor. For ordinary cultivators, stepping over the threshold of a true immortal might require hundreds of years of preparation, but Chuzheng had a faster method. Once his qi refinement's cultivation reached the peak of Tao integration, minor flaws would naturally be remedied. With the tribulation qi now completely dispersed, this wouldn't take too long. Unburdened by tribulation qi and with the heavenly fate Chuzheng carried, his qi refinement's cultivation improved daily. During the 600 years in the Tianwu realm, the restoration of the netherworld phoenix's memories, hindered by the scarcity of dead soul spirit Jade, did not progress very quickly. Out of the 30,000, only 7,300 were completed, barely 1/4 of the total. Dead soul spirit Jade was not a common material, rare even in the soul origin pool, and given Wutong's cultivation, he could only explore the surface, yielding not much. Nevertheless, the attitude of the netherworld phoenix had softened considerably. She was no longer as resistant toward Wutong as before, seemingly recalling past memories, fostering some hope for restoration. However, Chuzheng always felt something was off. 1/4 of the memories, for a being who had lived for countless ages, was just a tiny fraction, especially given that these memories were incomplete and fragmented. What was more important was that Wutong's attitude had made Chuzheng sense something was amiss. With the increase in the restoration of the netherworld phoenix's memories, Wutong's expression grew colder, like stagnant water, devoid of any waves, no longer excited as when he first discovered the means to restore memories. Sometimes, when he glanced at the netherworld phoenix, there was always a hint of struggle, as if weighing his options. Inside a great hall woven from intertwining vines, dark energy surged covertly. Many leaves that were once verdant had been thoroughly soaked by the evil aura, emitting a dark green light. Outside the tree cage, Chuzheng stood tall, the dead soul spirit Jade in his hand gradually dissipating, transforming into a ray of spiritual light, and infused into the body of the woman in black inside the cage. With the promotion in cultivation, his appearance now was almost indistinguishable from his true self, save for his slightly pale skin, nearly identical to a common person. The previously congealed black blood inside had already started flowing, the heart had begun beating again, and with each heartbeat, the flowing black blood faintly shimmered with golden lines. If he stepped further, crossing the eighth order threshold and entering the domain of the corpse king, turning black blood to gold, Chuzheng would become a holy spirit, comparable to a true immortal. Wutong stood silently beside Chuzheng, staring at the woman in black inside the cage, not uttering a word, his eyes shadowed. Explore more at Freeweb novel. Over the years, the netherworld phoenix's demeanor had softened greatly, yet Wutong had never allowed her to step out of this cage, not even unlocking the immortal lock bound to her body, consistent as ever. After a long moment, the netherworld phoenix slowly opened her eyes, raised her hand to rub her temple, silently digesting the additional memories. After a short while, she put down her hand, stood up, and walked to the cage door, carrying a hint of pleading. Wutong, I want to go out. Staying here all day is too suffocating. Do you still remember how I used to hate being confined? Wutong didn't respond, a barely noticeable sorrow flickering in his eyes. Unaware, the netherworld phoenix's gaze shifted as she continued, you shuttle between two realms, to and fro, it's too hard, and a lot of dead soul spirit Jade gets wasted needlessly. Why don't we just live near the soul origin pool? That way, I can recover my memories faster, what do you think? Her tone carried a hint of testing, her expression apprehensive, seemingly worried Wutong would not agree. Wutong remained silent for a long time, then finally nodded slightly, "All right." Click, as his words fell, the immortal lock binding the netherworld phoenix broke, and the wooden cage slowly opened. Seeing this, the netherworld phoenix rubbed her wrists, looking at the wide-open cage door, her eyes flickering with disbelief, wondering how Wutong could so easily agree to something she had longed for.